As suspects, he and Wang Tizi were both confined in the center of the square, isolated from the surroundings. They could see but hear nothing. Unless Mo Xuanqing wants them to hear it. Sumu only felt that the looks of the people around him looking at him became extremely complicated, filled with unspeakable meanings. He immediately raised his eyebrows, feeling extremely surprised. Ha! So many people reacted so quickly. They noticed it so quickly. Was the timing of my appearance in the canyon unusual? After all, the seal was broken right after we entered, so it's suspicious anyway. I underestimated them. Sumu nodded secretly. There are so many heroes in this world. When Sumu thought about how everyone viewed him, he was actually moved for a moment and couldn't help but stroke his face with his hand. Right. That's so true. That's it. Attack me fiercely. Do not show mercy. Use your sharp tongue to hurt this delicate flower of mine. The plot is getting more and more normal. The seal is lifted, the blame is taken, and the public opinion is reversed. What the hell is this, the ultimate dream? Sumu seemed to see the hope of returning home, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This scene made everyone outside the venue tremble in their hearts. Did we misunderstand Sumu? Does he really have such a broad mind? Doesn't that mean that Sumu saved my life? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Yan felt a pang in her heart. She could feel the situation at the scene and also knew that Sumu could not sense the outside world. At this moment, he must think that everyone is cursing at him. Faced with a mountain of pressure from public opinion, would Sumu reveal his inner fragility and tremble with fear? Yes, Sumu is just a teenager after all. Yi Yan just felt like her heart was about to break. How she wanted to rush in right now, hug the boy tightly in her arms, and comfort him softly. Only. It's not the right time yet. Yi Yan glanced to the other side and saw Qing Jingru standing there with an expressionless face. She couldn't help but snorted coldly. Humph. Sumu likes her so much, but she is indifferent. Logically, even an ice cube should have melted. She is really heartless. In that case, why not give Sumu to me? Almost there. Yi Yan warned herself in her heart that as long as she could survive today and clear Sumu's name, she could get the item at the matchmaking meeting. As long as she had that item, Sumu would eventually belong to her alone. There was no other possibility. Sumu, by then, you will be my Taoist partner. Yi Yan looked at the young man in the field with a gentle expression. Little did they know that on the other side, Qing Jingru was secretly turning her spiritual energy to forcefully evaporate the moisture in her eyes. Call. Sumu let out a long sigh. Even with his state of mind, he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. It's mainly because these unreliable male and female protagonists have brought him too much pressure. God will not let down those who work hard. Sumu was extremely excited and couldn't wait to see the subsequent developments. The Tianji mirror hangs high in the air, and the ancient well is calm. The picture continues. Sumu and Nangongshi were trapped in the canyon. Although they could protect themselves, they could not get out and had nothing to do for a while. So under the strange gaze of everyone, Sumu and Nangongshi actually started playing chess in an environment surrounded by black beasts. When they got bored of playing chess, they even started playing tumbling ropes, throwing jade cards, and other activities. Everyone. Are they a little too laid back? Someone's mouth twitched as he spoke out his true feelings. Although Baki has no consciousness, no body, and will not actively attack Sumu and the others, doesn't it seem a bit crazy to play games in this situation? But, they do have the capital to be crazy. If you can afford this kind of defensive spiritual object, you can go crazy too. Excuse me for bothering you. Am I the only one who cares about Sumu and senior sister Nangong being alone? Someone spoke with gritted teeth, feeling extremely sad. Damn it, Sumu. Let go of senior sister Nangong and let me take over. I suddenly feel a little regretful. Why didn't I go to the Beast Tide Center? Pfft, do you think you are also Sumu? With a rich family background, can you use spiritual objects of this level at will? Everyone was talking about it. Then the picture suddenly accelerated. The sky shattered, and Yi Yen descended like a goddess from heaven, bringing with her a group of elders to turn the tide. Sumu and Nangongshi also left. Everything came to a sudden stop. The whole place was in dead silence, and no one spoke for a long time. Everyone was in deep thought. It seems like it really wasn't done by Sumu. Is it really that simple? Maybe there's something behind it. See this. Mo Xuanxing felt relieved and immediately spoke loudly. After investigation by me and a group of elders, we did find Sumu's aura at the scene, even on the seal. But her expression suddenly became serious. The heavenly secret mirror cannot be wrong. Now the truth is known to everyone, Sumu was not the murderer. He was framed. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar, their eyes widened and they stared at Sumu. Ah. Sumu was completely confused. No. To be exact, he felt like he was about to break. What is this unfolding? That's not right. The original plot is not like this. You all found my scent at the scene, shouldn't you have directly suspected that it was me? How did you clear me of suspicion? Me. Sumu resisted the urge to swear, and his mind raced. The plot must be repaired. This is the crucial plot point. If he is not framed, a whole series of subsequent events will be messed up. His eyes quickly lit up, and he stood up and waved his hand. No. I don't think this will clear my suspicion. What? One disciple opened his mouth in shock and nearly dislocated his jaw. What the hell? Sumu is crazy. Who would take the initiative to take responsibility for themselves? Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Sumu continued talking. Since I appeared at the scene and my scent was left at the seal, then this matter is at least related to me. I can't just let it go. Indeed, it's not over yet. Mo Xuanxing spoke calmly, with a hint of a smile on her lips. There is a reversal. The disciples were almost exhausted from shock. The shock they received today was simply too great. Mo Xuanxing looked at Wang Tizi on the other side. Now, let's check his whereabouts. With a wave of her hand, the picture in the Tianji mirror suddenly changed and began to play everything that happened after Wang Tizi entered the secret realm. Mo Xuanxing pursed her lips slightly. Sumu, let me give you a gift today. Everyone looked up. In the picture, Wang Tizi also appeared in the secret realm first. He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly flew madly in a clear direction without stopping at all on the way. Amid everyone's surprised gaze, Wang Tizi actually met someone. Who is this? Everyone looked confused. In the Tianji mirror, the figure of the person who met Wang Tizi was distorted and blurred, and only a rough outline could be seen. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, and the voice was difficult to distinguish. You can only listen to me, understand? Wang Tizi's body trembled slightly, with a hint of panic on his face, and he nodded repeatedly. Very good. The figure seemed very satisfied and patted Wang Tizi on the shoulder. If you cooperate with me to do this, I can not only guarantee the safety of your family, but also provide you with resources for future cultivation. As long as you help me put the blame on Sumu, everything will be fine. Dead silence. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 66 Jinshu, I am torn apart. It's obvious that Sumu was wronged. Mo Xuanxing spoke in a calm tone. And Wang Tizi was also threatened. The person threatening Wang Tizi is not a simple person. He has some unknown means to block the heavenly secret mirror, so that we can't see his specific appearance. Mo Xuanxing's voice spread in all directions, and all the disciples opened their mouths wide, shocked beyond words. There is actually something behind this matter. After all this trouble, both suspects are innocent? What should we do now? But someone soon reacted. That's not right. If senior brother Wang was threatened by the other party, then he should have seen the other party's face. Can't he provide any clues? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Tizi. When I met him, he lowered his head, trembled slightly, and said nothing. Brother Wang? What does the other person look like? Who is he? Is he a spy from the evil cultivation forces? Brother Wang, please say something, Brother Wang. In the crowd, Chen Shu felt like his scalp was about to explode. What the hell? He just realized now that since the Holy Land had something like the heavenly secret mirror, maybe they could directly spy on some clues about him. And now there is the key witness Wang Tizi. Once the other party admits it, Chen Shu will be dead. Not to mention any other backup plans, there are 3 immortal king-level cultivators present, who can kill him just by spitting. Damn it! Am I going to die here today? Chen Shu's face was pale, and there was deep fear in his eyes. He grasped the corner of his clothes tightly with one hand and stared at the square. If the other party really betrayed him today, he would definitely kill Sumu first. All of this was caused by Sumu. Chen Shu actually didn't expect that his casual threat at that time would now become the key evidence to clear Sumu's name. Ever since what happened with Meng Xiaoxiao, Chen Shu has become extremely careful when hiring people. Threats like this have become commonplace, followed by promises of huge profits. Both the carrot and the stick are used. I didn't expect that it would backfire. No, if it is really exposed, not only will Sumu die, but Wang Tizi's family will also be killed. Send a message to Yin Luan now. Chen Shu's face was grim. The fingers in the cuffs moved slightly. In the square. Under the anxious gaze of everyone, Wang Tizi slowly raised his head, looked around, and suddenly a relieved smile appeared on his pale face. I'm sorry. I don't know. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar, in disbelief. Why, Senior Brother Wang? Why don't you want to say it? Are you a pig? Don't you know that Senior Brother Wang's family is still in the hands of the other party? Don't we have 3 peak masters here? Is there any other force that can be more powerful than our Yaofeng Holy Land? Everyone was talking about it. Mo Xuanxing, however, looked calm, as if he had expected this result. They had questioned Wang Tizi long before the other party was put on public trial, but the other party was unwilling to speak. Mo Xuanxing and the others certainly thought about using methods such as soul searching, but judging from the current evidence, the other party was not actually at fault and everything was passive. In this case, Wang Tizi is still a disciple of the Holy Land and cannot use the same tactics as a criminal. We'll give you a month to think about it. After 1 month, if you still won't reveal who the other person is, we will have to use some extreme measures. The words of the law enforcement hall master at that time echoed in Wang Tizi's mind, making his face even paler. Betray Chen Shu? No. This is a betrayal of Tianhe Palace. After all, the other party is the young master of Tianhe Palace. Wang Tizi knew very well what would happen to those who betrayed Tianhe Palace. His parents, brothers and sisters were still living in the Tianhe Palace. Once he betrays, his relatives will die immediately. There is no second possibility. I'd rather die myself. Wang Tizi thought this in his heart, closed his eyes again, and turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Sumu was stunned. Confused. Completely shocked. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why was my suspicion suddenly cleared? Wang Tizi, please say something. You can just push all this onto me. Why do you have to drag it out to this point? Sumu was furious. He could figure out the details easily. It is obvious that if Wang Tizi had pushed Sumu forward as a shield when he was first captured, the subsequent investigations into the heavenly secret mirror and the Holy Land would basically not have happened. The result is the current chaos. Sumu looked at the stupid teammate beside him, his eyes revealing 3 parts of disgust, 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of embarrassment, and 1 part of annoyance. Wang Tizi seemed to suddenly realize something and raised his head to look at Sumu. Looking at the other party's extremely complicated expression, Wang Tizi smiled bitterly and called out softly. Boss. Before he lurked around Sumu, he also did some investigation and knew what kind of person Sumu was. He could only say that Sumu was a good person. That's why he was so shocked when he heard Chen Shu's plan to frame Su Mu and massacre all the disciples. Hearing the word boss, Su Mu trembled. So you still think I'm the boss? Then why don't you push it to me? Is there anyone who would cheat the boss like you? The crowd who didn't know the truth was silent at this moment. They could feel the care Su Mu showed to his men. No wonder Su Mu went crazy at first and took all the responsibility on himself. Was it to protect my little brother? He's just an ordinary follower, but he can do this. Su Mu is really loyal and righteous. I decided not to criticize him anymore. Me too. Everyone's expressions as they looked at Su Mu gradually softened. Emo Xuanqing was keenly aware of this change and couldn't help but feel happy. Her plan had now achieved most of its effects. Su Mu's grievances were cleared, and people's prejudice against him was reversed. Now there is one last part. Emo Xuanqing took a breath, took half a step forward, and hung high in the air. Wang Tizi, as an inner disciple of the Holy Land, we can give you a chance, as long as you are willing to tell us who the other party is. I won't tell you. Wang Tizi looked determined. Hearing this, Chen Shu and the crowd suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the other party was sensible. In that case, I will punish you by confining you until you are willing to tell the other person. Emo Xuanqing's tone turned cold. In addition, Su Mu's suspicion has been cleared and he has been released in public without charge. No! Su Mu wailed inwardly. Emo Xuanqing still did not stop, but looked around and paused slightly in a certain direction. Although the Holy Land cannot detect who the enemy is, it will not sit still and wait for death. She just waved her hand, and the heavenly secret mirror slowly rose to the center above everyone's head. The dazzling Hongmeng purple energy suddenly burst out. An inexplicable sense of awe instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Upon seeing this, the other two peak masters did not hesitate to step forward and use their own methods. Their figures were looming, as if blending into the light, and everything became unreal. Emo Xuanqing's eyes are deep and her gaze is as sharp as lightning. The heavenly secret mirror is not only used for intelligence, it is also a powerful killing weapon. We will use this half-step imperial weapon to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. As soon as the words fell. Snap! Chen Shu heard a faint sound of breaking near his ears. His destiny was torn apart. Chapter 67 Assassinating Su Mu. Chen Shu was completely panicked. All along, the purple patterned fragments on his body have been his greatest reliance, especially the ability favored by heaven, which is the foundation of his survival. Now there is a crack. Although it did not break directly, Chen Shu still vaguely felt that something important was flowing away from him. Su Mu suddenly felt a little itchy on the back of his neck and reached out to scratch it. Well. He sighed. He was now certain that the plot had gone awry and could not be salvaged. System, tell me, can I still complete the story mission like this? Host, don't be discouraged, the plot mission is currently progressing normally. Su Mu was stunned when he heard this. How is this normal? Everything that is happening now is still in line with the destiny of the world. It's fate. Su Mu looked dazed, and suddenly remembered his first plot mission. At that time, he had just traveled to this world and felt that he was a time traveler, so he was the destined protagonist. You mean the protagonist of the original novel? That's bullshit. Then. The young Su Mu immediately began to break away from his character, studying hard, practicing well, being strict with himself, and even moving many technological creations from his previous life to this world. Not surprisingly, Tianming was angry. In just half a year, Su Mu was seriously injured dozens of times and his life was on the verge of death. In order to protect the young Su Mu, his father Su Ningye even endured the immortal lord's heavenly tribulation. He was seriously injured. From then on, he also lost the opportunity to become an immortal lord. Not to mention the other harm it brought to Su Mu and the people around him. This is also why Su Mu has always been obsessed with completing the plot tasks, instead of directly killing all the male and female protagonists who do not follow the plot one by one. Since it's fate, there's nothing we can do about it. Just let it be. I'm going to start, damn it. Sumu's eyes dimmed. He clearly remembered that his character also had some props of destiny, which was the purple lines on the back of his neck. In his previous life, when he was reading the original work, he once heard the author brag that this was an important clue throughout the entire text, destiny. Now it seems that this so-called destiny of his is probably reserved for the male protagonist. When the male protagonist Chenshu kills him, there must be some gold coins, right? This kind of thing is the best loot. Sumu secretly swore in his heart that after he completed the story mission and returned to his original world, he would go offline to have a good communication with the author. Finally, everything calmed down. Sumu confirmed that he was wrongly accused and released him on the spot. Wang Tizi is in solitary confinement and it is not known when he will be released, or maybe he will never be released. Most of the disciples who participated in this trial were slightly injured, and no one died. I told you, no wonder something felt wrong. Sumu curled his lips helplessly. But too few people died. In the first plot mission, when Sumu was being judged, most of the disciples of the Holy Land had died, leaving only a single one. You have to know that these disciples are all geniuses. They are not only the treasures of the Holy Land, but each of them has an extremely powerful force behind him. Amid so much anger, the sooner the result of Sumu's trial is revealed, the better, and the more severe the punishment, the better. It seems that the fire has not yet reached its full potential. Sumu lowered his head and pondered. It seems that if we want to avoid any plot problems next time, we have to make a bigger fuss. In the square, people left one after another. Inluan also withdrew his prying gaze and turned to look at the jade token he had been holding in his hand. On it was the order that Chenshu had given him not long ago, asking him to eliminate Wang Tizi's family immediately. Inluan frowned. Fortunately, he had moved Wang Tizi's family away a long time ago. Although he didn't know why he did this, it had already happened and there was nothing he could do. Don't ask, this is why his family is missing. Just then, news about Chenshu came again. Didn't we arrange assassins around Sumu? Do it now. Immediately. Inluan's frown deepened. Young palace master? What happened? Do you know that I almost died today? Let the killer do it now. I don't care about anything else. I must see the result. Inluan. I don't know what was wrong with the previous palace master that he chose such a thing as his successor. Inluan no longer wanted to explain to the other party. The other party was obviously overwhelmed by anger and would not listen to anything he said. After all, he is the opponent's #1 general, at least he is at the celestial immortal realm, a cultivator who is half a step away from being an immortal king. How could Chenshu actually use such an attitude? Snort. Inluan's expression turned cold, but even a clayman still has some temper. He directly sent a message to the other party and said, I see. Afterwards, no matter what Chenshu said, he ignored it. Until a long time passed. Inluan just remembered to send a message to the undercover agent lurking beside Sumu. We have received an order from above to kill No, keep a close eye on Sumu and report any incident immediately. Yes. Liang Jilan's expression changed slightly. She put away the jade token in her hand, then walked out with the tea beside her. Young master, please have some tea. Oh, thank you. Sumu returned to the cave and frowned in thought. He took it and took a sip without noticing Xiaolan's change. Xiaolan returned to the tea room and silently communicated with her other 3 sisters in her heart. Lan, you all know about this, right? Mei, I know. The higher-ups are trying to kill Sumu. Shu, I didn't expect it would be this time again so soon. Ju, sisters? Are we going to take action against Sumu? Mei Lanju, of course not. He is the one we love. It took Liang Jilan a long time to come back to her senses. The 4 sisters were born with special abilities. They could communicate with each other through thoughts and at any time no matter how far apart they were. This was the secret among the 4 sisters, and no one had ever known it. So, the first thing they knew when they returned was that they had all been reborn. After discussion, they decided to take things one step at a time. I will meet Sumu again. Fortunately, they made the right bet. On the other side, Chen Shu angrily put down the jade token in his hand, his face full of anger. He had just been angry at Yin Luan for a long time, but no matter what he said, the other party just replied with a faint "I know." Later on, I simply didn't go back. You subordinates are lowly. I have to put some chains on you like Wang Tizi did, so that you won't betray me. Chen Shu was filled with rage. Even though he had already given Yin Luan the order to assassinate Sumu, he was still a little worried. Then, he picked up the black ring he had been wearing on his hand, and with a slight movement of his mind, he quickly issued a bounty order. Since our own people are unreliable, let Feng Yulu do it for us. Chen Shu's face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 68 Welcome the Holy Sun back to the throne. Yi Yan suddenly woke up from the cave. This is precognition. She once again felt her own abilities after a long time. Due to her special physique, Yi Yan was often able to passively predict the future and see some scenes that were very important to her. For example, last time, Sumu came to her attic and was pressed against the wall by her. She had foreseen this scene. But there was no sudden arrival of Chen Shu later. Yi Yan looked delighted at this moment. Is this true? Sumu is mine? Not long ago, her mind suddenly surged, and then a picture appeared in her mind. The scene is set at night, with lights just coming on all around. Sumu, dressed in brocade clothes, holds her in his arms, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Yi Yan slightly opened her red lips. Sumu, can you be my Taoist partner now? Sumu was slightly stunned. Good. Then the image faded. Yi Yan was extremely excited. He had already recognized the scene in the picture as Long Yuan Garden, the venue for the marriage meeting. The last trial of Sumu has come to an end. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of this world have not yet been announced, but the third stage of the marriage meeting is about to begin. This is the part that some disciples like the most. It is called a matchmaking meeting, but in fact it is a carnival. The disciples enter Long Yuan Garden to explore and entertain, and feel the atmosphere of the world. Many disciples met their lifelong partners in this process, and some even lived together until old age. Yi Yan's expression was sharp. Sumu, wait for me. I will definitely get the token. And then I will make a vow with you. The Dragon Mandarin Duck Garden is not just an ordinary park, but also a secret place with a magical natural creation, the Dragon Mandarin Duck Tree. It is said that as long as you walk under the tree with your loved one at midnight, holding a token that embodies the worldly energy of the park, you will be destined to grow old together. 100% success rate. Never make mistakes. Because it is blessed by the rules of heaven. Yi Yan was extremely excited. She immediately stood up and happily began to make various preparations. On the other side. Inside Sumu's cave. Why are you here? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. Looking at the food boxes that Su Haining brought one after another, he felt something was wrong. I can't come. Su Haining had a blank expression on her face and was still wearing the same skirt she wore last time. I heard something happened in the secret realm, so I came to see you and let you taste some of the dishes. Su Haining was actually very helpless. It was all because her relationship with Sumu was too strained in the early years. Now, if she wanted to visit him and feed him the food she cooked herself, she could only use this method. She even didn't dare to reveal her cooking skills all at once, for fear that the other party would know that she had been practicing for a long time. I can only improve my cooking skills little by little to help Sumu adapt. Sumu raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Haining. Suddenly, he felt that the other person was much more pleasing to the eye. Now the other heroines all have some problems to a greater or lesser extent, especially after the last public trial, so many things have changed. It took Sumu a long time to reorganize his thoughts. Su Haining is still the best. This cold feeling is really warming. Isn't it just testing poison for the male protagonist? Come on. I love eating this disgusting food. Sumu grabbed a big piece and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. His eyes widened immediately. What the hell is it so delicious? Yes, is that so? Su Hanying's body stiffened when she suddenly heard the other party's compliment. Her pretty face flushed a little and she looked a little embarrassed. If it tastes good, eat more. I brought it all for you. Sumu looked suspicious. Can you be so nice? You didn't ask anyone else to do these things, did you? Your best friend in Nianxiu. Su Hanying. Eat if you want, if not, give it back to me. If my father hadn't asked me to come and see you, I wouldn't have come. Ah, yes. That's the taste. These harsh words are blamed on the superiors. Sumu almost showed an expression of enjoyment. He was not a member of the alphabet circle, he just enjoyed this rare sense of security and familiarity. It's all the fault of these heroines. They have caused so many troubles for no reason. You are the only hope of the village, Su Hanying. Seeing that Sumu was staring at her and looking her up and down with a strange look, Su Hanying did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, she started to ask. What's wrong? Oh, it's okay. I didn't expect your cooking skills to have improved so much. Thanks. Su Hanying's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, but Sumu still heard it. After all, he was a cultivator at the peak of the Tianyuan realm. What's more, maybe it's because he has been suppressed for too long, but recently his cultivation has shown signs of a breakthrough, causing his entire senses to become abnormally sensitive. You actually know how to say thank you. Sumu was shocked. Su Hanying tried her best to keep a straight face and clenched her teeth. I'll leave the food box for you. I'm leaving, but the family still needs me. No. Looking at the other persons gradually receding back, Sumu couldn't help but frown. Why do I always feel like something is not right lately? And this pastry is actually quite delicious. Sumu looked down and saw a few exquisite pastries lying quietly in the food box. Su Hanying likes strong women who dominate the battlefield. If anyone angers her, she will really twist the person's head off. Can you really go to this extent for the male lead? Sumu was shocked. It's really terrifying. If I remember correctly, the next plot is about to begin. The Holy Land's chief selection will usually select the Holy Son or Holy Daughter in the second stage, followed by the third stage, the marriage meeting. Sumu understood this as a copy specially opened for the male protagonist to pick up girls. After all, he had just fought a battle and he had to take the beauty home. I remember that Qinshu seemed to get his other important ability marriages like a dream here. Under the dragon and mandarin duck tree, the promise made at midnight was to grow old together. It sounds romantic, but in fact it is because there is a wild purple vein fragment on the tree, which has some of the power of the heavenly Tao. Marriage is like a dream. With this ability, Qinshu can create an unshakable marriage with any female character he wants, which means they are destined to be together. As for what happened after they were together, Sumu didn't know. I guess the original author didn't think of going there. Anyway, in the plot, Qinshu walked under the dragon mandarin duck tree with the token, and then obtained marriages like a dream, and his perverted ability was increased. Sumu's expression suddenly brightened. That's right. As long as I can let Qinshu get this ability, all the previous distorted plots can be saved. Marriage is like a dream is the rule of heaven, which cannot be challenged. As long as Qinshu uses this ability to make all the heroines fall in love with him again, all the previous losses can be made up. The heroines fall in love with Qinshu wins the beauty, and then tramples on Sumu, the villain supporting character, and completes the plot mission at the speed of light. The more Sumu thought about it, the more excited he became. This is really great. Is there such a good thing? Congratulations. A hearty laugh suddenly came from outside the door, almost scaring Sumu. I saw a fat senior brother walking in with a smile on his face. Junior brother Sumu, right? Congratulations. You have become the leader of this class of disciples. From now on, you will be the Holy Son. What? Sumu was dumbfounded. Chapter 69, Everyone, rush in. The fat senior brother has a very kind smile. Congratulations, junior brother. You have become the Holy Son. Spicy balls. This was the only thought in Sumu's mind. Sumu quickly asked the fat senior brother to stay and sorted out the context of the matter through some indirect questions. Under normal circumstances, the Son of God would be ranked first in the secret realm trial, but due to the special circumstances this time, the trial was forced to be interrupted. In fact, many disciples have not started their activities yet and have just gotten familiar with the environment. This results in the scores on the rankings being basically zero. Final. Several elders discussed it and felt that Sumu had the most outstanding performance in this trial. After all, Sumu sacrificed himself for others and used a special talisman to attract the attention of countless ink beasts. Not only did he save himself, but he also saved many disciples of the Holy Land, preventing the embarrassing situation of the Holy Land's inheritance being interrupted. How else can I say this? Award. Must be rewarded heavily. So everyone decided that the position of the Holy Son would be passed to Sumu, and the position of the Holy Maiden would be passed to Nangongshi. It just so happens that the two of them are still together in the secret realm, complementing each other. Sumu was completely numb. Oh my god, is it okay to play like this? In the original plot, this position belonged to Qinshu, so how come it belongs to him now? That's not right, brother. Didn't you say that there are hidden requirements for becoming a Holy Son? Sumu suddenly remembered that to become the Holy Son of the Holy Land, it was not only necessary to pass the trial, but reputation was also very important. He has such a big shortcoming in this area, why didn't they eliminate him, damn it? Junior brother is too modest. The fat senior brother obviously understood what Sumu meant and walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Junior brother, you saved many people in the secret realm. Those things in the past were just rumors, just a little bit of wind and frost. Sumu. He had a premonition that some drastic changes seemed to have taken place in the outside world without his knowledge. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he talked with the fat senior brother for a long time before sending him out. Then he wanted to call Meng Xiao Xiao, etc. Sumu paused. I'd better check this myself. Meng Xiao Xiao is the heroine after all, maybe she's setting a trap for me. Sumu then disguised himself and began to patrol the Holy Land. He was extremely secretive and eavesdropped on other people's conversations everywhere. Soon, he just listened to the part that interested him. Several disciples were discussing. Have you heard that this year's Saint Son and Saint Daughter have come out? They are Sumu and Nangongshi? I already knew it. There's no suspense. Sumu is so great. I decided not to be his hater anymore. Sumu? Not a buddy? What do you mean? What do you mean by not blackmailing me anymore? Could it be that my character has collapsed? Sumu had a look of disbelief on his face. He then walked around the Holy Land several times and heard similar conversations. Everyone was praising Zhang Sumu, saying that he was selfless and saved a large number of his fellow disciples. Some people also said that he was brave and resourceful, and he could come up with such a clever trick even when facing ancient ferocious beasts. Some people even praised Sumu for being handsome. This one is indeed hard to refute. But the problem ahead is huge. I never thought that as a veteran actor, I would have a day like this. Sumu returned to his cave in a daze and was depressed for a long time. No. We can't do this. There was a gleam of light in Sumu's eyes, accompanied by a strong fighting spirit. Even though the plot has gone completely awry now, I won't give up trying to save it. Marriage will happen. This is the turning point. They say good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. I just don't believe it. Sumu became stubborn. Qinshu, you must give us some strength. You are the only hope of the village now. Sumu has already decided that as long as the marriage begins, he will help Qinshu get the token at all costs, and then let the other party walk under the dragon mandarin duck tree. As long as there is marriage is like a dream, everything can turn around. All 3 stages of the chief selection were extremely important this time, But now something went wrong, leaving Sumu speechless. None of these male and female protagonists are reliable. This plot is a turning point in Sumu's life. But now, there is a turning point. But this direction is not quite right. In that case, I'll do it myself. No one can stop me from going home. Sumu secretly clenched his fists and felt his blood boiling for the first time in a long time. Since the male and female protagonists are unreliable, he will do it himself. Isn't it just to go to the dragon mandarin duck tree he comes? Isn't it just to ask for the token? He comes to get it. I will just take all the tokens and give them to Qinshu. There won't be any problems this time. Sumu had already prepared the rice, chewed it up, and then spit it into their mouths. The other party only had to swallow it. Marriage will come as expected. The Longyuan secret realm is located in the back mountain of the Holy Land. It will be open regularly after each chief selection, and countless young men and women can gather here, and an ambiguous atmosphere begins to spread. How young? The garrison elder in charge of this place couldn't help but smile. He had been here for countless years and had witnessed countless young couples walking out of the Dragon Yuan secret realm. I wonder how many couples we can have this year. There are 6 special copies in the Longyuan secret realm, and each copy contains 2 tokens, 1 yin and 1 yang. This is the greatest opportunity. The time has come. All disciples may enter. The old man shouted loudly, and at the same time raised his hand and waved it, and a vortex slowly appeared in the void in front of him. The vortex is translucent, and you can vaguely see pink petals flying out from inside. It is fragrant and beautiful, shocking. It's finally open. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as I can get the token, I will confess to my senior sister. Brother Wang, wait for me. Countless young boys and girls with amorous feelings came in one after another, carrying the dream of finally getting married. Sumu was also mixed in the crowd, and his face didn't look very good. As he walked along the way, many people actually began to greet him proactively, all of them respectfully calling him Senior Brother Su, and some even called him Holy Son directly. Sumu, MMP. It's so humiliating. As a villain, he is so revered by passers-by. This is his dereliction of duty. As long as Qinshu stands up, I can be a carefree bad guy. Sumu rushed in without looking back. Without noticing at all, there were many familiar figures mixed in the huge crowd. The clear and gentle moon is as cold as frost, isolated from the world. Meng Xiaoxiao is lively and cute, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Yan had a scholarly air, holding a jade rui in her hand, and passed through the crowd. The sisters Nangong Shi and Nangong Lu came hand in hand. Both of them were stunningly beautiful, and many people stared at them with their eyes wide open. Finally, there is Yun Yanqing, the incarnation of Mo Shuangxing, also tried his best to hide his figure and rushed into the Longyuan secret realm. Sumu was determined to get the token, and so were they. Chapter 70 Trial. Sumu rushed into the Longyuan secret realm. They were all stunned for a moment. This is not a mountain or wilderness, but an exquisite garden that stretches as far as the eye can see. A dreamlike state. The ancient tree is towering, with lush branches and countless pink petals. A breeze blew, and the flowers swayed like rain. Sumu could even smell the sweet and delicate fragrance of flowers in the air. The sunshine was shining, and the water was gurgling. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow, this is indeed a dungeon specially designed for male protagonists to pick up girls. The environment is just perfect. At a glance, any place is a holy place for dating, and there are beautiful scenery everywhere. Sumu lowered his head and pondered for a moment. There are 6 trials in this Longyuan secret realm. You must pass the trials to obtain the token and then go to the final destination. Etc. I suddenly discovered something very important. I don't even know the way. As the villain of the plot, at this point in the first plot, Sumu should still be locked up in jail, shouting something like "tears behind bars." Such a holy place for picking up girls is not a place for a villain like him to come. I didn't expect there would be parts of the plot that I'm not familiar with. Damn it. Sumu's mouth twitched. He could only explore in the dark now. Even if he could find a random copy, it would be fine. He had to deliver the token directly to Chenshu. Chenshu should be here too, right? By the way, what does the token look like? Sumu was puzzled. On the other side. Because he didn't want to attract attention, Chenshu deliberately wore a black cloak and hood to hide in the crowd. Recently, the entire Holy Land has been under martial law, and divine thoughts have been sent to investigate from time to time. I don't know if it's because he's guilty, but Chenshu has recently started to like hiding in a black robe, and he always has the urge to laugh. It's really inexplicable. Chenshu was puzzled. He originally wanted to sneak into the Longyuan secret realm in this way, but unexpectedly he was stopped by someone. The elder in charge of the Longyuan secret realm had a stern face. "My disciple, in front of so many people in the Holy Land, your attire is suspicious, isn't it?" "Ah." Chenshu looked around quickly and found that everyone was exposed except him, who was wearing a black robe, which made him look very strange. "Ahem, the wind is pretty strong lately." Chenshu made up a random excuse, but the old man obviously didn't want to let him go. "What on earth are you doing here? Tell me clearly." The garrison elder had a serious look on his face. He was now very suspicious of Chenshu's motives and even vaguely felt that the other party was here to cause trouble. "There is precedent for this kind of thing. When the Dragon Yuan secret realm in each world is opened, there is no restriction on disciples entering. Countless people come here for a wonderful marriage. There are also people who can't stand others having so much fun, so they come here specifically to be minotaurs." Because of that incident, the garrison elder had been severely punished once before. Now that he was a pure old man devoted to love, this risk must be eliminated. "This disciple in front of me looks very suspicious. We must investigate thoroughly." Chenshu. Damn it, how can even a small place like this have bad luck? Is this the side effect of the shattering of destiny? Chenshu's face looked extremely ugly. He was in a hurry and had to go in and grab the token as soon as possible. There were only 12 tokens opened each time the secret realm was opened, 6 yin and 6 yang, and they were on a first-come, first-served basis. Then, the two of them started arguing at the entrance of the whirlpool. Inside the secret area, Qing Jingru landed first, and then flew quickly in a direction she remembered, not daring to delay for even a moment. In her previous life, she had also been to the Longyuan secret realm, which was also called Longyuan Garden. Qing Jingru once obtained a token of a copy. At that time, I was in a team with Chenshu. Before Qing Jingru knew what the token was for, Chenshu simply put it away and changed the subject. When she thought of this, Qing Jingru's face turned unhappy. She has even begun to doubt whether the reason why she stayed with Chenshu in her previous life was because of the power of the token. Qing Jingru later found out that Long Yuanshu's special ability was to force people to be together, but after they were together, this power would become weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. She must now hurry up and get the token and not let anyone get there first, because in this life, she must deliver the token to Sumu. Qing Jingru's pretty face suddenly turned red. In the tradition of the Holy Land, giving tokens of love to others at a marriage ceremony is the equivalent of a confession of love. Qing Jingru actually didn't want to be so anxious, but there was nothing she could do. The token must not be allowed to be obtained by Chenshu. It must be delivered to Sumu. There were 5 other figures who had the same idea as her. They set out at almost the same time and headed in 6 completely different directions. Right below them, deep in Longyuan Garden, Sumu stood there, lowering his head in thought. He was in trouble now. He actually got lost. You know, he is a Tianyuan cultivator after all, how could he make such a low-level mistake as getting lost? So this is also the corrective force of the plot in the dark. In order to prevent me from interfering with the relationship between the hero and heroine, you trapped me here. Okay. Sumu sighed helplessly. He really couldn't blame him this time. He also wanted to help the hero and heroine, but the laws of nature wouldn't allow it. Please, there must not be any more accidents in the plot. Otherwise, I might be the one who breaks before the plotline. But Sumu didn't know at this time. The Longyuan secret realm has always been shrouded in the control of a dreamlike marriage. Only those who have a clear understanding of the one they love can move forward freely in this world. On the contrary, those who are heartless in their hearts will be trapped in the same place like Sumu. There are also some people who have too many objects of love, and they feel that any direction is fine, but they will eventually get lost. It's right here. Yi Yan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Her panic was not in vain. Now it seemed that she was the first one to arrive at this secret realm. Sumu, wait for me to come to you with the token. I want you to be my Taoist partner. The girl's eyes were determined and she stepped in immediately. Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. She also entered the secret realm. There were not the various mechanisms as imagined, but just a small courtyard in front of me. Where is this place? Sumu's courtyard. Meng Xiaoxiao's red lips moved, but no sound came out. The first level of this secret realm will show the most important scene in a person's heart. So the most important thing for me is to always be with Sumu. Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes were dazed, and she vaguely understood something. It turns out that what she has always longed for is neither revenge on Chen Shu nor cultivation for immortality, and she doesn't take the curse of the Dream Clan seriously. She just wanted to stay with Sumu forever, that's all. Meng Xiaoxiao was extremely familiar with the scene in front of her. In her previous life, she had lived in this small courtyard for quite a long time and was with Sumu every day. Taking care of each other's food, clothing and daily life, Sumu also responded by giving her the greatest care. That kind of warmth was something she had never experienced before, and something her family had never given her. Sumu. The girl's eyes were slightly moist. Wait for me, I'll come to you soon. Chapter 71, Taunting, Attempting, and Failure. Sumu looked up at the sky, the corners of his mouth twitching. Damn, I shouldn't have come if I had known. He couldn't find his direction now and could only wander around with nothing to do. Longyuan Garden is indeed a holy place for dating. In the small area where Sumu walked, he saw countless couples holding hands. Of course, gender restrictions are not so rigid. There were even many people who could not hold back and decided to fight in this wilderness. Because of the special restrictions of the secret realm, everyone's senses and strength are greatly compressed after entering. This also led to Sumu seeing some interesting things every time he turned a corner. Being interrupted at such an important moment, the other party wanted to get angry. But when he saw Sumu's face, he suddenly stopped. It turned out to be senior brother Su. Hello, Holy Sun. Su's senior brother Su, do you want to join us? Sumu ran away quickly. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. These people's attitude towards him has changed a lot now. In the past, if they met Sumu, they would always be sarcastic. As a result, now there is actually a fisherman asking Sumu if he wants to join. Speaking of which, coming to a secret place just to fish, isn't it a bit strange? Sumu didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. I wonder how many tokens Chen Shu has got now. After so much time, he should have at least 3, right? Sumu guessed in his heart. The entrance to the secret realm. Please let me in. Chen Shu was almost crying. I don't know what's wrong with this old man in front of me. He insisted that his purpose was to destroy other people's marriages and refused to let him in. It's no use telling me more. The garrison elder looked stubborn. Either you find a guarantor now, or you prove to me that you are a pure love. God is pure love. Chen Shu frowned. How could he prove this? Besides, the love in his heart is not a cheap thing, it is to be equally distributed to every beautiful woman in the world. This is great love. Who has the time to prove pure love? Are you sure you don't want to let me in? Chen Shu's face turned visibly ugly. It seems that the other party also has a way to die. He had received news long ago that there was something very important in the secret realm. And now, as he approached the entrance to the secret realm, the purple pattern fragments on his body began to tremble wildly, as if they were attracted to something. There is a great opportunity for me here. I have to go in today. Chen Shu's face darkened slightly, and a faint vitality was emanating from his body. "Hey! You're so brave, you dare to fight with me." The garrison elder had an amused look on his face. He felt something was wrong the moment he saw Chen Shu. Not only did he act stealthily, he also spoke in a wild and harsh manner. When he first saw his appearance, he thought he looked like a gentleman, but the more time passed, the more he felt that something was missing from him. It's an indescribable feeling. But he just disliked Chen Shu more and more, and wanted to find fault with him. No other reason, just plain unhappy. The garrison elder lowered his head and took 2 steps forward. Come on, fight here. If you can break my defense today, I will go back to my mother's womb to rebuild." Chen Shu. Finally it came out. Nangongxi's face was pale and his whole body was covered with sweat. In order to quickly pass the secret realm copy, she put in a lot of effort, fearing that someone else would get there first. But the girl's eyes lit up as she looked at the 2 crescent-shaped jade pendants in her hands. There is a gap in the middle of the jade pendant, which can be put together to form a circle. I finally got it, the twin moon pendant. 2 jade pendants, one yin and one yang, vaguely attract each other and are the tokens of passage to this secret realm. Now I'm going to find Sumu. The girl's face turned slightly red. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she felt a vague sense of relief in her heart. This is Sumu's location. Nangongxi immediately flew up and quickly passed by a large group of buildings and saw a familiar figure. Sumu was squatting beside the stream at this moment, holding a fishing rod that he had found from somewhere, and was concentrating on fishing. "There's no hook." Nangongxi chuckled. "What can this catch?" He quickly appeared behind the other person and patted the boy on the shoulder. Sumu turned around suddenly and was almost startled. "Oh my God? Nangongxi? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with Chen Shu at this time? Why are you fishing too?" The girl did not answer, but took out a jade pendant from her plump bosom, her face slightly flushed. "Hey, this is for you." "What is this?" Sumu was confused, looking at the ordinary jade pendant in his hand, not understanding why the other party gave him this thing. Looking at the shy face of the girl in front of him, Sumu suddenly recalled the scene played out on the Tianji mirror not long ago, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he spoke. "By the way, do you like me?" "Ah." Nangongxi panicked all of a sudden, her defense was completely broken. She never expected that Sumu would hit such a straight ball. Although this is what it means to send a token to the other party in the Longyuan secret realm, how can you ask it directly? "Sumu, you stupid idiot." "I didn't." Nangongxi's face turned red and she ran away screaming. Sumu didn't know why he thought of the groundhog, but when he saw the other person's back without looking back, he still felt relieved. Very good. He didn't know what was wrong with his brain just now, he suddenly asked such a direct question. Now, he offended the person and made him run away in anger. After all, he is a vicious villain and a cannon fodder supporting role. It is normal for the heroine to behave like this, and it is also normal for everyone to dislike him. It's normal. Sumu remained silent for a moment. What's going on? Mo Xuanqing's incarnation, Yun Yanqing, looked confused. Just as she was heading in this direction, she suddenly saw Nangongxi running away screaming. The other person's cheeks were flushed and he covered his hands tightly, obviously he had encountered something extremely embarrassing. TSK, young people nowadays are so thin-skinned. Yun Yanqing smiled softly. This is Longyuan Garden after all. Yun Yanqing knows very well why girls would be shy. But she's still disdainful. A cultivator should have an invincible heart of Taoism. How can he be affected by such a thing? Hey, I found Sumu. Yun Yanqing's expression brightened, and he immediately picked up the bamboo flute in his hand and walked over. A moment later, Yun Yanqing walked back like a zombie. After turning the corner, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. She grabbed the grass on the ground with one hand, as if she wanted to tear the floor apart, and there were faint wisps of white smoke above her head. Sumu, How could he say such a thing? How could he be so straightforward? Are all the kids these days so open-minded? I am getting old after all. Yu Nianqing, defeated. Chapter 72. A lot of gadgets. Sumu looked confused, still sitting on his fishing stool. He was holding a bunch of miscellaneous stuff in his arms. Of course, these were not caught by him, but given to him by others. Nangong, she gave him a small crescent-shaped jade pendant. Then a lady named Yu Nianqing came over and gave him a bamboo flute. Sumu recognized her on the spot because she had bailed him out before. He couldn't help but doubt the other party's motives, and then asked the other party if he liked him. Yu Nianqing's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. Sumu was completely confused. He even had some doubts. Since the other party didn't like him, he must have some other intentions. Are you greedy for my body? Sumu was shocked. Next came Meng Xiaoxiao, who appeared out of nowhere and gave Sumu a men's hairpin. There is also Nangong Lu, who gave Sumu a small dagger that looks like an accessory. Sumu thought about how he had offended the other person's sister not long ago, so he happily accepted the gift and asked the other person where her home was. Sumu wondered whether he should go to the other party's house to apologize? Or, should he go to the other party's house to provoke and intensify the conflict? Nangong Lu blushed on the spot. While shouting hooligan or something like that, he quickly left his address to Sumu and then ran away in a hurry. Then unexpectedly, Yi Yan also came and gave Sumu a bracelet. Why did you give me this? Sumu was puzzled. Is today a festival? Is it popular to give gifts? You guess. Yi Yan's voice was still ethereal, without much emotion. She then looked around to see that there was no one around, and immediately took a step forward. You won't forget the agreement between us, right? Sumu opened his mouth wide and started to act dumb. What? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Ah, the weather is really nice today. Yi Yan. The girl frowned slightly. You know what I'm telling you. Don't forget that I still have the leverage over you. It's only 10 days. I don't know if it's Sumu's illusion, but Yi Yan looks a little pitiful now. Sumu was silent. For a moment, he was a little confused about Yi Yan's true attitude. What does the other party mean? It can't be serious, right? What about Chen Shu? He is the male protagonist. Isn't that a bit wrong? Are you serious? Sumu spoke hesitantly. But the person I like is Jingru, I won't betray her. Sumu had already started to feel alert and was trying hard to maintain his own persona. At this moment, the sky around was gradually getting dark. Suddenly, palace lanterns appeared out of nowhere in the water and slowly rose into the sky. The young man was dressed in brocade clothes and had a complicated expression. Yi Yan's heart was trembling, and she was completely unable to sense anything around her. She had encountered this scene before. It was here that she confessed to Sumu and the other party agreed to her. But there is still one element missing. Sumu suddenly raised his eyebrows. As the bright lights flickered, the terrain around him began to distort and change. He immediately leaped to the side, and when he turned around he found Yi Yan was still there, looking stupid. Ouch, what are you doing? He could only quickly pull the other person, originally just wanting to give a reminder. Unexpectedly, Yi Yan's body went limp without any reaction. When she was pulled, she fell into Sumu's arms. Sumu, what the hell? You are not going to blackmail me. Yi Yan also suddenly woke up. Looking at the boy's face so close to her, she couldn't help but raise her hand and asked affectionately. Can you be my companion now? Sumu. Good. Yi Yan's pupils suddenly lit up, but Sumu spoke softly. That was a close call. What? Yi Yan was stunned. Seeing that the other party was still dazed, Sumu could only helplessly explain what had just happened, or the sudden change in terrain, and reminded him casually. So that's how it is. Yi Yan suddenly became depressed, like a sad cat. Without saying anything else, he turned and walked away, his deep affection hidden in the rising light. Until the other person walks away. Sumutsai suddenly widened his eyes, covered his chest with one hand, and shouted "oh shit" in his heart. Is this the lethality of a heroine? I almost couldn't hold it. With such a loving look in her eyes, I thought she was really going to confess her love to me. Sumu was in a trance for a moment, but at the critical moment he remembered that this world was fictional. It was just a novel called Shenyuan Continent. His purpose in coming here was just to complete the plot mission and then go home. Nothing else matters. That's right. None of this matters. Sumu kept reminding himself of this in his heart, but for some reason, he always felt a little flustered. At this moment, Sumu. An extremely familiar cold voice sounded behind him. Sumu's expression immediately brightened, he got into the state in seconds, and turned around to look back. Jingru, you are here too. Sumu looked a little excited. Jingru smiled lightly, raised her hand to lift the hair by her ear, her skirt fluttered in the air, revealing her fair and delicate ankles. I came to see you, this is for you. The other party handed over a coin of special shape, with simple and complicated patterns on it, which looked quite old. Jingru. Why did you suddenly give me a gift? Sumu looked very happy, even moved to the point of tears. Seeing Sumu like this, Jingru felt heartbroken. She was indeed too cold to Sumu in the past, which caused the boy to react so strongly. Nothing, I just found this in the secret realm and wanted to give it to you. By the way, do you have time to go shopping together now? Jingru took the initiative to extend the invitation. Sumu was confused. Depend on. Am I blind, Jingru? The #1 female protagonist in Shenyuan Continent, now she is actively inviting him, a villain and a bootlicker, to take a walk with her? I'm actually just acting, don't take it seriously. Why the hell is this? Could this be another plan of the protagonist Chen Shu? Sumu also realized at this time that the gifts he received from the heroine today were too many. Jingru, Nangangxi, Yi Yan, Nangangliu, Meng Xiaoxiao, Yun Yanqing. Well, it's not certain whether the last one is the heroine, I suspect it is. There were 6 people in total, and each of them gave him a small item. Is there a curse on these items? Is it Chen Shu who cast it on me through the hands of the heroine? Does the other party have such means? Sumu was puzzled. Because the plot has deviated so much recently, he is no longer sure how much the protagonist has grown under these circumstances. However, since the other party is the destined protagonist, it seems reasonable for him to suddenly awaken some inexplicable abilities. Thinking of this, Sumu accepted it calmly. Thank you. You're welcome. Shall we go together? Good. Etc. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded, and Sumu seemed to vaguely sense anger from it. Yi Yan turned back again, her face not looking very good. Since we're going to take a walk together, why not take me with you? Chapter 73 is so innovative. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. This thought arose in Sumu's mind. Right in front of him, Jingru and Yi Yan stood facing each other, both with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, trying to use their aura to oppress the other. However, both of them are very powerful and it is difficult to tell who is better. The referee Sumu was dazzled. What is going on? Should I not be here? The young man lowered his head and pondered. He suddenly thought, if he stayed at home today and let the hero and heroine act freely, would the plot not go astray? Because originally, he had no role in this plot. It's getting dark, and I think it's getting late. How about I go first? No. The 2 girls answered in unison, with firm answers. At the same time, they reached out and each grabbed one of Sumu's arms, sandwiching cheese on both sides. You can't leave. The 2 spoke at the same time again. Jin Sumu is the protagonist of tonight. He finally handed the token of his other half to the other party, but now he wants to leave? Absolutely not. If Sumu leaves, the plan will be completely messed up. Then, the scene was suddenly plunged into a weird atmosphere. Sumu was sandwiched between the two heroines and was completely unable to move. He was completely stunned. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is going on? Sumu wanted to cry but had no tears. He really regretted it now. Why did he go out tonight? If he had known earlier, he should have checked the almanac. Why don't you just let me go? I have nothing to do here, and I suddenly want to go back to practice. What should I do? Sumu forced a smile. Are you sure you want to go? Qing Jing frowned slightly and looked into Sumu's eyes. Sumu paused for a moment. Yes, his character is a bootlicker. How could he leave the goddess and run away? So Sumu absolutely cannot leave. But this situation is really too cruel. Aren't you two the heroines? Why don't you go find Qinshu? Why are you dragging me along now? Aren't you going to continue your own story? Sumu roared in his heart, but the two people in front of him couldn't hear him at all. They have now temporarily formed a united front and decided to firmly clamp down on Sumu and never let him escape. The three of them just stood there quietly. From time to time, some other disciples would pass by, and their eyes would be full of excitement as they looked at this place. Isn't that Fairy Qinghan and Elder Yi? They are hugging the same man. Fuck. Who is that person? How could he be so charming? It seems to be Senior Brother Sumu. Someone exclaimed. Senior Brother Sumu has captured Fairy Qinghan? Is this true? Is this a marriage of lovers? It doesn't feel right. Do you think the air is a little cold? The person who spoke suddenly shuddered, and then met Qing Jingro's unusually cold eyes. There was a flash of murderous intent in the girl's eyes. Then, Qing Jingru and Yi Yan looked at each other, and their figures suddenly disappeared from the spot, along with Sumu, who was tightly clamped by them. The three of them came to a canyon. Sumu didn't know there was such a place in the Longyuan secret realm, and looked around curiously. The first thing that catches your eye is the huge ancient tree in the center, with crimson leaves that cover the sky and block out the sun, with a faint Taoist charm flowing through it. This can't be a dragon mandarin duck tree. Sumu was shocked. Then the fog in my mind suddenly dissipated, and all the clues were connected. The young man showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Ha ha! I know what they want to do. They want to humiliate me in this way. Sumu's eyes lit up and he felt excited. The heroines must have discussed it with Qinshu and agreed to use the token together under the dragon mandarin duck tree, and in front of Sumu. Qinshu did this to tell Sumu that the person they love is me, Qinshu. The male protagonist. Not you, the cannon fodder villain. This is really innovative. Sumu couldn't help but widen his eyes, and all his previous dissatisfaction with the male and female protagonists disappeared. They were able to come up with such an innovative trick. They are so talented. He signed a lifelong contract in front of me, and then obtained marriage like a dream. Qinshu completely took off. Once the other party gets all the heroines, they will immediately get a huge boost, and the Su family will also be hit hard. The plot is actually going to be back to normal. Sumu was extremely excited, and his body was even shaking slightly. Qing Jingru and Yi Yan were also silent. They first looked up at the tall dragon mandarin duck tree, and then looked at the dazed boy beside them, not knowing what to say for a moment. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. I originally thought that I might be able to lure Sumu here in a subtle way, but I didn't expect it to turn into a direct kidnapping. The king forced himself upon her. Sumu. Qing Jingru was about to say something when Sumu raised his hand to interrupt her. This was the first time he interrupted Qing Jingru. Did you bring me here for that matter? The two girls' hearts trembled. Their secrets were revealed, and they were still a little shy. Did Sumu finally find out? Did you discover my feelings? Will he accept it? The two girls had mixed feelings in their hearts, and finally let go of Sumu's arms at the same time, deciding to give the choice to the other party. That's right. Qing Jingru and Yi Yan spoke at the same time, a mixture of cold and ethereal tones echoing in the air. Sumu's eyes suddenly widened. Holy crap! It's actually true! The hero and heroine suddenly got it. Although there are some deviations from the original plot, the direction is obviously correct. Sumu nodded excitedly and responded heavily. Good. For a moment, the vast space under the tree fell into silence. This silence is not desolate, it seems as if there is a breath of spring breeze. Qing Jingru and Yi Yan were shocked by Sumu's answer, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. Did Sumu agree? But who did he agree with? Is it me, or is it her? Or, two people together? Two equally beautiful but very different girls stood opposite each other, their eyes met. A solemn and murderous atmosphere filled the air, and everything was self-evident. Sumu is mine. Why? You want him to be your bootlicker? You want him to ignore you? He's mine. Shame on you. How come I've never heard that you like Sumu? Do you have any ulterior motives? Bah! You have ulterior motives. Sumu has been pursuing you for so long and you didn't respond. Why did you suddenly change so much? The communication between the two suddenly stopped. Then they all frowned at the same time, and they all seemed to react. Isn't that right? The other party likes Sumu. Why? The confused mood that Sumu often encountered finally enveloped the two female protagonists, and the cloud was growing bigger and bigger. Sumu! You are here. Then there was another clear voice. The girl's slender figure fell into the arena. There are more and more people. Celebrating the exit, adding another chapter. Chapter 74. I will choose whoever the little rooster points to. Hiss. It's so terrifying. Sumu was completely shocked. In the short time that he was brought under the dragon yuan tree by Qing Jingru and Yi Yan, several people appeared before and after him. There are 7 people present now. Sumu, Qing Jingru, Yi Yan, Meng Xiaoxiao, Nangong Shi, Yun Yanqing, Nangong Lu. A handsome guy and 6 stunning beauties. It's you, Chen Shu. Sumu was impressed. As expected of the male lead, he actually dares to meet 6 female leads at the same time. Isn't he afraid of the Shura field? Or is it that you have complete confidence in your own abilities? Hakishu, you bastard. In this case, the only person missing is Chen Shu. The male protagonist really has to appear last. What a classic. What happens next? Sumu only had a vague understanding of this part of the plot, because it was not originally his part, he only came in to correct the mistakes in the plot. Sumu roughly knew about the token and knew that he had to come under the dragon mandarin duck tree, but as for what happened next, he had no idea. He stood alone on one side, and on the other side were 6 female protagonists, clearly separated. Look at these heroines. Under the influence of Chen Shu, they can actually smile and talk to each other. Are they discussing who is older and who is younger? Sumu raised his eyebrows. Little did they know the other side. Why are you here? Meng Xiaoxiao was the first to speak up. The others frowned slightly. I want to ask that question, too. Me too. Why do you all carry keepsakes? What on earth do you want to do? You guys aren't doing this all for Sumu, are you? As soon as Nangong Lu said this, the crowd fell silent. The 6 people looked at each other and no one spoke again. So, you are all for that marriage? Why? There's no reason. I just did it because I wanted to. I am doing something, so why do you need to interfere? It is said that 2 women are worth more than 50 sparrows. There were 6 women present, and there were irreconcilable conflicts between them. The 6 people argued for a long time without any result. However, no one took the initiative to find Sumu because they knew that doing so would lead to being attacked by everyone. So they each found a direction and moved a few steps away from each other. The area under the dragon mandarin duck tree became quiet again. Sumu leaned against the tree roots board, looking indifferent. Good. That's good of you. I feel relieved to see that you two have such a harmonious relationship. Sumu was very relieved, and for a moment he no longer wanted to blame these heroines for acting on their own, which caused his previous plot to go awry. As long as the other party acts well now, nothing will be a problem. That is. It's been quite a while, it's almost midnight, why hasn't Shenshu come yet? Sumu was puzzled. Could it be that the other party is going to bring more people? The entrance to Longyuan's secret realm. Shenshu jumped in a panic, his hair disheveled and his black robe had long disappeared. He gritted his teeth and glanced at the sky. Damn old man! You took me so long to let me in. But there's still time, I can sense it. Shenshu's mouth corners slowly curled up. The purple patterned fragments on his body emitted a faint warmth, letting him know in his heart the special fragments hidden in the Longyuan secret realm. The ability of this fragment is marriage is like a dream. Marriage is like a dream, forced selection of partners, 100% guaranteed marriage, destined to be together. Unlimited number of partners. Since Shenshu already had 3 pieces of purple patterned fragments on his body, he had integrated 3 abilities, namely favored by heaven, deduction of heaven's secret, and blood of all races. Therefore, in terms of mutual sensing, he has a unique advantage and can access some information in advance. Moreover, he also sensed a faint aura. But I couldn't remember what it was for a moment. Time is running out. Let's go to the secret realm to find the token first. Shenshu randomly chose a direction and set off. Although his favor of heaven was damaged, he still believed in his luck. Then, after a moment, Shenshu stood blankly in the air, his face full of disbelief. I'm actually lost shit. Under the dragon mandarin duck tree. Seeing that the time was almost up, Qing Jingru and others suddenly became panicked and gathered together urgently to recommunicate. No matter what you think, no matter what you are going to do, the time is coming soon. So you really came here for Sumu? Do you all have a token of love? The 6 people fell silent again, looked at each other, and then gritted their teeth. I will never give up. No one of you can take him away from me. So what are you going to do? Hurt him? Of course not. What are you going to do? The crowd debated for a long time, and finally someone couldn't stand it anymore. In that case, how about we use the tokens at the same time when the midnight comes? What is this even possible? Of course it can be used. These 6 tokens were originally meant for 6 pairs of lovers. Naturally, they can be used at the same time. But we are different. Our target is the same person. You don't know the power of the dragon mandarin duck tree, do you? Forced marriage. I think it's better this way. Seeing that time was getting more and more urgent, Qing Jingru stood up again at the critical moment. Since none of the 6 of us are willing to give in, let's use them at the same time and let Sumu choose. What does this mean? Yu Nianqing frowned slightly. Even though the woman in front of her was her younger brother, she didn't want to give Sumu to her. What's more, she has already disguised her identity, and no one present should be able to see through it. You just need to use the token, remove the disguised identity, and the marriage will be connected to the real body. As long as time is enough, Sumu and I will eventually be together. This was also the thought of others present. We can use the tokens at the same time, but Sumu can choose one of them. Do you understand? Everyone was silent. All of them came back to their senses. To use the token under the Longyuan tree, 2 people are required at the same time, which is like 2 switches on a line, which need to be turned on at the same time to connect. And now, Sumu has 6 silk threads connected to his body, and he needs to choose which one to keep. Very well, I agree. Yi Yan spoke first. Although she was not very sure in her heart, and although she also knew that the biggest beneficiary of this proposal would be Qing Jingru herself, she had no other choice. Unless they have a fight on the spot. But Sumu was still there, and they didn't want to show any bad side in front of the boy they loved. Qing Jingru smiled slightly, everything was just as she expected. Others have no choice, and this plan is indeed in her best interest. Is it selfish? A little bit. But she would never give Sumu up. At all costs. When? Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. Sumu looked up from under the tree, looking confused. Is it midnight? Haha, I'm still a little nervous. Etc. Where is Shenyuan? Sumu's eyes gradually widened. Chapter 75, is it you who is seeking death, or me? Midnight is getting closer. Everyone present became nervous. Sumu's eyes gradually widened. Why isn't Shenyuan here? This is the thing he can't understand the most. Is the male protagonist going to appear on stage at a certain time? For some reason, Sumu had a very bad feeling in his heart. Finally, the midnight hour has arrived. Buzz. A strange wave spread out from the dragon mandarin duck tree, and the 7 people present were cheered up and all felt it. Sumu looked up suddenly, his face pale. Marula, something really went wrong. Shenyuan, who the hell are you? Unlike Sumu's confusion, the other 6 people had their own clear purposes and each took out a small item from their arms. Some are hairpins, some are bamboo flutes, and some are jade pendants. They glanced at Sumu vaguely, and then raised the tokens in their hands above their heads. Watching the token rise into the sky under the fluctuation of strange power. The mind is extremely complicated. Sumu, you must have figured it out by now. Who will you choose? Will it be me? Or Jingru? Sumu. This gentle power gradually became stronger, and it connected with the 6 tokens on Sumu's body, emitting a faint glow. Sumu was dumbfounded. At this point, how could he not understand that these things were tokens of trust? But why? Why did these female leaders give him the token? Shouldn't they give it to Shenyuan? Sumu didn't know what to do for a moment. The main reason is that he has never experienced this plot before. How to play without a guide. In midair. The tokens from the 6 heroines radiated light, and the mysterious power they contained became stronger and stronger, but they never received a response. Sumu was still struggling. What should I do now? How should I use these tokens? The original book doesn't describe it in detail. Sumu deftly gathered all 6 tokens in his hand and just held them there without moving for a while. The other 6 people immediately gave him bright looks. Sumu, who will you choose? Brother Mu. Little guy. Sumu was stunned for a long time, and then suddenly put all the tokens into the storage ring, isolating himself from the outside world. 6th girl. They were stunned. No one expected Sumu to do such a thing suddenly. What does this mean? Why didn't Sumu raise the token in response? What does it mean that he accepted the tokens from all 6 of us? Could it be? Yi Yen didn't know what she was thinking about, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Right at this moment, Jingru suddenly interrupted and asked a very crucial question. By the way, has anyone taught Sumu how to use the token? The other 5. They turned to look at each other blankly, their eyes filled with unspeakable meanings, as if saying, "You handed the token to Sumu, but you didn't tell him what it meant or how to use it." 1 or 2 is fine. All 6 of them are like this. Jingru rubbed her forehead helplessly and was just about to open her mouth to remind Sumu. After all, this matter is in the best interest of her, so it's a good time to strike while the iron is hot. But suddenly, there was an explosion in the air. What happened? The 7 people present looked up hurriedly, and saw that the tokens thrown by the 6 people earlier had already turned into a huge and blazing light, and the power within it became more and more violent. It was as if the dragon tree was angry. Why? Why don't you respond even though someone has given you a token of trust? It would be fine if you didn't respond, but 6 beautiful girls gave you this token of love together, and you didn't respond to any of them. What do you mean? Want to be alone forever? Your behavior simply shows that you don't take me, Long Yuanshu, seriously. Today I'm going to let you, a pretty boy, have a taste of my power. In a trance, Sumu seemed to hear a similar voice in his ears. Then, 6 balls of light in the air began to move rhythmically and gradually gathered into the largest ball of light. A dangerous atmosphere instantly filled the air. Oh no! There's something wrong with the dragon mandarin duck tree. Protect Sumu. Everyone reacted one after another and were about to rush towards Sumu. Yu Nianqing, who had the highest cultivation level present, reacted faster than the others, but her body suddenly stopped. It seems not dangerous. She vaguely sensed the breath of heavenly wei, which gathered in a ball of light and firmly locked onto the young man below. Sumu was stunned. The hairs on my body stood on end, and I felt like I was being stared at with murderous intent. Not good. No matter what's going to happen. But I just had a bad feeling in my heart. Mad. Run. Sumu had just raised his foot, and the other 5 people were about to rush over here, but a ball of light flashed and fell straight into Sumu's body. There was an explosion as imagined, but there was no huge power. It was just like a drop of water merging into the sea, so natural. Sumu! What's wrong with you? Yi Yin screamed and rushed over to support Sumu's limp body, and others also hurriedly gathered around. Sumu felt a sudden heat on the back of his neck, followed by dizziness and a swaying body. That was the only last thought in his mind before he passed out. There are always female protagonists who want to harm me. Ha ha ha. I finally caught up. Chen Shu suddenly appeared, laughing wildly. Although he did not get the token, he still came here relying on some mysterious connection. Marriage is like a dream, here I come. Chen Shu just appeared under the dragon mandarin duck tree, and then his expression froze and he was completely stunned. Not far from him. The 6 stunning beauties looked up upon hearing the voice, all with cold expressions and hints of murderous intent. Qin Jingru, Yi Yan, Meng Xiaoxiao. You're all here. Chen Shu widened his eyes and suddenly grinned again. Good, good. Great. After searching everywhere for something, I finally found it without any effort. As long as I take down marriages like a dream, none of you will be able to escape. With great hope in mind, Chen Shu quickly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, and his whole body was petrified. What the hell? Why did the dragon mandarin duck tree wither? Where is marriage is like a dream? It was still there just now. Where did it go? Chen Shu seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in the direction he had just gone. In the center of the 6 girls, there was a beautiful young man lying quietly. The other person's eyelashes trembled slightly and his sleeping face was peaceful, as if he had walked out of a painting. The most important thing is that the other person is emitting the aura of marriage is like a dream, and this aura is getting weaker and weaker until it is completely embedded in the other person's body. Sumu! I will kill you. Chen Shu's eyes widened and he immediately roared in anger. It's you again. It's fine if you compete with me everywhere. This is my opportunity. How dare you snatch my opportunity? Come and die. Chen Shu was so furious that he lost his mind on the spot. He mobilized all his energy, drew his sword and slashed at Sumu frantically. The force was like thunder. If this sword hit him, Sumu would definitely die on the spot. But court death. Yu Nianqing no longer concealed the murderous intent in his eyes, and directly slammed towards Chen Shu fiercely. Chapter 76 The Road Ahead. Yu Nianqing slapped with his palm, with awe-inspiring power. Chen Shu was locked up tightly and couldn't move. Chen Shu's face suddenly turned pale and he suddenly woke up. Will die. If you can't block this attack, you will really die. No. Move. A strong murderous intent of death loomed. Chen Shu's face turned ferocious and he roared angrily. The vitality in the body burst out wildly in an instant. He didn't know if it was luck, but the physical skills he had been practicing had reached perfection at this moment. He actually dodged it narrowly. The whole person rolled wildly to the side. Although he looked extremely miserable, he was not dead. Yu Nianqing secretly clenched his fists and did not attack again. The moment she attacked Chen Shu just now, she felt the entire world rejecting her. Originally, she had only used the cultivation power of the earthly immortal realm. Under this repulsion and weakening, her internal principles became disordered and annihilated each other. After she attacked, only the ultimate power of the heavenly origin realm remained. Hateful. Is it true that he is not destined to die? Yu Nianqing pursed her lips and closed her eyes, then turned around to look at Su Mu, who was sleeping quietly, and forced herself to suppress the murderous intent in her heart. On the other side, Chen Shu was completely frightened. He didn't expect that in his rage, he actually offended a cultivator who was at least in the celestial realm. His keen perception would not deceive him. At this moment he was fully awake, with cold sweat pouring down his back. He quickly stood up and bowed to the other party to apologize. I am Chen Shu, an outer disciple. I am sorry for offending you just now. In addition, Chen Shu paused, raised his head and looked at the other women. Why are you here? Good question. Why are we here? Yi Yen changed her usual bookish and gentle appearance and actually smiled softly. An inexplicable sense of weirdness began to spread. Chen Shu shuddered. Chen Shu, right? Did you want to kill Su Mu just now? Ha! Yi Yan's beautiful eyes widened, she tilted her head slightly, and took out her magic weapon, the Jade Rui, from her arms. Su Mu. Chen Shu gritted his teeth. Of course. Su Mu has bullied me time and again. Only by killing him can I vent my anger. What are you going to do? Chen Shu's words came to an abrupt halt because he found himself surrounded without realizing it. Brush. Xing Jingru swung the frost sword in her hand, making her already cold face even more stunning. Let's castrate him. I agree. Meng Xiaoxiao nodded in response, and at the same time took out her sword. The sword had a slender body and shone with a cold light. We have no objection. The Nandong sisters took out a delicate dagger from the left and right. I have a problem with that. Yi Yen seemed to be on the verge of breaking down, with a hint of madness flashing in her eyes. I'll do it. No one else is allowed to snatch it. I don't agree, I want to do it too. Me too. Everyone had a cold expression on their face and was sharpening their knives. Chen Shu suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. He opened his mouth to speak, but found that he had unknowingly lost the ability to speak. He looked to the other side in great horror. Yu Nianqing calmly put away his talisman and pretended nothing had happened. In that case, we can cut it 6 times. I have a holy medicine for healing. Xing Jingru took out a jade bottle from her arms, looking dazed. This bottle of holy medicine was once given to her by Su Mu. She never expected that it would be used in such a place to avenge Su Mu. For some reason, Xing Jingru paused, put away the bottle of holy medicine, and took out another bottle of higher value. After all, she was reluctant to part with it, because it was a gift from Su Mu. I also have holy medicine here. Meng Xiaoxiao calmly took out a bottle from her arms. I have some here. Others echoed. In that case, it would be more than 6 times. Yi Yen suddenly laughed again, and she looked like a beautiful rose in a rainstorm, with sharp thorns on the stalk and crimson color, beautiful and deadly. Catch him. Everyone rushed forward. Chen Shu widened his eyes. He wanted to run, but suddenly found himself powerless. He knew without thinking that it was Yu Nianqing who did it again. No. Chen Shu wailed and roared in his heart, trying to protect his last bit of dignity. But the others didn't give him a chance. The knife came down and Chen Shu's clothes were stained with blood. Then there was a flash of light, and it returned to its original state, and he raised his sword and slashed again. The knife fell many times. Perhaps because this was too inefficient, everyone worked together to build a fully automatic magic circle, throwing Chen Shu into it for automatic purification. Extremely efficient. The other side. Su Mu woke up slowly. What the hell, why did I pass out here? What happened? Oh right. The 6 heroines jointly launched an attack on me. They want to kill me? Is there such a good thing? Su Mu had a strange look on his face. He just sat up and found himself surrounded by people. He was immediately startled. Oh my god. What are you doing? You're awake. You are already a girl. Sumu thought of this sentence for no reason, but fortunately it was false. Qing Jingru immediately and gently took Sumu's arm, speaking in a gentle tone. I'm sorry, Sumu, we didn't tell you how to use the token. Ah? Sumu was shocked. What the hell? Qing Jingru was apologizing to him. It must be a dream. This must be a fucking dream. Sumu couldn't believe what he was seeing and tried to hypnotize himself, but every sensation in his body was so real. Brother Mu, I will always be by your side from now on. Meng Xiaoxiao's voice is clear. The next to speak were the Nangong sisters, Yi Yan, and even Yun Yanqing. The meaning is the same both inside and outside the words. Sumu, we will be with you forever. Faced with everyone's words that sounded like confessions, Sumu remained silent. He didn't know why. Could it be that, without knowing it, they were all broken? You like me as a villain. Sumu was puzzled, but suddenly he felt an itch on the back of his neck and reached out to scratch it. A piece of information suddenly appeared in my mind. Marriage is like a dream, incomplete love that has not been reciprocated will not leave you before making the final choice. Sumu was stunned. There were so many things that shocked him today, but this one really caught him off guard. Is this the ability of the male protagonist Chen Shu? Why does it happen to me? And what does this incompleteness mean? Since part of it is on me, where is the other part? On Chen Shu. Sumu's face was distorted, and he rarely could control his expression. If marriage is like a dream, it happened to him and Chen Shu respectively, then this. No, I don't dare think about it anymore. I feel a little nauseous. Sumu's face turned pale and he stood up from the ground. He was no longer in the mood to fool around with these male and female protagonists. I'm leaving, don't stop me. Then he walked out without saying a word, getting farther and farther away. The 6 people stood still and watched each other's backs. A long time passed and no one spoke. On the other side, thoughts raced through Sumu's mind as he walked out in the direction he remembered. Without paying any attention, this time, he did not get lost. Chapter 77 I don't want to play anymore. The 6 girls looked at Sumu's dejected back as he left. No one spoke. The atmosphere was quiet until someone faintly heard Chen Shu's horse scream and immediately frowned. How long can this magic circle operate? If you want, I can keep it running for tens of thousands of years. This is unrealistic. How do we deal with it later? Speaking of which, what should we do with the cut pieces? Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly suppressed her nausea and said this, and everyone else fell silent. Yes. Although the holy medicine can regenerate the opponent's body, the cutoff will not disappear out of thin air. I guess there is some stock left now. I have a puppet in my hand. I can use it to refine those things into pills and feed them back to him. Yi Yan spoke softly, attracting everyone's surprised gazes. The girl seemed unaware, but there was an indescribable smile on her usually cold face. It can be seen that Chen Shu wanted to kill Sumu, which really made her angry. But the others only hesitated for a moment. I was surprised that Yi Yan would say such a thing, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with the content of her words. It's a good suggestion. I think it's great, too. The other side. Sumu looked dazed and unknowingly returned to his cave. He sat alone in the main seat, with his head down, pondering without saying a word. Why did marriages like a dream happen to me? What on earth do they mean by what they say to me? Is the plot completely twisted? Sumu had too many doubts in his mind, and now he finally realized that since the second round of the plot began, all the heroines were not right. There have been changes to some extent. He originally thought it was the butterfly effect or something, but now it seems that this can no longer be explained by the butterfly effect. Dog system. Get out here. Sumu roared in his heart, feeling as if he had been tricked. Ding. Host, I'm here. I'm asking you this. Is there something wrong with this world? Is there something wrong with the heroines? Can we still do the story missions? Host, please be patient. After system inspection, there is no abnormality in the current world line. Nothing unusual, you bastard. Sumu couldn't stand it anymore. He now felt that the system was filled with unreliability from head to toe. After calming down for a long time, he finally asked the last question. I don't care about anything else. I just ask you if I can go home after completing the entire plot. Sumu's eyes were cold, revealing an unprecedented murderous intent. If the system's answer did not satisfy him, he would not mind turning the world upside down right now. Can't play? Then don't play at all. Ding! The system assures the host that as long as he completes all the plots of the character Sumu, the host can return to the original world. Well, that's what you said. Sumu gritted his teeth. In fact, he was only half believing and half doubting what the system said, but since he was still in this world, he had to keep some hope. But Sumu's eyes flashed, and he would no longer blindly advance the plot like before. He had to figure out what these male and female protagonists were up to. Do they like me? No, I asked them and they said they didn't like it. Then why do you do this? By the way, where did Shinshu go today? Why can't I see him? Sumu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and he suddenly felt that all the plots in the Holy Land were like a tangled mess that could not be sorted out at all. It seems I have to think of other ways. Sumu muttered to himself. Just then, Xiaolan suddenly came up and handed him a cup of tea. The girl smiled sweetly and was extremely gentle. Young master, please have some tea. Sumu was suddenly stunned. If he remembered correctly, Xiaolan in front of him was also one of the heroines of the original novel. Liang Jilan, her real identity should be the Tenha Palace killer. Then, for some unknown reason, Sumu did not take the teacup. Instead, he grabbed Xiaolan's hand, pulled her in front of him, and stared at her. Master Su. You. Liang Jilan's face turned red immediately, but she did not struggle. Instead, she was secretly delighted and let the young man do what he wanted. Is Sumu going to me? There is such a good thing. Sumu stared at every detail on the other person's cheek. The girl had a delicate face, her cheeks flushed with rosy pink, and that hint of shyness and surprise didn't seem fake at all. But Sumu could still feel the calmness deep in the other person's eyes. I feel fine. I can't tell. Sumu's frown deepened, but he finally smiled and let the girl go. Sorry, I saw a mosquito on your face just now, it turns out I was seeing things. Mosquito. Liang Jilan was stunned. After all, they were all cultivators. Couldn't they find a reason that sounded a little more real? Thank you, young master. The girl was stunned for a moment, but still bowed slightly and suppressed her inner impulse. After all, she is just Sumu's maid now, and even a spy planted by Su Hanying next to Sumu, and also a killer of Tianha Palace. 1,000-layer cake. She didn't want to leave a bad impression around Sumu with this identity. Little did he know that Sumu was also relieved. There was really something wrong with the female protagonist just now. He molested her in such a way that she should have come closer to him immediately. But the other party was indeed very careful to keep his distance, and his disguise was perfect, so it seemed that there was no problem at all. In that case, not all the heroines have problems, probably only some of them. Sumu felt relieved. At this moment, a communication jade token in the storage ring vibrated. Shinjiaoi, Sumu. I came to your house to look for you. Where are you? Sumu raised his eyebrows and actually revealed a rare genuine smile. Damn. There are heroines all around me, and I can't even tell which one has a problem, so I live in fear all day long. Now finally a pure NPC has appeared. Sumu was extremely touched and replied to the other party by tapping his fingers. I'm in the Holy Land now. Please wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. How about I come find you? No, don't do that. Sumu was horrified. If the other party also came to the Holy Land, he would be accidentally tainted by this chaotic plotline. He really couldn't sleep or eat. Fuck the plot. I don't want to play anymore. Sumu felt contempt in his heart. He knew that the plot in the Holy Land was a mess right now, but the shocks caused recently were too much and he was tired. I'm going home, you guys can play however you want. Both the male and female protagonists have problems, and Sumu no longer has the time to accompany them. Since the plot in the Holy Land is all messed up, aren't there still characters outside the Holy Land? Why hang yourself on a tree? Besides, this is also a great opportunity to test and see if there are any problems with other female characters. Of course, the most important thing is, Sumu wants to take a vacation now. What a bullshit plot line, screw it. Are you still alive? Come out and have fun. Luo Haicheng, wow? The sun is rising from the west, and you actually asked me to go out and have fun? Where's your Jingru? I'm in a bad mood today. Are you going or not? Let's go. One of us must accompany you. Just the two of us. And Xinjiaoui. Chapter 78, Young Man's Enthusiasm. The flying boat roared. In the front, there are three figures with their arms open, welcoming the strong wind in their faces. By the way, what's the point of doing this? Luo Haicheng looked puzzled. He drove his family's flying boat from the Holy Land to pick up Sumu. After the other party got on board, he kept this posture at the bow and even turned off the windproof magic circle. You don't understand, this is the breath of embracing freedom. Sumu squinted her eyes and felt it, her heart was extremely relaxed. Is that so? Luo Haicheng muttered to himself, then looked at the girl on the other side. What about you? Why are you doing this? Xinjiaoui giggled and looked towards Sumu's back. I don't know either. Sumu did this, so I just followed him. Xinjiaoui wore a goose-yellow chest-length skirt with a light blue tulle shawl on the outside. At this moment, the howling wind outlined her beautiful body contour. The girl's black hair fluttered back, with a relaxed smile on her delicate face and clear eyes, as if she was also seriously feeling the breath of freedom. Luo Haicheng raised his hand to touch his forehead, looking helpless. I am also mentally ill, that's why I am having a seizure with you too. No, we are not having seizures, we are being blown away by the wind. Sumu replied without thinking. Before they knew it, the three of them had been standing at the bow for a long time. It was not until night fell that the three returned to the cabin. By the way, you and Xinjing, that woman, did they break up? Luo Haicheng asked tentatively. It's not like we broke up, she just gave me a weird feeling, so I came out to hide. Sumu had nothing to hide. Everything was already ruined now, so he could talk about it later if something went wrong. When Xinjiaoui heard this, her whole face brightened up. Great! I told you long ago that Qing Jingru is not the right one for you. But you still wasted so many years and even fell behind in your cultivation. Sumu, if that's the case, then why don't you go to the Holy Land in the future? It just so happens that I will be staying at the Su family during this period of time. Let's practice together, just you and me, okay? The girl's eyes were filled with anticipation, and she couldn't hide the joy between her brows. She had never expected to have such a surprise. Does Sumu no longer plan to pursue Qing Jingru? So do I have a chance? Hearing this, Sumu was silent for a moment, then raised his glass and took a sip. Let's talk about it later. He couldn't really tell right now. Should he put aside the plot in the Holy Land for now? Or look for a breakthrough somewhere else? Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Luo Haicheng laughed and patted Sumu on the shoulder. I've already said that Qing Jingru is not worthy of you. After all, you are the heir of the immortal clan. Don't you have plenty of women if you just hook up with them? Why limit yourself to one place? That makes sense. Sumu raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Haicheng. He had never realized that this boy was so good at talking before. Could it be that the Sumu in the original novel was trapped in the relationship between him and Qing Jingru, and he traveled through time and space, but was also trapped in the plot? Sumu's eyes widened, and he felt that he suddenly understood a lot. At the same time, a crisp sound came from his body. Snap! Immediately afterwards, the surrounding vital energy began to vibrate wildly, like boiling water. Luo Haiqing's face changed drastically. What the hell ascended to immortality? A breakthrough. Shinjawi was also not expecting the changes before her eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened. Before the two of them could react, they were pushed away by a strong wave. Sumu had already fallen into a state of harmony between heaven and man at this moment. He had already reached that level of cultivation, but he had been suppressing it forcibly in order to have a more solid foundation. Little did he know that his mind was also a shackle. And now, the lock is cracked. The vital energy gathered madly and poured into Sumu's body, and a mysterious aura gradually emerged. This is the breath of immortals. Let's protect him. As soon as Luo Haiqing finished speaking, a thin old man walked out from the corner with a serious face. Uncle Mo. Shinjawi had lived in the Su family for many years, so she naturally knew each other. Uncle Mo bowed respectfully and then stood between the two men and Sumu. Miss Shin, Master Luo, please step aside for now. I need to protect the young master. Good. It's natural. Luo Haiqing nodded calmly and understood the other party's behavior. After all, Sumu had an important identity and was the only child in the family. It would be strange if there was no such behavior. Uncle Mo. You must take good care of Sumu. Shinjawi reminded softly, feeling somewhat worried. Uncle Mo smiled calmly. Miss Shin, rest assured. As long as I am still alive, no one will be able to disturb you. Although the volume is not high, it is full of unrivaled momentum. As Uncle Mo finished speaking, a strong fluctuation of vital energy emanated from his entire body. He is actually a cultivator from the heavenly immortal realm. I don't know how much time has passed. Sumu opened his eyes again, feeling the completely different aura in his body, and felt a little dazed for a moment. Is this the realm of earthly immortals? I didn't reach this level in my previous life. Is there really another problem? Sumu has become somewhat accustomed to it and has become numb to such changes outside the plot. After all, this is a world of cultivating immortals, and the feeling that power brings to people is still very different. Sumu even wondered if he could jump out of the plot line and directly be the male protagonist. But he quickly shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid not. There is still destiny in this world. He had not forgotten that he had the same thought when he went through the storyline for the first time. That was the attitude at the time. Plot? What the hell is the plot? The world is big, but I am the greatest? My fate is in my own hands. Then he was severely taught a lesson by destiny. Be honest. What on earth is the destiny of this world? The will of the world. Sumu had read a lot of fantasy novels in his previous life and was familiar with the basic settings. If a small cultivator like him at the earthly immortal level wanted to resist the will of the world, it would certainly not be possible. Even his father, Su Ningye, a peak immortal king cultivator, did not dare to say anything like one person against the entire world. What kind of cultivation is required? Immortal Lord? Or the Immortal Emperor? Who cares? What does it have to do with me? Sumu looked indifferent. Even if others didn't know, how could he not know his own talent in cultivation? It's not bad, but it's definitely not top-notch, and it's far from being a genius. When Sumu was just born, his father checked his aptitude and asserted that he should be able to cultivate to the immortal king realm in this lifetime, maybe 1 or 2 levels at most. Although this process may take tens of thousands of years, that is the limit. As for those above the immortal king, don't even think about it. In the eyes of the world, whether there are people at the immortal venerable level in Shenyuan Continent now is a question. However, Sumu is the heir of the family after all, and he knows some inside information. There are immortal lords in Shenyuan Continent, and there is more than one. As for the immortal emperor, even people like that don't dare to say they can escape their destiny. Why does Sumu do that? Because I don't care. The young man smiled lightly, his eyes filled with arrogance that looked down on the whole world. Chapter 79, Destiny's Means. Not bad, not bad, I actually made a breakthrough. Congratulations, young master. That's great, Sumu, congratulations. Luo Haicheng, Uncle Mo, and Shinjawi took turns to congratulate, with sincere smiles on their faces. No big deal. Sumu curled the corner of his mouth. After becoming an immortal, his whole mentality was completely different. Although the ultimate goal is to go home, the plot mission is just a mission after all, not everything. Suddenly I thought, he has lived in this world for decades, and it seems that he has not done anything else. Always serving the plot missions. Speaking of which, where are we going? Sumu tilted his head to glance at Luo Haicheng. When it came to having fun, the other party was undoubtedly the most experienced. Don't mention it, I actually know a good place. Let's go to the nearest Tianhuang city for a stroll. Become. With the help of the flying boat's speed, the three of them quickly arrived in the city, and the noisy voices of people were overwhelming. Is this the good place you mentioned? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and Shinjawi's face turned slightly red and she spat. There were 3 large golden characters Yuyanfang hanging high in the sky, and countless beautiful women were soliciting customers around with charming voices. There is a faint sweet smell in the air. When faced with this kind of thing, Sumu was actually more indifferent. He felt embarrassed, mainly because Shinjawi was still next to him. Who would bring girls to visit a brothel? What are you two thinking about? Luo Haicheng immediately knew that the two people had wrong ideas and could only explain to them. Don't get the wrong idea. This is a serious place for eating. However, if you want some special services, you can ask. Speaking of which, the Swift House was recently opened, so I won't talk about the craftsmanship and service. What matters most is the power behind it. Sumu raised his eyebrows. This familiar feeling again? Could it be that there is also a heroine in this place? No way. What's behind it? I don't know either. Anyway, I just know that the force is very mysterious, and I haven't found anything. Luo Haicheng spread his hands, looking indifferent. Okay, don't worry about it, as long as you can eat. Not bad, not bad. Let me recommend his new dish to you 2-inch. The three of them entered the house surrounded by a group of beautiful maids. The hall is spacious, with candlelight reflected on the smooth stone surface, mahogany tables and chairs with exquisite satin cushions, and vermilion lacquered wooden pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes. Just as Sumu began to look around, a beautiful middle-aged woman came up to him. Master Luo, you are here again today, and you brought. The beautiful woman suddenly stopped talking and her body froze. Because she caught a glimpse of Shinjawi hiding behind Sumu and Luo Haicheng, cold sweat broke out on her back. Why is Fei here? Isn't she on a mission? Come here to ask for information? So soon. The beautiful woman's thoughts raced, but she quickly forced a warm smile on her face. The three of you, please come in. Then Luo Haicheng ordered the dishes with ease and chose a good seat. The three of them can see the performance in the hall and still have enough privacy. After sitting and chatting for a while, Luo Haicheng's face suddenly changed and he quickly stood up. You two sit down first, I have something to do. Then he left in a hurry without looking back. What the hell? Sumu was confused, but then Shinjawi's expression changed slightly, and she went out with an excuse, leaving him alone in the room. What are you doing? Forget it, be busy, it's better to be busy. At the same time. In the next room. The beautiful woman who greeted the guests at the beginning was lying on the ground, her plump body trembling slightly, and she didn't care at all how much she had leaked. Lord Fei. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me. I didn't know you were here today. The beautiful woman didn't dare to look up at all, for fear of looking at the other person for too long. I'm here today for a private matter, don't mind me. Shinjawi frowned slightly. At this moment, she was no longer the lively girl she was before. She was as cold as ice and her eyes were indifferent. Under her oppressive gaze, the beautiful woman's body trembled continuously and she nodded repeatedly. You don't need to report my visit here today to the host. Do you understand? Ming, I understand. Shinjiao casually sent the other person away, then closed her eyes and began to adjust her state. She lived with Sumu when she was a child, and the two of them were childhood sweethearts in the true sense. But later he was forced to go back and inherit the family business. Shinjiao had never imagined that her own business turned out to be the largest and most mysterious killer organization in Shenyuan Continent, Fengyu Tower. Now, this Yuanfang is a property under their Fengyu building, and it can also be said to be an intelligence base. Shinjiao's eyes flickered slightly, and she took out a black ring from her arms. Some scattered text can be seen from her own perspective. Kill target, Sumu. Reward, Yuanshi, Tianzi token. Employer, confidential. Who wants to kill Sumu? I never received such an order at this time in my previous life. Shinjiao murmured to herself. She had been staying in Fengyu Tower for a long time, and was only released recently after her breakthrough in cultivation. She couldn't wait to find Sumu. Unexpectedly, her father would give her such a commission. Kill Sumu. Father also knows that I will never do it. So he wants me to check it out. Shinjiao's eyes flickered slightly, but seeing that the time was almost up, she immediately adjusted her state. He regained his previous youthful and energetic appearance and returned to the next room. Sumu, I'm back. Okay, come and sit down. Sumu felt calm and casually asked the other person to sit next to him. Then the two of them started chatting casually. As we chatted, we started talking about interesting things from our childhood. When you were a kid, you couldn't even walk steadily, but you insisted on dragging me to run towards the back hill. As a result, you fell and lost your front teeth. Ha 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 ha. Sumu laughed out loud. Shinjiao's face turned red, and she was about to come forward and cover Sumu's mouth. Sumu, you bastard. I have already repaired it with a secret method. We agreed not to mention this matter again. The two waited for a long time, but still did not see Luo Haicheng coming back, and they couldn't help but frown. Is there something wrong? Buzz. Sumu suddenly felt the communication jade token in his storage ring vibrate. Young master, something happened. Sumu frowned. The jade token that Liang Jilan used to contact him was given to him personally by him. After all, her identity was a maid. But the other party still took the initiative to contact me once. What is it? Ms. Meng hasn't been back for a long time, and I can't contact her. Previously, Sumu left the Longyuan secret realm and then went to Luo Hai City to ascend to immortality and breakthrough, which took a lot of time along the way. Meng Xiaoxiao is missing. Sumu frowned even deeper. This plot does not exist in the original book. Luo Hai City is in trouble, Shinjiao also had some problems, Meng Xiaoxiao is missing, and I suddenly became an immortal. Sumu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. More and more things are going wrong. Could it be that I just started to mess with myself, and fate is already messing with me? Sumu was stunned. Chapter 80. There are so many coincidences. Sumu's pupils shook violently. Could it be that my enemy has never been Chen Shu or the male and female protagonists, but destiny? System, I want to ask you a question. Sumu seemed to understand. Host, please speak. What exactly is the destiny of this world? In other words, does it have its own will or purpose? Thinking. Bite. Remind the host that the destiny of this world has no self-awareness, but has the instinct to return to unity. Return to unity? Does that mean return to oneness? Sumu lowered his head and pondered, trying to sort out all the clues. He used to think that destiny and the system were in the same camp, but now it seems that something is wrong. Become one? If I remember correctly, the protagonist Chen Shu has a part of destiny, which is manifested as the so-called purple vein fragments. And it should be the biggest part. So if you look at it this way, what the destiny of this world wants is for the protagonist Chen Shu to kill me? To recycle the purple vein fragments and cultivate a true destiny protagonist. What about the system? Sumu frowned. According to the current performance of the system, it simply wants him to complete the plot mission, and will reward him with a chance to go home in the end. In other words, the system and the destiny of this world are not actually in the same camp. Fate wanted him dead. The system just wants him to complete all the story tasks, and it doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. Sumu was suddenly stunned, and then his body trembled slightly and his eyes widened. Does that mean that I only need to complete the story mission and die in the way that fate has determined? The world line of this world will return to normal. There will be no more collapse or anything like that. And I can go home. So that's how it is. It turns out that I have understood it wrong all along. Sumu vaguely felt that he had discovered the ultimate secret of the entire world. Thinking from this perspective, the previous plot deviation seems to be explainable. All the female characters started to shift their focus, and some even moved closer to me, targeting the main character Qinshu. It was destiny that did this on purpose, to deepen the conflict between me and Qinshu until it became irreconcilable. Then, I, the villain, will die at the hands of Qinshu, and the other party will get the destiny. This is the general trend. And all the system has to do is let me complete the original storyline of this character before I die. So, can I create the plot myself? Sumu's body trembled. Doesn't that mean I don't have to passively wait for the plot to happen? And he can actively act out every plot, and finally die in Qinshu's hands. System, is this true? Sumu expressed his guess directly to the system. Ding. Thinking. The host is right. This system and the host are of the same mind. The host only needs to complete the plot. This system takes the host's plot experience as the first factor. The system will solve other problems for the host. It is indeed so. The young man opened his eyes wide, but felt his body being pulled. Shinjoi looked worried. Sumu, what's wrong with you? You haven't moved since just now. Nothing, I just got distracted. Sumu chuckled. After understanding all the key points, he suddenly felt relieved. Is that so? Then who is this Meng Xiaoxiao? Why do you care about her so much? Shinjawi seemed to understand, and then suddenly asked with a cold look in her eyes. It turned out that while Sumu was stunned, she also caught a glimpse of the information on the communication jade plate. Meng Xiaoxiao, Shinjawi also knew some information about each other in her previous life, but overall her understanding was limited. Why is Sumu so worried about her disappearance? Could it be that she is so important in Sumu's heart? She is my subordinate. I have offended someone recently. I wonder if she has been kidnapped. Sumu pondered for a moment and spoke half-truthfully. What he said was not wrong. On the surface, Meng Xiaoxiao was indeed his follower, and he did offend Qinshu recently, so it was reasonable to speculate that he was kidnapped. Have you offended anyone recently? Shinjawi immediately grasped the key information and quietly pinched her black ring. Who? Qinshu. Sumu answered casually, not noticing the shocked look on the girl's face. Qinshu. It's actually him. Shinjawi also connected all the clues in her mind. So, the hunting order of Fengyu Tower must have been issued by Qinshu. Oh, right. Qinshu also has a black ring on his hand. The girl secretly clenched her fists. The black rings in Fengyu Tower are rare and are called Tianzi tokens. There are only 12 of them in total, representing extremely important rights. The hunt order issued with the black ring is basically a task that must be completed. Yes, I remember hearing him say in his previous life that he had obtained a black ring during his training in the Holy Land. I didn't expect it to be the heavenly token of Fengyu Tower. When the girl met Qinshu in her previous life, the other party was already thousands of years old and his cultivation had reached the level of an immortal. Qinshu wants to kill Sumu, and has issued a hunting order to Fengyu Tower. If that's the case, Meng Xiaoxiao must have been hunted down as well. Shinjawi's eyes suddenly widened. Since the other party has already started to hunt down Sumu, there seems to be nothing wrong in eliminating the people around Sumu. Sumu. What's wrong? No, it's okay. Sumu was a little confused, but Shinjawi's expression darkened. She wanted to open her mouth to warn the other party, but she thought that the people in Fengyu Tower were extremely dangerous killers. Young people should not be put in danger. She decided to take matters into her own hands. If that didn't work, she would go back to Fengyu Tower and ask for help from the father who owned the building. No matter how bad their relationship is, they are still father and daughter. At worst, Shinjui would kowtow to him and apologize. As long as Sumu can be protected, Shinjui doesn't care about anything else. Faced with Meng Xiaoxiao's sudden disappearance, Sumu still sent a message to Xiaolan, asking her to wait and see for the time being. After all, we are all monks. It is normal for us to go into seclusion for a few years or months. Let's wait a little longer. As for what I just said about being kidnapped, it was just something I said casually. Both of them ate absent-mindedly during the meal and soon parted ways. Sumu asked Shinjui to return to the Su family first and stay in his small courtyard temporarily for the time being. Shinjui said that she had to visit a friend and would talk about it later. So the two went their separate ways. Not long after Sumu walked out of the city, he chose a direction and went straight ahead. He was going to an old place. Lingxiao Wangxie. Luo Haicheng looked helpless when he learned that his sister had secretly run away again. He even quickly turned down the party with Sumu. Haven't you been staying at the Su family for some time? Why did you come out again? Elder brother. Luo curled her lips. Sumu doesn't stay at home all day, and I can't see him. I thought I could run into him here last time, so I'm sure I can do it this time too. How can it be such a coincidence? I know that too. Is it really such a coincidence? Ha! Luo Haicheng was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw a familiar figure appear in the lobby on the first floor. Sumu is really here. Chapter 81. Does it have to happen in front of me? Lingxiao Wangxie. The moment Sumu stepped in, he was in a trance for a moment. The last time he came here was because Su Hanying suddenly came home and he couldn't stand his father's nagging, so he came out with Luo Haicheng to hide. Unexpectedly, I met another heroine here, Luo. I couldn't understand it before, but now I can understand it. No wonder Luo's attitude towards me was so strange at that time. She wanted to provoke Qinshu and had to pester me, a little villain. So it's destiny. Sumu didn't come here to do anything at this moment. He needed to find some evidence for his guess. If everything is really as he expected, then he has come to this place now, and destiny will definitely not remain indifferent. Something has to happen, right? Then. Sumu ignored everyone and walked straight towards the familiar location on the 6th floor. The moment he stepped onto the 6th floor, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was still the familiar window, and it was still the familiar girl, now holding a teacup and smiling at him. Really? I guessed right. Sumu felt relieved all of a sudden. When he saw Luo, who was supposed to be at home, all his guesses were confirmed. This feeling is like an old player who played the game by hand, after being tortured by the plot and levels hundreds of times, suddenly found a detailed strategy in the corner of the forum. The clouds are cleared away to reveal the moon. Sumu, this way. Luo looked excited and waved at Sumu, motioning him to come to her side. On the other side, Luo Haicheng secretly hid in the crowd and curled his lips. He was mumbling something like, "Sisters are too old to be kept at home. Why are you here?" Sumu returned to his normal state, with a look of surprise on his face. Hee, isn't it too boring at home, so come here to relax. The girl smiled sweetly. Sumu, what about you? Why aren't you in the Holy Land today? Luo was actually very happy. She didn't expect that she would actually meet Sumu here. She just wanted to try her luck. Could it be that Sumu actually likes coming here? Luo made note of this in her heart. I was just wandering around, I don't know how I ended up here. Sumu was really embarrassed to say that he was with Shinjui from Luohai City not long ago, but now he came to a place like this alone. His character is that of a second-generation villain, not a sentimental one. The two of them then chatted for a while, but there was no clear topic. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. Really? The heroine herself didn't know why she came here. She was purely driven by fate and couldn't even find a topic to talk about. It's time for an old actor like him to step in. Since destiny requires Sumu to offend Chenshu, then he should offend him even more severely. Give Chenshu some strong medicine. As the two were chatting, Sumu suddenly pulled Luoyi into his arms. Ah! Sumu you! The girl's pretty face suddenly turned red and she was a little flustered, but her heart was filled with joy and she did not resist at all. What are you doing, Sumu? Although it was a question, the tone was so gentle, as if she was acting coquettishly to her lover. Aren't we friends? It's normal for friends to hug each other. Friends, yeah. The girl blushed slightly and nodded gently. Sumu's perception has become much sharper since he became an immortal. He can feel a prying gaze in the dark and feels ecstatic. That's right. This must be the person secretly arranged by Chenshu. The last time he appeared here, there were Chenshu's people around him. But this time when he suddenly attacked, there were still people. As expected of the destined protagonist, his plan is too intricate. You guy, I really can't see through you. While Sumu was feeling the gazes in the dark, he chatted and laughed with the girl. Luoyi's body was almost limp, and she leaned on Sumu, feeling the hot breath from the young man, her eyes blurred. She subconsciously reached out and began to stroke Sumu's neck. Sumu? Good man, to provoke Chenshu, he has gone to such lengths. Sumu remained motionless, allowing the other party to do whatever he wanted. The atmosphere was becoming more and more ambiguous, and it looked like something was about to happen if we didn't control it. Ahem. Luo Haicheng appeared in time with a sullen face. Little sister, why are you here? Ha? Sumu, you're here too? What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. Sumu felt that the gaze in the dark disappeared, and Luo Haicheng appeared at such a clever timing. It was as if it was meant to be interrupted. Will Luo Hai City have problems? Of course not. If he had problems, why would he sacrifice his life for Sumu in the last plot? That can only mean that it was destiny that made Luo Hai City appear at this time. In order to protect the heroine, and also to prevent the protagonist Chenshu from being cuckolded. Otherwise, Luo Haicheng had clearly left due to an emergency a long time ago, so why would he appear here at this time? It doesn't make sense at all. Damn it! So it's you, Hakishin, fate. Sumu's expression brightened, he stood up, patted his good brother on the shoulder and laughed. Ah, good job. This is really great. Then he stopped chatting with the two of them and left with a random excuse. He had to hurry back to the Holy Land. How can it be enough to do only one verification? Now that the cards are exposed, we have to do something. Brother, you. Luoyi stayed where she was, pouting her lips, looking at Luo Haicheng with an unfriendly look filled with resentment. Forehead. Luo Haicheng was also embarrassed, he really didn't know what to say. Although he is very happy to see Sumu and his sister get together, you can't do it in front of me. The sister who was usually so cool and well-behaved couldn't even walk when she saw Sumalu. Sumu, you are such a wicked man. Give me back my good sister. Luo Haicheng, the older brother, was worried sick about his sister, and in return he received a lot of complaints from Luoyi. Yao named the place holy. Sumu flew all the way back to his cave. For some reason, the Holy Land seemed to be particularly quiet today, and there were very few people walking outside. Is it because of the incident with the ancient beast in the secret realm some time ago? Is martial law still in place? Or is it because of the Dragon Yuan secret realm? Sumu suddenly thought that since the Long Yuan secret realm had just been closed, it meant that many new people had emerged. How should I describe this atmosphere? It's a bit like Valentine's Day on Earth in my previous life. Of course, there were fewer people walking around outside at this time, and everyone appeared in pairs in the cave. Sumu shook his head, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. When he returned to the cave, he suddenly found another package at the door. Who gave this to you? There were no other features on the package, and it was obvious that the person who delivered it did not want to reveal his identity. Sumu took the package back and opened it with caution and care. There is only one crystal inside. The image crystal? Who can give me this? Sumu clicked on the image nonchalantly, but suddenly his eyes widened with disbelief. Chen Shu is dead. Chapter 82 666, I won't even act anymore. Chen Shu is dead. No. A more accurate statement should be that once this video is leaked, Chen Shu will be dead for sure. Who on earth is this? How could they do such a thing? When Sumu saw this image, he was completely stunned. In the picture, Chen Shu and Wang Tizi were seen converging from different directions, and the location was exactly the sealed entrance in the secret realm. I heard every word Chen Shu said clearly. Have you found Sumu? I'll unlock the seal here. Put the blame on Sumu. Imitating the aura of blood. Sumu was dumbfounded. What the hell? What the fuck is this? Is this true? There is no doubt that it is real. Sumu has carefully checked the aura above and it is original. He knew clearly what the consequences would be if this video was exposed. This is pure ironclad evidence. Once it is made public, Chen Shu will be directly executed as the culprit who broke the seal. There will be no other outcome. Who on earth is this? Why is this here? And why did you send this to me? Sumu was completely stunned. He sat alone in the room for a long time, holding the crystal stone with the image in his hand. Veins popped up on his forehead several times, then slowly subsided. No hurry. Sumu calmed down. He didn't know who recorded this video, nor did he know why they had to send it to him. But he knew that since the other party had given this to him, there was only one possibility for the other party's identity. That is Chen Shu's enemy. I still have teammates. Sumu was completely confused. After the first plot was over, he didn't even notice that he had teammates around him. Although there are some people who are also in the villain camp, their stupidity is even more exaggerated than that of the character Sumu. We really can't get along, let alone be teammates. Sumu now feels like, in the first game, he pushed the opponent's crystal by himself but lost, and in the second game, he did not perform well and was pushed to the crystal by the opponent. Then, a teammate suddenly showed up to save the situation and told Sumu that we were actually there too, but we were just playing in the jungle. What the hell is this? Could it be that the changes in this world are more than I thought? It's not just a question of the male and female protagonists. Sumu's eyes widened. Apart from this possibility, he could not think of any other reason. He held the crystal stone with a picture in his hand, which could be said to be the lifeblood of Chen Shu, and it only needed to be made public. Although there is the influence of destiny, I don't know whether Chen Shu will die immediately. But peeling off is a definite possibility. It is absolutely impossible to maintain the identity of a disciple of the Holy Land. You know, in the Shenyuan Continent, in addition to the people of the major immortal clans who have massive resources, they can also cultivate talents. While geniuses without any background or backing basically have to rely on the Holy Land. Once he loses his status as a disciple of the Holy Land, Chen Shu's growth progress in this life will be cut short. Forget about finally becoming the immortal emperor. If he can catch up with the progress of others, we have to praise the protagonist's strong aura. Shenyuan Continent is an old world of cultivating immortals, and its power has long been established. If you don't join this system, it will be impossible to develop. Even if you have teammates, you can't waste time. You have to take it slow. Sumu finally calmed down and spent some time figuring out the key. The image in his hand could certainly inflict severe damage to the opponent, but it would definitely not be enough to kill the opponent directly. It's like having one more card in your hand, and the situation gets a little better. Therefore, before that, this evidence will remain in hand, the plot mission still needs to be completed, and the tests still need to be made. Sumu had a lot of thoughts. Even he himself didn't realize that if it were in the past, he would definitely destroy the evidence immediately instead of keeping it with him. Not to mention things like, I'm considering killing the protagonist. The other side. Nangongshi withdrew her gaze from the moonlight, her beautiful face seemed not of this human form. Sumu should be safe once he gets it, the girl muttered to herself. Although the matter of Long Yuan's secret realm ended up in nothing, she still cared about Sumu's safety. With complete memories of her previous life, she knew better than anyone how powerful Chen Shu was. Especially the kind of luck that is exaggerated to the point of being unbelievable. That's right, it's luck. Break through the life and death crisis and an opportunity will come to you when you are in a desperate situation. These are all basic operations. All in all, Chen Shu will never really reach despair, but will instead gain huge benefits. On the contrary, anyone who offends Chen Shu will only have the same fate in the end, no matter how powerful he is, how amazing his cultivation is, or how solid his background is. That is death. There are never exceptions. In the previous life, after Nangong she reached a high level of cultivation, he also realized the abnormality of these conditions and did some investigations. I vaguely understood the concept of destiny. In short, it is destined that Chen Shu will become the strongest in this world. Cannot be changed. I don't know why there is such a rule, but it does exist. Can't fight back? No, even if the enemy is the whole world, I will protect you. Nangong she looked determined. The last time she and Sumu were in the secret realm, before entering the canyon, they spent some time laying down the image-retaining crystals. Just to get a key piece of evidence. As long as Sumu has this evidence, Chen Shu will be cautious when taking action against him in the future. Perhaps this can change Sumu's originally tragic fate. I love you, Sumu. The girl murmured to herself, her voice drifting away with the night wind and escaping into the endless darkness. The next day, Sumu learned two pieces of bad news early in the morning. The first news was that Shinjiaoi actually came to the Holy Land. They had just separated yesterday, but she joined the Holy Land today. He also became his fellow disciple and became Mo Xuanxing's apprentice. This didn't happen during the first episode. Forget it, the plot is crooked, I'm used to it. Sumu started moving right away. The second bad news came from Father Su Ningye. The other party has already determined the time and is ready to announce Sumu as the official heir of the Su family. Sumu was shocked. He suddenly realized that he had unknowingly fulfilled the two requirements set by his father. Winner of the competition, breakthrough to become an earthly immortal. Damn, another major change. Sumu wanted to cry but had no tears. When he didn't make any moves before, the plot changed little by little. Now that he has revealed his cards, destiny and the plot have stopped pretending. What's going on? The plot has to change. It has to be twisted. You want to complete the story missions easily? That's not possible. Son, I'll give you half a month to prepare. I'll hold a big banquet for you and our Su family. Tell the whole world that you will be the heir of the Su family in the future. These were the last words of Father Su Ningye. Sumu shuddered. He had a premonition that if he didn't do something in the last half-month, he might not be able to control the subsequent plot. Then let's start with you. Sumu looked towards Chung Jingrou's cave. Chapter 83, Friendship Among the Same School. Sumu. Xing Jingrou looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of her, her heart trembled, and then she made way and invited the other person in. It seems like you haven't come to see me for a long time. As the girl spoke, she personally poured a cup of tea for Sumu. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Sumu was different now than before. It was not because of the stronger aura of cultivation on the young man, but simply because of the unrestrained and free manner in his every move. Jean grew. Sumu's tone was unusually calm, and he was no longer as emotional as usual. He now knows that something is wrong with the heroine, but what attitude to adopt remains to be considered. The girl paused slightly while pouring the tea. Girls are always extra sensitive in this regard, and Chung Jingru felt Sumu's alienation. Sumu hesitated for a moment, and decided to get straight to the point. Last time in the Dragon Yuan secret realm, you gave me this. Why? He was still very confused, and at the same time took out the token belonging to Qing Jingru. Why? No reason, just. Qing Jingrou's earlobes turned slightly red. She didn't expect that Sumu would hit a straight ball. Isn't this something that everyone knows about? Besides, Sumu did not respond at that time, neither accepting nor rejecting, but just left directly. However, Qing Jingrou could feel that some of the strange power in her body had already taken effect. It comes from the dragon mandarin duck tree. So what is Sumu's attitude? Qing Jingrou was also confused for a long time. However, facing Sumu's relentless pressure, even Qing Jingrou couldn't express her feelings directly. Does Sumu accept me in his heart? If I tell him directly and get rejected, will he still see me in the future? Did I hurt him too much in the past, so Sumu became wary of me? Otherwise, why do you ask me in this way? Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but feel depressed and more regretful. Qing Jingrou took a deep breath. Sumu, that gift is both a gift of congratulation and an apology. A gift of congratulations, an apology? What do you mean? Sumu was really confused now. Why was it not what he expected? No matter what, this is at least a token of the Longyuan secret realm. Doesn't Qing Jingrou know what this thing is used for? On the one hand, I want to congratulate you on winning the secret realm trial. On the other hand, I want to apologize for what happened in the past. I'm sorry, Sumu. Qing Jingrou finally said it out. I ignored your feelings before and let you bear too much pressure alone, but I won't do that anymore. Besides, we are now from the same school. I am your senior sister. That's why I wanted to take this opportunity to explain it to you. Sumu's eyes gradually widened. Is this possible? He originally thought that the changes in the heroines were purely distorted by fate, but now it seems that the logic is still self-consistent? Once upon a time, Sumu was simply her bootlicker, annoying. But since Sumu came to the Holy Land, everything has been different from the very beginning. Sumu became Qing Jingrou's junior apprentice. How could I have forgotten this? So, does that mean that I have ruined the plot since the first day I started the second plot? Sumu couldn't believe it. His mind kept recalling the source of all the changes, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it! It's you, Su Hanying. If you hadn't given me that growth-type holy weapon, how could I have defeated Chen Shu in the subsequent battles? No, not just her, but also Dad. Dad, why did you spend so much money to change Qing Jingrou and Mo Xuanxing's attitudes? Hateful. Sumu felt hopeless. He thought that he was halfway to his goal of becoming a villain, but now he realized that he had taken the wrong path in the beginning. This would be worse than killing him. I see. So that's how it is. Sumu responded calmly. Now he could understand Qing Jingrou's change. It was all because of his identity as her junior brother. After all, Shenyuan Continent is a world of cultivation. The concept of master-disciple is extremely important here, and they can even be regarded as a family. Many times it is even closer than blood ties. Is that why Qing Jingrou wants to ease the relationship with me, even at the cost of offending Chen Shu? Although there is nothing wrong with this logic, Sumu believes that there must be a divine force behind it. He is now more and more certain about his guess. If he wants everything to get back on track, he has to. Sumu's eyes flickered. By the way, where's Chen Shu? Have you seen him recently? Suemo seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Qing Jingrou tentatively. The girl's face changed slightly and she denied it repeatedly. Chen Shu, who? I don't know. Really? Sumu nodded secretly in his heart. Even if under the influence of destiny, the other party was forced to get close to Sumu, his expression would still change uncontrollably when he heard the name of the male protagonist. Qing Jingrou is known as the fairy Qinghan, and very few people or things can cause her demeanor to change. I see. Sumu decided to try a few more times, so he suddenly moved closer to Qing Jingrou. This distance was already considered intimate. Actually, I have some questions I want to ask you. Qing Jingrou's brain was already confused. Sumu's sudden approach made her feel a variety of thoughts in her mind, including surprise, sweetness, worry, and so on. The other side. Inside the outer cave. Chen Shu lay on the ground like a dead ashes, motionless, looking like he was dead. Woo woo. This is really too much. This is too much. Big tears flowed from the corners of Chen Shu's eyes, stuck to the dust on the ground, and then covered his face. He actually cried. Su Mu. Xing Jingru. And all the rest of you. I will remember you all. Chen Shu felt extremely aggrieved. Until now he dared not recall what he had experienced in the Longyuan secret realm. We produce and sell our own products, and I don't know how many cycles this has gone through. Damn it! Ugh! As he was talking, Chen Shu suddenly began to retch uncontrollably. My stomach was churning, but I could only vomit out some acid. Bang! Chen Shu's face was ferocious and he punched the ground. His hatred for Su Mu had reached its peak. If there is a chance, I wouldn't even mind dying together with Su Mu. Chen Shu's mentality collapsed. Boy, you can't do this. I, the ancestor, still have a way to help you regain your strength. The voice of Master Tianpa sounded in his mind, his tone calm and complacent. Chen Shu's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a glimmer of hope. Really? Please tell me, ancestor. I wonder what the method is. The old man's soul flew out from Chen Shu's sea of consciousness. He looked more lively than usual, with black mist surging. He first looked up and down at the extremely embarrassed Chen Shu, and then he actually chuckled. He. The old man's laughter gradually became more unbridled, even ferocious. The hoarse roar shook the dust in the cave. Method? Of course, you have to hand over your body to me. Let me, the ancestor, avenge you. I have coveted your body for quite some time. Now I finally have the chance. Ha 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 ha. Bring it here. As soon as he finished speaking, black fog condensed into the shape of an eagle's claw and rushed towards him. Chen Shu's pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 84. How can this not be considered an inheritance? Su Mu walked out slowly. He turned around and looked in the direction of Palai Peak again, and couldn't help but twitching his lips. Good man, it's really fate, this guy is everywhere. Who should I go to now? Since Su Mu has made up his mind to sort out the current situation, it is naturally impossible for him to only see one heroine. Yi Yen. Su Mu had a strange look on his face. In fact, among all the heroines, he was most afraid of seeing this one. He was afraid that the other party would shout Taoist partner or something like that as soon as they met, so he rushed up directly. But now Su Mu was not so afraid. She couldn't resist before, but now he has reached the level of earthly immortal, and it is absolutely impossible for Yi Yen to force a good woman into prostitution. Not to mention that his relationship with Xing Jingru is different now, and he is no longer afraid of the other party's threats. Su Mu flew straight towards Yi Yan's attic. On the way, he also met some disciples from the Holy Land. When they saw him, they immediately smiled and saluted respectfully. Holy Son! It's Senior Brother Su! Hello, Senior Brother Su! Hello. The corner of Su Mu's mouth twitched. This feeling of being the center of attention wherever he went was really hard for him to adapt to. His previous painting style would have made people say a few words if they were seen by others, but now people actually come up to him excitedly to say hello. Su Mu moved forward. When passing by a small house, he suddenly turned back with a confused look on his face. What is this? There is a formation on the hut, and clear words can be seen. 1 Shenyuan stone, take it yourself. What is this? Su Mu had never seen this in the Holy Land before. With curiosity, he threw 3 yuan stones in, and then the formation suddenly revealed a small booklet. He spread it out curiously, and after looking at it for a while, his eyes widened. Slander! This is absolutely slander! Who is making up rumors about me? Su Mu's face turned pale. I don't even know who wrote the short story in this booklet, but the protagonist of the story is Su Mu. Although a pseudonym is used, the characteristics are still too obvious. The general story is about the complicated love between Sumu and the 6 fairies from the Holy Land. There are iceberg fairies, monitoring fairies, law enforcement fairies. There are even sisters in it. This is so fucking obvious, are you not even going to act? It is obvious that the protagonists are based on Qing Jingru and others. Now people are starting to make up stories about Qing Jingru and me? Are you that hungry? Sumu looked stunned. The more he read, the more he discovered that each of the stories recorded in it could be traced back to a prototype, even clearer than what he knew himself. What the hell? So giving someone a token of love can also be a confession. How come I don't know? What about them? Do they know? Sumu carefully recalled Qing Jingru's performance just now. It seemed that the other party didn't know either. Is it really as simple as just apologizing? It doesn't seem impossible. Sumu lowered his head and pondered. After all, Qing Jingru is a cold goddess who doesn't care about worldly affairs, so it's normal for her not to know this kind of little-known knowledge. Just in case, I might as well ask Yi Yan. Sumu nodded, and immediately increased his speed, flying towards Yi Yan's attic. Give it to me. He. Master Tianpa had a ferocious look on his face, no longer as kind as before. From the first time he saw Chen Shu, he had the idea of taking over his body. After all, this body was really amazing. The technique he practiced was of the same origin, so it was no problem for him to take over the body. He originally had this idea in mind when training Chen Shu, but as they got to know each other better, he inexplicably felt that this young man looked very pleasing to the eye. So she gradually gave more and more, worried about Chen Shu, and spared no effort to be good to him. Until during the last public trial in the square, the heavenly secret mirror emitted a flash of light, and Master Tianpa seemed to have suddenly woken up. Damn, what on earth was I doing before? He himself couldn't believe that he would take such good care of a junior from the same sect. Don't talk about the friendship between master and apprentice, that's bullshit. Tianha Palace is not a famous and upright sect. Since he can be the palace master of Tianha Palace, he is naturally not a gentleman. Although he didn't know the reason, he now saw clearly that Chen Shu was a complete waste. He has no tact and has to offend someone with a strong family background like Sumu. He targets Sumu again and again and even competes with him for a woman. Pooh. Master Tianpa despises people who are led by women the most. In his opinion, the only role of women is to serve as the cauldron for dual cultivation. After squeezing out all their value, they should be killed. It just so happened that Chen Shu was imprisoned in the Longyuan secret realm by 6 women some time ago and was tortured to death. Now was the time when his Taoist heart collapsed. Of course, Master Tianpa must seize this good opportunity. Just suddenly attack. Junior. All the skills and opportunities you have are mine. Now, it's time to give them back to me. Humph. Want it? Then come and get it yourself. Chen Shu snorted coldly. He had expected this scene a long time ago. Since the first day he met Master Tianpa, he had never been open with him. What's more, the Tianha Palace has been plagued by problems time and again. Wang Tizi is still in prison. Chen Shu was able to have everything he has today and was able to fight his way up from the bottom of the world of immortal cultivation, so naturally he would not be a merciful person. A gentleman? That was just the persona he put on for outsiders to see, just to get those women. He approached these women because he saw that they had great value and were also extremely beautiful. When practicing, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Of course, Chen Shu was on high alert against Master Tianpa. Old man, you don't really think I'm not prepared, do you? Chen Shu laughed loudly, no longer showing his previous dejection, and suddenly a new aura of cultivation emanated from his body. Why were all the skills I passed on to you washed away? Speaking of which, I should thank those 6 women in Sumu. If they hadn't put me in the formation and cut me into pieces, how could I have rebuilt my foundation? Chen Shu had never felt so happy before. Don't think I don't know that the skills you passed on to me are problematic. They will only burst out when I ascend to immortality. You are waiting for an opportunity, and so am I. Hateful. Master Tianpa didn't expect that he was still too anxious and his plan for so long was seen through. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart that Chen Shu was worthy of being the successor of his Tianha palace. In this respect, they were of the same lineage and no one trusted anyone else. There's no point in talking anymore. Now we can only fight. Master Tianpa's expression froze. Now that the cards have been revealed, all he can do is rely on his hard power. Chen Shu thought so too. So, the souls of the two people collided fiercely. A strong wave came from the dark. I'm sure to win. Chen Shu was proud. He knew that the favor of heaven on him would definitely help him win. Etc. Chen Shu suddenly remembered that the favor of heaven was not complete now, it had cracks. Not good. Chen Shu's face changed drastically. Chapter 85: The Truth About the Protagonist's Life Experience. Chen Shu slowly opened his eyes. There was a flash of confusion and doubt in his eyes, and it took a long time for him to gradually wake up. I won. What about the old guy? He boy, it's not that easy to defeat me. Suddenly, an old and hoarse voice appeared in his mind, and Chen Shu's whole expression changed. A hint of ferocious complacency appeared on his face. But then, the expression on his face changed suddenly, as if he suddenly switched to a different personality. Old bastard. Get out of my body right now. What did you do? Hey, what did you do? Boy, you are really rude now. Two completely different sounds came out of Chen Shu's mouth, and the expression on his face changed all the time. It's like there are two people in one body. You used to call me ancestor, but now you just call me old thing. That's really rude. You actually merged with my soul. Chen Shu's face changed drastically. How could he not know what this meant? Yo. Sure enough, his expression changed again. The fusion of souls meant that, strictly speaking, Uncle Chen and Master Tianpa were now the same person. Just with a different personality and two memories. If the fusion time is too long, the two people will even form a new personality and become a brand new Chen Shu. The broken favor of heaven was ultimately not enough to resist the remnant soul of an immortal king, and the two reached a strange state. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Chen Shu suddenly felt a strong sense of panic. If he couldn't expel Master Tianpa as soon as possible, he would even lose himself. I didn't expect that the chances you have as a junior are even more amazing than I thought. After the fusion, Master Tianpa can now look through Chen Shu's past memories at will. His eyes lit up and his heart was deeply shocked. What's going on with Chen Shu? How come he has had so many opportunities since he was a child? Etc. This is Purple Vein Fragment of Destiny. What? Master Tianpa almost screamed. Why is the fragment of destiny in your possession? Not good. Chen Shu's face darkened. Although he had never heard of the fragments of destiny, he could guess what the other party was talking about with his feet. There is more than one fragment of destiny. There are three that have already taken shape. Master Tianpa widened his eyes, an indescribable heat rising in his heart, and he desired this body even more. He now knows all of Chen Shu's secrets, especially his three powerful abilities. Favored by heaven. Deduction of the secrets of heaven. Blood of all races. If he had any one of these three abilities, how could he have been defeated by the Lord of the Holy Land? Chen Shu felt the other party's extremely excited emotions, secretly clenched his fists, and it took a long time for him to slowly calm down. Now that things have come to this, we must find a way to salvage it. Master Tianpa can get all the secrets in his mind, so he can naturally get those in the other person's mind as well. Including all the cultivation techniques that the other party has accumulated for nearly 10,000 years, various skills points, and hidden opportunities. He even learned all the secrets of Tianha Palace. Turn out to be the reason why Tianha Palace has existed for tens of thousands of years but has never been able to come to the fore is also related to the fragments of destiny. The 10 great immortal clans are the actual rulers of Shenyuan Continent, and the 3 holy places were all planned and built by them. The Lord of the Holy Land is a member of the immortal race, and many important positions within the Holy Land are also occupied by members of the immortal race. In other words, the 10 great immortal clans control everything on the Shenyuan Continent, especially the resources for cultivation. The secret of its enduring popularity after tens of thousands of years lies in the fragments of destiny. Every immortal clan must have inherited at least 3 fragments of destiny. Because the total number of destiny is limited, the 10 great immortal clans occupy the vast majority of them, thus cutting off the possibility for other forces to become immortals. There are actually 49 purple pattern fragments in total. Chen Shu was shocked. There were actually 49 of these powerful abilities. There are 50 heavenly evolutions, and one of them is missing. He continued to look through Master Tianpa's memories and simply ignored the other party's interference. Tianhe Palace was once a family power. It repeatedly failed in its attempts to impact the status of the immortals, and it took a long time to understand the secret of destiny. So they were forced to go into hiding and began to use this method to obtain the fragments of destiny. The most recent successful case is the Chen family of the immortal clan. Tianhe Palace instigated a member of the Chen clan, Shenjua, to rebel, and persuaded him to forcibly take away his cousin who was supposed to be the heir to the family, and successfully snatched 2 fragments of destiny from the opponent. It is the deduction of heaven's secrets and the favor of heaven. This is my origin. Chen Shu couldn't believe it and stood there in a daze for a moment. Shenjua is his father, and his biggest motivation for going to the center of the continent to practice is to find his father. He had a glorious and majestic image of his father in his mind, but now, this image collapsed. His father was born. Chen Shudao's heart was almost broken, and he sat in the cave all night without realizing it. Gradually, his eyes became focused again. Even so, I still want to go to Chen's to see my mother. And we haven't found our father yet. I can't stop. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and spent some time to sort out the key information about his life. First, he is indeed a member of the Chen clan, and a direct descendant of it. He has 3 purple pattern fragments on his body, and can even be called the heir of the immortal clan. There were only 4 fragments of Chen's destiny. Chen Shu's father snatched 2 of them, and Chen Shu himself awakened 1. So, I can now even rival an entire immortal clan. Chen Shu suddenly felt more confident than ever before, and all the failures he had experienced in the past no longer cast a shadow over him. He stood up again. Second, there are more than 1 secret forces in this world, including Tianhe Palace, but almost all of them are targeting the fragments of destiny. Only those who openly possess 3 or more fragments can have the status of immortals. This also means that the current Chen family is actually about to fall from the status of the immortal clan, but other forces have not discovered it yet. This may be my chance. Chen Shu's eyes flickered. Even if his father had disappeared with the fragments, Chen Shu was confident that he could make it happen. A crazy plan gradually came into his mind. If this plan succeeds, he will have the same heir status as Su Mu. The 2 will truly stand on the same starting line. Su Mu I will be the final winner. Everything is mine. Chen Shu grinned. Without realizing it, his laughter had gradually become somewhat similar to that of a certain remnant soul. The other side. Su Mu sped all the way and came to a small attic. He subconsciously raised his hand and scratched the back of his neck. What's going on? Why do I always feel a little itchy here? Su Mu was puzzled, but did not take it to heart. After all, he was a cultivator, so it was unlikely that he would get a skin disease. He looked up at the attic in front of him and sensed a familiar gaze. Yi Yen. Chapter 86, Taoist Companion? Underground Lover? Su Mu, you're here. Yi Yen looked a little pale and forced a smile. She didn't seem surprised by Su Mu's arrival, but instead prepared tea early. It seemed to be the same last time. I always felt that she was well prepared. Su Mu thought in his heart. He remembered that the original book of Shenyuan Continent did mention that Yi Yen had the ability to predict the future. But this power is far from controllable and comes at a high cost. Of course, it is still much better than Chen Shu's Krypton Life gameplay. If I have to make an analogy, it might be like menstrual period. There are always a few days every month when it comes on its own. Sumu guessed that Yi Yan's current state must be due to her predictive ability being activated. This is good, we can talk openly. Sumu sat down slowly and took out the token given to him by the other party from his arms. Yi Yan, I came here mainly for this, why did you give me this? Sumu went straight to the point. The booklet he had just bought on the road made him understand that giving someone a token of love in the Longyuan secret realm actually meant expressing one's love. Sumu didn't know for the time being whether Qing Jingru was clear about it. But Yi Yan should understand that the other party is, after all, the Holy Land's patrol supervisor elder, and is familiar with all the rules. Isn't it obvious what I mean? Yi Yan paused for a moment and then admitted it frankly. Sumu's eyes widened. What the hell? You mean you like me? What? This time it was Yi Yan's turn to be confused. I gave you the token of the Dragon Yuan secret realm in order to bless you with the power of the Dragon Yuan tree. After all, you are the son of God. Isn't it normal for you to be treated like this? Yi Yan tilted her head. What did you just say? Sumu. Oh my God. Sumu has never had such an embarrassing moment in the two plots. Could it be that I have also had one of the three major illusions in life, that she likes me? Sumu's toes couldn't help but shrink, and even his thick skin couldn't bear it. No, it's okay. If it's okay, I'll take my leave. The boy stood up and tried to leave, but was held back by Yi Yan again. The girl looked at him sadly. Actually, I heard everything you just said. Sumu. Ah. Sumu almost heard a groundhog scream in his mind, and his body trembled slightly, and he bowed. Please don't tell anyone about this. Then let's negotiate terms. Yi Yan chuckled, took Sumu's hand, and moved closer. Sumu could already smell the girl's subtle fragrance, clear and elegant. In front of me was the girl's fair neck, her delicate collarbone faintly visible, and her face, which should have been cold but was now full of playfulness. Sumu, please continue to be my Taoist partner. As long as you agree to this condition, I will not tell anyone about this matter. What? Sumu immediately raised his eyebrows. He began to seriously suspect that the other party was addicted to threatening people. Why are you so persistent in having me be your companion? Yi Yan pursed her lips slightly when she heard this, and did not correct the mistakes in the other party's words. Her current goal was just to make the other party a temporary Taoist partner. I told you the reason last time. I need to experience the love between a man and a woman, and you are my best target. I haven't told Qing Jingru about what happened last time. This time. Yi Yan suddenly smiled slightly, and her whole body returned to her gentle and scholarly temperament. The girl leaned close to Sumu's ear, her breath sweet as orchid. Sumu, you don't want other people to know what happened today, right? Sumu was stunned. Damn it! How could this illusion of being forced into prostitution be possible? You are obviously the beautiful heroine, but you have set your eyes on me, the villain supporting role. And the words he said were exactly the same as last time. Is this also a force that modifies the plot? Or is it destiny that is in control? Just to stir up a conflict between me and Chen Shu. Sumu was silent for a moment. He already felt it now. Perhaps in the eyes of fate, Sumu must die, so Chen Shu must be offended to death. In this case. Sumu nodded immediately. Okay. I agree. If you don't agree, Yi Yan's words came to an abrupt halt. This scene had not appeared in her prediction. You said you agreed. The girl opened her red lips slightly and was stunned for a moment. Of course, once something is said, it cannot be taken back. Sumu has already thought it through. Since destiny requires him to offend Chen Shu to death, he might as well give him a push. Don't you want me to do this? Then I will cooperate with you. I will do whatever you want me to do. Anyway, don't take the initiative, don't refuse, just be a top-level assistant. However, we have to make 3 rules. Really, Sumu? Yi Yan could hardly hide his inner joy. He didn't expect Sumu would actually agree. Especially the last time in the Longyuan secret realm, she almost confessed her love but did not get a response from Sumu. I thought the other party would refuse again. What conditions? You tell me. I can agree to them all. Yi Yan couldn't wait. When Sumu heard this, a hint of suspicion appeared on his face and he looked over. As soon as she met the boy's eyes, Yi Yan knew that she was still too impatient and showed it too much. Ahem, I mean, you say? Yi Yan regained her former gentle appearance. Sumu nodded secretly. Well, that's right. We have 3 rules. First, no touching. Ah. Sumu seemed to vaguely hear the girl's low sigh, but when he raised his head, she looked the same as usual. I even had the leisure to tilt my head and ask him what was wrong. Did I hear it wrong? Sumu could only wonder. Second, if you want to do something, you need to discuss it with me in advance and I can only do it after I agree. No problem, what about the third one? Yi Yan nodded slightly. As for the third point, I hope that our relationship will be kept secret. No one else should know about it except the 2 of us. Sumu's voice became lower and lower, and he obviously realized that his words sounded a bit like a scumbag. But it was necessary for him to do so. There are too many changing characters now, and he has no idea of a response strategy for the time being. He can only solve them separately and defeat them one by one. Therefore, in the future he needs to maintain secret contact with each heroine and ensure that he will not interfere with others. If you think this condition. After thinking about it for a while, Sumu still felt that what he said was a bit too much and was thinking about making up for it. Good. Unexpectedly, Yi Yan agreed very readily. You actually agreed to it. I'm surprised you agreed. The 2 looked at each other for a moment, then looked away at the same time. Sumu rarely felt a little guilty. He didn't expect that being a scumbag would feel like this. Yi Yan was pleasantly surprised. It could even be said that Sumu's last condition was exactly what she wanted. Things are accomplished through secrecy, and are ruined through disclosure. She understood this principle, so the relationship between her and Sumu must not be known by others. Especially Qing Jingru. Then now, you are my Taoist partner. Yi Yan smiled slightly, walked forward, and took Sumu's arm. Her gesture was extremely intimate. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Hey, we agreed not to touch you. Where are you putting your hands? Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 87 Beauty, come home with me. Sumu came out of Yi Yan's attic. There was still some redness on her face. Really? We agreed on 3 rules, but you've been touching me all the time. Sumu was indignant and felt that the other party had no sense of contract and secretly despised him in his heart. He paused, then raised his palm and smelled it. A light and elegant fragrance rushes straight into the nose. This is the smell of Yi Yan, and I don't know where it comes from. Ahem, why do I feel like we're secret lovers? Sumu was a little suspicious. After leaving, he reconsidered his relationship with Yi Yan. Finally, this conclusion was reached. The 2 of them only contact each other for a limited time and have a secret relationship that cannot be made public. No matter how you look at it, it seems a bit like. Sumu shook his head forcefully, throwing all these distracting thoughts out of his mind. Now Yi Yan's attitude is clear. The young man bowed his head and pondered. He thought that there was nothing about him that could attract the other person. If there is, it is only possible because there is a handle, which makes it easier to control. Who to go to next? Sumu was a little confused for a moment. According to his original plan, it should be based on the order in which the heroines appeared. Normally, the person standing behind Qing Jingru should be his master Mo Xuanxing. But Sumu felt a bit troubled by this heroine. In the original novel, Mo Xuanxing should be the person who helped Xin Shu the most in the early stage, both in terms of cultivation and background. An immortal king cultivator can completely serve as the foundation of a first-rate force, and of course he will not show up easily. Since Sumu started the second round, Mo Xuanxing has rarely appeared unless there is something big. The most recent one was when the seal of the ancient ferocious beast was broken. Sumu had thought about looking for the other party, but he heard that Nemo Xuanqing had gone into seclusion and didn't know when he would come out. So it seems that Master was a little bit abnormal at the beginning, but was the most well-behaved afterwards. Sumu suddenly noticed this. In the original novel, Nemo Xuanqing would help Qinshu in every hardship he experienced, but now everything has changed and Sumu has become his disciple. Will Sumu be in any trouble? Yes, but that comes from the plot itself, not from how much of a threat he poses to himself. After all, his official identity is the heir of the Su family, and there are not so many blind people who dare to cause trouble for Sumu. Even if Sumu was the one who caused the trouble, others still had to find ways to clean up his mess. Who should I look for next, Sister Nangong? By the way, hasn't Meng Xiaoxiao come back yet? The young man lowered his head and pondered, at this moment. Sumu? Why are you here? A familiar voice came from behind him. The boy turned around and saw that it was actually an acquaintance. Yu Nianqing. The girl was holding a food box in her hand, and looked a little surprised, as if she didn't expect to meet Sumu here. She walked lightly to Sumu's side, with a graceful figure, wearing a light blue floral dress and a ribbon of the same color tied around her waist. She has a fair face and deep eyes. Miss you, I didn't expect to meet you here. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He was worried that he couldn't find a suitable target, but he unexpectedly ran into one. Sumu also had an impression of Yu Nianqing. The other party had had 2 encounters with him so far, once on bail in the law enforcement hall and once in the Longyuan secret realm. Every position where the other person appears should be where the heroine would appear, but this person does not exist in the original book. Could it be caused by a change in the plotline? Sumu also took the time to ask the system to confirm that there were no new characters appearing in the second week's plot. This means that Yu Nianqing is a person who already exists in this world. No matter what, we still have to find a way to test it out. Sumu made up his mind secretly, but he didn't know that the girl in front of him had the same idea in her mind. Finally, I found the opportunity. Yu Nianqing felt relieved. Ever since she created this incarnation, she had never had the chance to be alone with Sumu. Now is the perfect time. I don't know, what is Miss Yu going to do? I made some food for you. Would you like to try it? Okay. The two of them had their own ideas and they hit it off immediately. So they found a small hillside at the back of the Holy Land, sat cross-legged on the spot, and opened the food boxes. Inside are exquisite pastries. It felt like a picnic. Sumu was a little dazed for a moment, but he quickly regained his focus and did not forget his main task. By the way, I was bailed out by Miss Yu last time in the law enforcement hall, and I didn't have time to thank her. I wonder if I knew Miss Yu before. No. Yu Nianqing spoke very straightforwardly. I was entrusted by someone to go to the law enforcement hall to bail you out. Trusted by someone? Who is it? Sumu asked hurriedly, but Yu Nianqing just remained silent and shook his head slowly without saying anything. This. Sumu was really confused. Apart from the original protagonists in the plot, who else would have a connection with him? Although Yu Nianqing appeared in every position very cleverly and should have been the heroine, her identity was not that of the heroine. How strange. Speaking of which, when Sumu heard the name Yu Nianqing for the first time, he thought about it carefully and realized that he did not know her. But he figured out the meaning of this name. Nianchang means missing someone, right? The person who gave her this name was a romantic man. Or it could be called love brain. Sumu was daydreaming, and afterwards he sat on the hillside with Yu Nianqing and chatted for a long time, talking about this and that. In the end, nothing valuable was asked. The other party was particularly strict in protecting the information of the people behind him, and there was no clue at all. The only thing Sumu knew was the other person's attitude, which was at least friendly to him, or even caring. What's with this feeling of having an elder? The young man was puzzled. Could it be that Yu Nianqing was also his father? That shouldn't be the case. The two of them had been sitting on the hillside, eating cakes and chatting, and before they knew it, the sky had darkened and the moon was high in the sky. Sumu was also a little confused at this moment. He looked up subconsciously, but suddenly his body stiffened. Under the moonlight. The girl's delicate face seemed to be shining brightly, and she looked at the bright moon, as if she was missing something. She seems to be someone with a story, but I always feel like I've seen this aloof temperament of hers somewhere before. Sumu was in deep thought. This kind of temperament in the other person has been in a superior position for a long time, looking down on the world, as if he has gone through long years of loneliness and witnessed the vicissitudes of life. How could a girl who looked like she was no more than a teenager have such a temperament? Sumu was attracted by this profound temperament for a moment. I was stunned. Could it be that the other party is from some secret force? The boy suddenly thought of something. As the heir of the immortal clan, he certainly knew that there were many hidden forces in this world. Could it be that Yun Yanqing is one of them? Sumu decided to test it out, so he suddenly spoke. Miss you, it's getting late, why don't you come home with me? Chapter 88, Breaking Up? Miss you, how about coming home with me? Ha ham a ham. Yun Yanqing's eyes suddenly widened, the pastry got stuck in her throat and she started coughing. Isn't this a bit too fast? She was caught off guard by Sumu's move and her face turned red. Although her original intention was to create an encounter with Sumu and bring them closer, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Is this the rhythm of today's young people? Yun Yanqing once again wondered if she was getting old. Sumu had been observing every change in the other person's expression. He was relieved when he saw that the other person's shyness and surprise did not seem fake. It doesn't look like he is from a secretive force. If he was, his first reaction would have been panic. Sumu thought in his heart. You really aren't going. This. Yun Yanqing's face turned even redder, and she even lowered her head unnaturally, stammering in a low voice. That's not good. Sumu was completely immersed in the test and didn't realize that his current behavior was like teasing the other party. In that case, then fine. Sumu suddenly smiled and changed the subject. Actually I wanted to invite you to my house as a guest to express my gratitude. Express gratitude? Is it necessary to invite a girl to your home in the middle of the night? Yun Yanqing thought that this was just an excuse made by Sumu, and a trace of regret arose in her heart. Damn it! If I had known I would have agreed directly. I was just too shy. How she wished Sumu would bring up the topic again now. But Sumu's attention was already elsewhere. It's getting late, why don't we say goodbye today? Sumu stood up and was about to leave. Yun Yanqing suddenly became anxious, and quickly stood up and held Sumu's hand. Etc. Sumu was confused. Why did he feel like his hands were touched many times by various beautiful girls recently? I have some leftover pastries here. I'll give them to you as well. Yun Yanqing also realized that her behavior was a little anxious. But she quickly regained her normal composure and took out a more exquisite food box from her storage ring. Although she had specially prepared it, it turned out like this when the words came to her lips. These pastries were made together. I saw that you liked them very much. I just happened to have some leftovers, so why not give them to you? Thank you. Sumu hesitated for a moment and did not refuse. After accepting each other's gifts, the relationship between the two seemed to become much closer. It will be convenient to find another opportunity to ask in the future. The boy thought so and waved goodbye. The figure gradually faded away. Yun Yanqing suddenly sighed. Why do I have to be your master? If not, I would also like to be like them and appear by your side without worry or fear. The girl looked a little lonely, and her figure disappeared in the flickering moonlight. Sumu returned to his cave and put away the pastries. I have to say that the crafting level of these pastries is much better than Su Haniang's, and the taste is very exquisite. I don't know where he bought it. Next time, let Su Haniang go and learn from it and stop thinking about poisoning me. The other side. Chen Shu spent a long time coming up with his own perfect plan. As long as it could be implemented successfully, he could become the heir to the immortal clan. standing on the same starting line as Sumu. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but be silent. After spending so much money along the way, we have only reached the starting point when he was born. Chen Shu secretly clenched his fists, and his fighting spirit was ignited in his heart. Everything will be mine. Because I am the chosen 1-inch. Chen Shu sent a message to Yin Luan on the spot, saying frankly that he needed some manpower and support. As a result, something happened that he didn't expect. Yin Luan actually refused directly. Young Palace Master, because of Wang Tizi's exposure last time, the Holy Land is now in a state of panic, and we cannot move any of our personnel. Someone has discovered the clues recently, so we must hide it. And I feel that there is more than one force targeting us recently. So I really can't help you with your plan this time. Chen Shu was dumbfounded, anger rising in his heart. What, Yin Luan, are you going to disobey my orders? Do you know how important this plan is to me? On the other side, when Yin Luan saw these words, veins popped up on his forehead. Damn. It's important to you, but it's none of my business. Every time you let us, your men, die for you. Do you know how much it costs to train a hidden player capable of entering the Holy Land? You're staring at Sumu all day long. Can you beat him? The Su family is wealthy and powerful, so they can build whatever they want. The Tianhe Palace doesn't even have the Chan surname. Yin Luan felt like he was about to suffer from a bout of stupidity. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Shu actually had the identity of the young palace master, he would have gone up and slapped the man to death right now. At the moment, he could only explain patiently. Young palace master, this is not going to work. The loss is too great. I don't care. Chen Shu interrupted directly. As a subordinate, just follow orders. Don't worry about other things. You are so. Even a clayman still has some temper, and Yin Luan really couldn't bear it anymore. In that case, then go and do it yourself. Humph. Yin Luan then cut off the connection and ignored the other party. If he continued chatting with Chen Shu, he was really afraid that he would do something impulsive. You really don't treat your subordinates as human beings. When Yin Luan thought of the recent losses, his heart was bleeding. Every hidden chess piece was developed by him with great effort. It took him thousands of years to build this system. As a result, because of Wang Tizi's exposure, the entire intelligence network is almost destroyed. Idiot. A complete idiot. Who on earth would choose such a thing as the young palace master? Yin Luan swore in his heart that if he could break through to the immortal king realm in the future, he would have absolute say in Tianhe Palace. The first thing he wanted to do was to abolish Chen Shu's position as young palace master. You still say that Sumu was a prodigal son, but this Chen Shu was even worse than that. The other side. Chen Shuren was stunned. After accepting Master Tianpa's memories, he had a deeper understanding of Tianhe Palace. It has been thousands of years since subordinates directly disobeyed orders. He betrayed. Chen Shu widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that there were clues already. Every time Yin Luan took action against Sumu, something would go wrong, as if the other party was deliberately letting him go. Why did he join the Su family? Chen Shu's eyes were dark. If he really betrayed me, then I can only. You forced me to do this. Chen Shu no longer hesitated and directly used the secret method from Master Tianpa's mind. Heaven and blood killing 9 deaths formation. I didn't want to use this, but you forced me to do it. Chen Shu sneered. Chapter 89 Meeting Luoyin. Heaven and blood killing 9 deaths formation. This is a special secret method that can only be obtained by the palace master of Tianhe Palace after he ascends the throne. In order to perform this formation, one must rely on the palace master's token. The token of the palace master of Tianhe Palace is somewhat different from the traditional one. It is not a physical object, but a soul mark. Coincidentally, Master Tianpa also has it here. This set of secret techniques has only one function, which is to lock onto the breath of one's subordinates and trace back to its source. Chen Shu's original soul power was not enough to display it. But After merging his soul with Master Tianpa, he often suffered from schizophrenia, but his soul power was undoubtedly many times stronger. Just in time to use it. Rise. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and finally completed all the preparation steps. He raised his hands into claw shape and raised them into the air. A strange formation flashing with blood-red light rose into the air, and a mysterious sensation began to emerge. Chen Shu was certainly not intended to target Yin Luan directly. According to the tradition of Tianha Palace, if a subordinate betrays, the entire family will be executed. Chen Shu was going to use this secret method to trace the source, and soon he reaped the rewards. It's so close. This direction is the Su family. Chen Shu was horrified. He didn't expect that Yin Luan had only one direct blood relative, and his current location was in the Su family's territory. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Since Yin Luan's blood relatives have already entered the Su family, it means that Yin Luan has indeed rebelled and has 100% surrendered to the Su family. On the other hand, even though he used a special formation to spy, this was the Su family's land after all. If he was discovered by accident, he would be dead. Chen Shu immediately thought of stopping his spying, when he suddenly sensed that the aura began to move. Well, it's out. This destination is Luoyin City. Chen Shu's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a while, he decided to go and find out for himself. He was certain that the other party didn't know him, so he could test him. In his heart, Chen Shu was still unwilling to believe that Yin Luan had betrayed him like that. After all, the other party was his biggest help now. Of course, if he really betrayed me. Chen Shu sneered. Then my visit is not just a simple one. He. Sumu got up very early. After thinking it over for a while last night, he decided to visit the Nangong sisters today. But, by the way, where do they live? Sumu rubbed his chin, scrolling through his memories in his mind. It's not mentioned in the original book. Do I need to ask someone about this? By the way, Yi Yan and Nangongshi are good sisters, why not go ask her? Forehead. Sumu shuddered suddenly. When he thought about contacting Yi Yan, he suddenly felt a little panicky for no reason. It's over. This is becoming more and more like an affair. Sumu raised his hand to touch his forehead, looking helpless. Right at this moment. Sumu. A young girl raised her arm and waved it, with a bright and cheerful smile on her face. Shinjiaoi? You came so quickly. Hey, of course. Shinjiaoi raised her hand and touched the tip of her nose, a hint of pride appearing on her face. I came here right away because you were here. If you say that, people who don't know would think you have a crush on me. Sumu curled his lips and said something casually. Shinjiaoi's body froze, and a hint of panic flashed in the depths of her eyes. She was about to speak. Bah, how shameless. Su Haining's cold voice also sounded behind him. Sumu looked up in surprise. Why are you here too? Can't I come? After all, Joey grew up under my care, can't I come and see her off? Su Haining's words were harsh, but her eyes were always on Sumu, and she felt relieved. He has indeed ascended to immortality, and his entire temperament is different. It seems that what Shinjiaoi said about not liking Qing Jingru anymore is true. Although she was delighted, she did not show it. He took out a food box from the storage ring and was about to hand it to Sumu. This is what I made in the past few days. Can you help me try it, huh? Su Haining's beautiful eyes slightly opened, and her whole body froze in place. She looked at a food box placed in another part of the room, with little emotion on her face. Who sent this? What do you mean it was given by someone? Can't I have bought it myself? Sumu subconsciously curled his lips and retorted directly, but he was actually still very relaxed in his heart. Judging from the current situation, Su Haining is the heroine who is less affected. Apart from suddenly falling in love with cooking and returning home 6 months earlier, there seems to be nothing else. As for Shinjiaoi, it is even more reassuring. She is not the heroine at all, just a passerby. Although she was also extremely beautiful, even not inferior to the heroine, Sumu clearly remembered that there was no role for this character in the original novel. This isn't something I bought. Don't you see the words engraved here? Su Hanying secretly clenched her fist and motioned Sumu to look over. Ha! Holy shit! There really is 1 inch. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had just discovered that the words Nian Chang were engraved on the corner of the food box. The handwriting was delicate and it was obvious that it was written by a woman. Okay. Actually, I'm so handsome, so someone gave it to me. I wanted to keep it a low profile, but now it seems I can't hide it anymore. Sumu was very cocky, but Su Hanying suddenly felt relieved. If Sumu really showed signs of panic, then she should be really worried. On the contrary, this heartless look showed that Sumu didn't care about the person who sent the food box. In that case, then okay, help me taste the food. The atmosphere became calmer, and Sumu was impressed by his own cleverness. Even if he is sure that the plot of this world has undergone major changes, the skills of a veteran actor honed over decades will still exist. How could there be any trouble before I figure out the status of each heroine? He. Sumu was feeling proud, but when he looked at the pastries that Su Hanying brought, he immediately put on a bitter face. Damn it! He keeps poisoning people every day. If you have the willpower, why don't you do something else? The boy wanted to cry but he had no tears, but he pinched his nose and swallowed it. It tastes even better this time. Sumu looked surprised. He was already very surprised by the pastries Su Hanying brought him last time. He thought it was something that the other party got by chance. Now it seems that my cooking skills have really improved. Me? How did a strong and fighting woman become a gentle and virtuous wife? Sumu was stunned for a moment, but still convinced himself that everything was still within acceptable range. After all, compared to the others, this act of poisoning is considered very light. By the way, Nianxiu has a performance in a few days, let's go together. In Nianxiu? What am I going to do? Can't we just treat it as a show of support? Su Hanying looked dangerous, as if she was ready to start a fight if they disagreed with her. Okay, I'll go. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Sumu carefully weighed the combat power of both sides and gave up some unrealistic ideas. Where? When? Su Hanying relaxed and felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Tomorrow, the location is Luoyin City. Chapter 90 Chan Ruitzon's Quirk. Luoyin City. In the vast Shenyuan Continent, this place can only be regarded as an inconspicuous small town, but today it is bustling with people. Stop pushing. You're stepping on my feet. It's not what I thought. I was just squeezed by others. So many people, all just to see Fairy Nianxiu. Of course. Someone not far away responded excitedly. Fairy Nianxiu suddenly said that she would give a lecture here, and almost all the cultivators who could come here have come. This is what Fairy Nianxiu said. She is the saint of the holy land of wonderful sounds. How many people flocked to her? What a pity. If we could fly, it wouldn't be so crowded. Some people shook their heads and sighed. Flying is prohibited in all the main cities of Shenyuan Continent, unless your cultivation level has reached the level of earthly immortal and broken through the realm of mortals. Hey, look, what a luxurious flying boat. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw a huge and exquisite flying boat slowly approaching, and finally hovering in the air nearby, looking awe-inspiring. This is the Chen family. The Chen clan of the Immortal Clan. I heard that Chen Meng of the Chen family particularly likes Fairy Nianxiu. Now it seems to be true, so I came all the way here to show my support. After all, he is from the Immortal Clan, and a direct descendant. It is a great opportunity to be noticed by such a person. The crowd below was talking. At the same time, in the flying boat in mid-air, the protagonist of the crowd's discussion, Chen Meng, was standing aside with his eyebrows lowered, waiting respectfully. Sitting in the main seat was a young man who looked younger than him. Chen Ruitzon, the young master of the Chen family, slowly took a sip of tea and looked at his cousin without any affection in his eyes. Chen Meng, you've been doing nothing all day just to do this kind of thing. Hee hee, cousin, no young master, it's just some entertainment, hee hee. Chen Mang looked a little uneasy. Although he was also a direct descendant, his status was far inferior to Chen Ruitzong. The other party is the future head of the Chen family and the heir to the immortal clan. Chen Ruitzong had just returned from a business trip outside the territory and happened to pass by here, so he came up to rest. Despite being scolded by the other party, Chen Meng did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, his attitude became more respectful. Cut. Chen Ruitzong looked disdainful and felt extremely contemptuous in his heart. There are too many parasites like Chen Meng in the family. They spend their days drunk and dreaming, eating, drinking and having fun, and have no idea of the crisis the family is facing. If they could work half as hard as the children of the emerging forces, the family wouldn't be in the current situation. Well. Chen Ruitzong sighed in his heart. Ever since the family lost 2 fragments of destiny at once several decades ago, everything has begun to go downhill uncontrollably. In recent years, fewer and fewer people in the tribe have ascended to immortality, because more and more ancestors are about to retire due to the end of their lifespan. As a result, people like Chen Meng actually have the leisure to listen to the so-called preaching. Isn't he just here to listen to people singing? If he had been more ambitious and wanted to get this so-called fairy Nianxiu, Chen Ruitzong would still look up to him. Okay, if you're fine, just leave. Buzz. A dull sound was suddenly heard, Chen Ruitzong's body paused, and then he appeared on the deck of the flying boat. The Su family is here too? Why is there so much fuss? Chen Ruitzong looked puzzled. On the other side, Sumu and the other 2 also arrived at Luoyin City on a flying boat. Looking down, they saw that the city was densely packed with cultivators. Oh my god! Yin Nianxiu is indeed the heroine, this popularity. Sumu was amazed, but suddenly he felt a gaze on him and quickly looked up. Chen Ruitzong. He appeared so soon. Sumu was a little surprised. This person also appeared in the first plot mission. His identity was very similar to Sumu's, and they were both heirs to the immortal clan. Moreover, both of them have the same arrogant personality, and sometimes Chen Ruitzong is even worse, cruel and cunning. The most important thing is that like Chen Ruitzong and Sumu, both appeared as villains in the original plot. The purpose is to slap Chen Shu in the face. It seems that a lot of the plot has passed. Sumu pondered in his heart. Chen Ruitzong had gone further than Sumu in becoming a villain, and could be considered a strong rival of the protagonist Chen Shu. However, Sumu and Chen Ruitzong did not get along well. Although they were in the same camp, their relationship was not very good. Chen Ruitzong thinks that Sumu is a useless bootlicker, while Sumu thinks that he is just a simple pretender who likes to show off no matter what. Sumu originally wanted to ignore the opponent, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to bring the flying boat over and greet him first. Master Su, Miss Su, and this one. Chen Ruitzong no longer had his previous cold attitude. Instead, he smiled and put on a friendly attitude. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you guys here for Fairy Nianxiu as well? Su Haining hummed lightly, frowning slightly. She really didn't like Chen Ruitzong, mainly because his eyes were full of calculations and scheming. Chen Ruitzong didn't care about Su Haining's attitude, but smiled more gently. Haha, what a coincidence. He did have thoughts about Su Haining, but that was based on the premise that she might inherit the Su family. Recently, Chen Ruitzong has received news that the heir of the Su family is expected to be replaced by this newcomer, Sumu. A newly promoted Earth Immortal, the champion of the Holy Land competition, a direct descendant of the immortal race, a disciple of immortal King Mo Xuanxing, and even has several confidants. Although some of this news has not spread yet and is only circulated in a small circle, it still attracted Chen Ruitzong's attention. This Sumu is a dragon among men. Chen Ruitzong's attitude was gentle, but Sumu was a little confused. What's wrong, little brother? I remember your character. Shouldn't you be the type who was arrogant? When did you become so easy to talk to? Could it be that you have changed too? Sumu looked strange. Everyone else is the protagonist, so it doesn't matter if they change a little. Why are you, a supporting role, joining in the fun? Aren't we both villains? Chen Ruizong did not notice the weirdness in Sumu's eyes. Instead, he felt that the other party was calm and looked quite sophisticated. I became more certain of my guess. Chen Ruizong is a very realistic person. If the other party shows that he is capable and worthy of his attention, he will show his best attitude. On the contrary, if the other party is a waste, Chen Ruizong will not have a good face, and may even feel disgusted in his heart. This is how it might appear. The nicer you treat Chen Ruizong, the more likely he is to look down on you. On the contrary, if you look down on him from the beginning, he may even think you are something. It's a bit like a mixed letter circle. Sumu also vaguely noticed this and felt even more strange. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Chen Ruizong. Seeing that Sumu became increasingly calm and even began to look at him with suspicion, a hint of excitement flashed in Chen Ruizong's eyes. Could it be that he and I are the same kind of people? Chapter 91, Chen's people seem to be seriously ill. Chen Ruizong's expression became more and more excited. He vaguely felt that he had met someone of his own kind. That's right. It must be like this. According to the information Chen Ruizong has received, although Sumu had a shameful past, he has now come out of it. Chen Ruizong felt like he was looking forward to meeting his opponent. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he looking at me so strangely? I feel more passionate than some heroines. No, buddy, you are not. Sumu shuddered subconsciously and decided to stay away from Chen Ruizong in the future. Haning, Sumu. You are here too. Some clear voices were heard not far away, and then several figures were seen slowly approaching. Yin Nianqiu landed on the deck. The girl first looked at her good sister Su Haining, and then glanced at Sumu's cheek. Haning really brought Sumu here. As Su Haining's best friend, Yin Nianqiu knows her sister better than ordinary people. In particular, he noticed that the other party's attention to Sumu had increased sharply recently. Therefore, Yin Nianqiu only needs to provide a slight opportunity and Su Haining will definitely bring Sumu out. That is. I thought you would come out alone with Sumu, why is there another woman? Yin Nianqiu was confused, but he remained polite and asked softly. May I ask who this person is? Shinjoui, my friend. Sumu answered casually. Little brother Sumu, there are so many girls around you, hee hee. Yin Nianqiu suddenly giggled, her whole body shaking, as if she was teasing someone. Sumu curled his lips helplessly. He said it as if he was willing. Not far away, behind Chen Ruizong, Chen Meng's eyes were wide open. It's Fairy Nianqiu. I finally met her in person. Chen Meng's eyes were blurred, and he kept getting closer to the other person, even stretching out his hand, as if he wanted to touch him. Sumu raised his eyebrows because he suddenly found that the strange man behind Chen Ruizong was walking towards him. And he has a weird look in his eyes, and even wants to make some moves now. He was very familiar with this situation. The same thing happened when Yi Yan wanted to take advantage of Sumu. What the hell? Sumu was stunned. He initially suspected that Chen Ruizong had problems, but he didn't expect that the other party's subordinates also had problems. Because of his position, Yin Nianqiu was actually behind Sumu, so Sumu subconsciously thought that the other party was coming towards him. The main reason is that Chen Meng's eyes are too confusing. Snap. Sumu grabbed the other person's wrist, with obvious disgust on his face, and even changed his grip to pinching with his fingers. Hey, kid, are you playing so perverted? Sumu has begun to doubt whether there is something wrong with the Chen family tradition. I just met two of them, and it turns out that both of them have the bashu style? They are really vivid and consistent. Idiot. What are you doing? Chen Ruizong also reacted at this moment, and looked at his useless cousin angrily. Ah. Chen Meng was awakened from his trance by Chen Ruizong's roar. After realizing what he had just done, his face turned pale and his body shook like a sieve. No, cousin, no. Young master, listen to my explanation. I. Snort. Chen Ruizong's face looked grim. He now regarded Su Mu as an opponent who was equally matched with himself and was thinking about having a good fight with him. As a result, a stupid teammate like Chen Meng suddenly appeared behind him. What was that gesture just now? He actually wanted to directly pass by Su Mu and make a move on Fairy Nianxiu? After Fairy Nianxiu arrived at the deck of the flying boat, she naturally stood behind Su Mu. The distance between the two was not far, and it was obvious that they had a close relationship. Chen Meng's behavior could be considered a provocation, but Su Mu did not take direct action, which showed that he had excellent family education. I'm sorry for the embarrassing things, but I hope you won't blame me. Chen Ruizong bowed and threw over a ring. This is my apology. See you next time. After saying that, Chen Ruizong took Chen Meng and left. Chen Meng did not dare to resist and became more hunched over. On the deck, Su Mu looked confused. What is this? Su Mu casually opened the storage ring and found a halberd with a cold glow inside. The boy frowned suddenly. Although it was no secret that he liked euphorbia, it was not known to so many people. Has this person investigated me? When Su Mu thought of Chen Ruizong's eager eyes at the beginning, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and a chill in his heart. Shit, it's fine that the heroine is the one who's eyeing him, but now there's a supporting character too. It would be fine if you were just a normal supporting character, but why do you like fencing? Although we are both villains and in the same camp, I don't allow you to play like this. Su Mu became more and more determined to stay away from Chen Ruizong in the future. On the other side, Yin Nianxiu was stunned for a moment. She also just saw Su Mu stand up for her and stop the other party. Now looking at Su Mu's back, Yin Nianxiu felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. He was so gentle, almost exactly the same as in his previous life, but still a little different. He is sharper now, like a sword that has been unsheathed. Su Mu, he's quite reliable. Yin Nianxiu blinked her big eyes and then smiled. Little brother Su Mu, you are so manly. Why don't you go to the front row with your sister and I will preach to you in person? Yin Nianxiu came here today to preach, and his way of preaching was through singing. She is the saint of the Miaoyin Holy Land, and this is her own unique way of practice. Through the process of singing, I interact with the audience and strengthen my understanding of Tao. If Su Mu remembered correctly, Yin Nianxiu should also be practicing the way of music. Nangong seemed to be practicing the same thing, except that he stimulated it through the guzheng, and he performed very well in the last battle with Chen Shu. Yin Nianxiu now invites Su Mu to be by her side and listen closely, so that the insights that can be gained will definitely be the greatest. But no, I feel like you have bad intentions. Su Mu decisively refused. It's so funny. Even though your heroine is crooked now, she is still the heroine after all. Why should I get close to you? That tiny bit of insignificant enlightenment and cultivation was even more dispensable to Su Mu. The Su family is not without top cultivators who practice the art of music. If Su Mu wants to listen, he can listen to them every day. Ah, okay. Yin Nianxiu pretended to be depressed and looked aggrieved. Even if you act cute, I will, huh? Wait. Su Mu suddenly changed the subject. I suddenly felt that it would be a good idea to listen to it up close. Let's go together. Yes. Yin Nianxiu suddenly became happy, and his eyes became more gentle. Su Mu quietly looked in a certain direction of the crowd below. Chen Shu is here too. Chapter 92, Is there another plot? Su Mu somehow sensed Chen Shu's location. He didn't know why either. It might be because my cultivation has improved. Anyway, the back of my neck felt a little itchy, and I subconsciously felt that there was something in that direction. It's not that his eyesight is so good that he can spot the other person at a glance. Mainly, among the bustling crowd, many cultivators were excited and looking forward to the appearance of Fairy Nianxiu. But then, a strange figure appeared in the crowd, and everyone else was stunned. Brother? What are you doing here? Suddenly, some people with unfriendly looks surrounded Chen Shu. Can't I just come here for a stroll? Chen Shu's heart skipped a beat. Why was he being harassed by others just when he was walking on the street? You can come for a walk, but your outfit is a little too weird. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment, looked at the scorching sun hanging high above his head, then looked at the bustling crowd around him, and suddenly sneered. Ha 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 ha, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. As he smiled, he put away his nightgown, black hat, black cloak, and special silent boots. Damn it, I've gotten so used to doing things in secret that I almost forgot it's daytime. Chen Shu felt a little embarrassed and could only retreat back into the crowd and change direction. In midair, Sumu looked at the other person's behavior and couldn't help but tilt his head. He now began to think seriously, is Chen Shu not being effective here? Finger pointing to temple.jpg. With teammates like this, it's no wonder my story missions are so difficult to complete. Sumu thinks he has awakened, and now his perspective on the male and female protagonists is different from before. I used to think of them as pure NPCs, and thought some of their stupid behaviors were understandable. But now he treats the other person as a living person. Since he can do something like wearing night clothes in broad daylight, his family probably needs to hire an expert. What happened? Was Chen Shu so stupid before? Sumu was puzzled. Below, Chen Shu gritted his teeth. He just changed direction and squeezed back into the crowd. As a result, I was stepped on at least 6 times along the way. I smelled at least 3 farts. He didn't even know who it was, but he pinched his butt hard. Depend on. Chen Shu's face looked grim, and he felt a dull pain in his buttocks. His hatred for Sumu increased. Damn it, Sumu. If the last plan hadn't failed and the heavenly mirror hadn't shattered my destiny, how could I be so unlucky even with a small thing? Why don't you just let me frame you? You are just the heir of the immortal clan. Why don't you just be my stepping stone? I am the man who will reach the top. In midair, Sumu did not speak, but pretended to look at the scenery. In fact, his eyes were secretly fixed on Chen Shu. Chen Shu actually appears here, doesn't that mean there is a plot here as well? Sumu thought carefully in his mind and finally found a clue in the corner. It turned out to be like this without me noticing. The boy's mouth twitched. In the original novel, Chen Shu did come to Nianxiu, but the timing and situation were completely different from now. Chen Shu in the original novel is full of vigor and vitality at this moment. Not only did he become the Holy Son of the Holy Land, but he also went through the Dragon Yuan secret realm and won the heart of the beauty. He appeared beside Nianxiu at this time just by chance, and then he discovered Nianxiu, the new heroine. And they just happened to have some interactions, and he just happened to be the hero who saved the damsel in distress. That's right. In the original novel, this is where the protagonist Chen Shu shows off. As for the villain who should appear, it is not Sumu, but Chen Meng. Sumu. He might know who the person was hiding behind Chen Ruizong just now. The plot is still distorted, as expected. I knew you wouldn't let me complete the story mission so easily. Sumu suddenly felt as if he was being played. He just happened to come here and just happened to squeeze out the original villain. Does that mean I should take over the other party's plot? To ensure that there won't be any problems later. Okay. Sumu was helpless. It was not the first time for him to patch the plot, so he was very familiar with it. Sumu, come here. Nianxiu was very happy and immediately took the 3 of them to fly towards an attic in the city. Among the 4 people present, only Shinjiao's cultivation has not yet broken through to the level of a terrestrial immortal, and therefore cannot fly in the city. But it's not a big problem. Sumu originally wanted to clamp the other person in his armpits, but Su Haining was faster and directly lifted the other person up with a gust of wind. That's fine. Sumu just took a look and stopped paying attention. Right behind you. Sister Haining, thank you. Shinjiao smiled and went to thank Su Haining. She always felt that Su Haining did it on purpose. In fact, it would be nice to let Sumu take her with him. Shinjiao would be happy for that. You're welcome, Sister Joey. Su Haining's expression didn't change. She just did it so that she could be closer to Sumu. Sumu and Yin Nianxiu were flying in the front, with Su Haining and Shinjiawi being carried behind them. At the end are three maids with somewhat similar faces. The code names are Plum, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Originally, the four sisters, May, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, were all Yin Nianxiu's maids, but Xiaolan is now working for Sumu. Sumu didn't bring the other party out today. The three sisters exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. The power behind them is Tenha Palace, or more precisely, it is directly under Yin Luan. There is only one responsibility, and that is to protect Yin Nianxiu. It was only in recent times that they had more tasks on hand, which now included lurking in the Su family and monitoring Sumu. There seems to be a shortage of staff in the palace recently. Has something happened? The three of them inevitably thought of this. Then they looked at the back of the young man in front of them at the same time. They were hesitating, wondering whether or not to report what happened today to Yin Luan. Should I just say, Eldarine, your daughter is dating the enemy you want to monitor? Yin Luan might have fainted from anger on the spot. Don't worry, let's wait and see. May, the eldest of the four sisters, calmed herself down and reminded her younger sisters. Soon, Yin Nianxiu appeared on the high platform of the attic in the city, causing a sensation among the people below. It's Fairy Nianxiu. Finally here, Fairy Nianxiu is so beautiful. Bah! Face chaser. Shouldn't we like Fairy Nianxiu's voice? What's wrong with being a face lover? I'm proud of myself. Some people responded sharply, but some looked stunned and pointed at the platform. Who is that person? Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. The sun is high in the sky, on the golden platform. On the stage, the girl stood tall and graceful, with delicate and smooth skin, and long black hair like a waterfall, hanging casually behind her. She was wearing a light green silk skirt, the hem of which swayed in the wind, conveying a profound meaning. Beside the girl, a handsome young man sat quietly, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned thin lips, seeming a little helpless. The girl occasionally turned her head and whispered to the boy, the sunlight outlining their silhouettes. One was bright and charming, the other was as gentle as jade. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 93. Where are your hands? Who is this person? Why can I stand next to Fairy Nianxiu? This question appears in the minds of countless people at the same time. But then, two figures appeared on the platform and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Su Haining and Shinjiawi looked at each other and stopped talking. These people should be Fairy Nianxiu's friends. Some people have speculated part of the truth. Every time Fairy Nianxiu preaches, there are always some friends around her, which is a kind of special treatment. Is it necessary to be so close? Stupid. The music will be damaged after all. At such a close distance, the benefits that can be gained are beyond our reach. I see. Some people nodded secretly, while others felt jealous. Damn, there's only one man here, what right does he have? This remark immediately resonated with people. That's right, they're all beauties, this guy is so happy. Why? Put. Suddenly someone sneered. You don't even know who he is, so why are you asking him questions? Just because he is the heir of the immortal clan and the holy son of the Yaofeng Holy Land, is that enough? Hiss. Everyone gasped and their expressions changed drastically. Is this person Sumu? That's him. My cousin who is studying in the Holy Land told me that Sumu was a very righteous person and he saved his life last time. Someone in my family also told me. I've heard a little bit. The sound of discussion gradually spread and reached Chen Shu's ears, causing his originally dazed pupils to focus again. Snap. The palm of the hand clenched into a fist, making a crisp sound. Sumu. How come I can meet you everywhere? And ever since Chen Shu obtained the soul of Master Tianpa, his perception has greatly improved compared to before. He could feel the change in Sumu's aura. Sumu actually made a breakthrough. I've been unlucky lately and have suffered setbacks one after another, but here he is, playing and frolicking with a beauty, and his cultivation is improving. Hateful. Chen Shu's face twisted, and the resentment in his heart grew. Moreover, he has found the source of Yin Luan's bloodline, which is Yin Nianqiu on the high platform. He had been doubting it from the moment he heard the name, but now he was finally sure. Subtly similar eyebrows, the same surname, and the induction of the formation, all clues point to the same answer. Yin Nianqiu is Yin Luan's biological daughter. And now the other party is still in contact with Su Mu. Chen Shu can be sure just by looking at the way they talk to each other. The two not only knew each other, but also had a close relationship. Have you really betrayed me? You even used your daughter as a bargaining chip to contact the Su family. Chen Shu looked stunned, and then his body trembled slightly. His eyes gradually became ferocious, and hatred grew in his heart. Yin Luan. You actually betrayed me and Tianhe Palace. Traitors shall not die well. In that case, don't blame me. Chen Shu's eyes were filled with bloodshot. He immediately walked away from the crowd and looked for a secluded place. Once again the heaven and blood-killing 9 deaths formation was portrayed. This formation can not only lock onto the blood aura of the people in Tianhe Palace, but it can also directly kill them with curses. It's a pity that he was born with a good body, but he insisted on getting close to people like Su Mu. Chen Shu looked ferocious, but suddenly paused. Ha! Yin Luan actually used some unknown method to prevent my formation from locking onto Yin Nianqiu. TSK, this isn't that simple. If this situation had happened in the past, Chen Shu might have found it difficult. But now his soul has merged with Master Tianpa's, and with the other party's nearly 10,000 years of experience, he is naturally at ease. It's just right to use my blood of all races. Chen Shu calmed down and mobilized the strength in his body. Blood of all races has the ability to imitate the blood and breath of others, not to mention that his soul perception is now far beyond before. Even from such a distance, one could still feel the unique aura of Yin Nianqiu. Then use the blood of all races to imitate this breath and put it into the formation. In this way, the originally missing part will be filled in. Wait. Chen Shu activated the formation. In fact, he didn't think about killing Yin Nianqiu directly. After all, such a beauty, wouldn't it be a pity if she died like this? What he wanted to do, on the one hand, was to lock onto the opponent's blood aura, and on the other hand, to exert a little bit of means. Make the other person feel pain, and then find a way to contact them, preferably directly controlling them. That's it. Chen Shu's thoughts raced, the power of the formation had been brewing and gushed out in an instant. On the high platform, Yin Nianqiu was preaching. As a monk who practiced the great way of music, his method of preaching was naturally different from others. The girl's red lips slightly opened, and an indescribable rhythm began to echo. It seems like singing, but it's not singing. It seems like narration, but it's not narration. When the sound enters the ears, not only the hearing is felt, but even the soul begins to vibrate at the same frequency. Gradually, the audience will develop a feeling that is unique to them. These insights continue to converge and bring certain benefits to the audience. The closer you are to Yin Nianqiu, the greater the benefits you can get. Of course, the one who benefits the most is Yin Nianqiu himself. Why hasn't Chen Shu come yet? Su Mu sat cross-legged on the ground. He didn't listen to what Yin Nianqiu said at all. Instead, he searched for Chen Shu in the crowd. Since the male and female protagonists happen to appear here, the original plot should be performed. Su Mu has already thought it through. As long as Chen Shu appears later, he will play the role of a qualified villain according to the other party's actions and complete the plot mission. I don't know how he will appear later. A sudden shout? Or falling from the sky? Su Mu's thoughts were scattered, but he suddenly felt that something really fell from the sky. Ha! What is that? The boy subconsciously raised his hand. Just a moment ago, Yin Nianqiu finally withdrew his gaze from Su Mu. She began to devote herself to the sermon, which was actually a part of her practice. The avenue of music is the one that can most resonate with people. In this process, Yin Nianqiu can collect inspiration from others, as well as some insights into spiritual practice. She is also exceptionally gifted in understanding other people's thoughts. This is also the reason why she became a saint at a young age. But today was a little strange. When she was immersed in it, she suddenly felt a sense of panic. It seems like an inexplicable sense of crisis. What is this? Someone is targeting me. Who? The girl immediately panicked and even subconsciously interrupted her sermon. The people below opened their eyes suspiciously and looked up. Yin Nianqiu's face became paler and paler, and the sense of crisis he felt became stronger and stronger. Her instinct clearly told her that if she got infected, the consequences would be disastrous. Just when the girl was ready to take action, a warm palm was suddenly placed on her head. The sense of crisis disappeared. Sumu reacted. The audience below was stunned. Is he touching Fairy Nianqiu's head? Chapter 94. I'm your father. You, what are you doing? Yin Nianqiu's pretty face turned red in an instant. Sumu sneered and withdrew his hand angrily. Ha, I said this was an accident, do you believe it? Did Yin Nianqiu believe it? She obviously didn't. In public, Sumu suddenly put his hand on her head and rubbed it. But it was this one touch that made her previous feeling of palpitations completely disappear. Sumu also sensed something unusual? He was trying to save me. Yin Nianqiu reacted quickly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange look when she looked at Sumu. Then, she took advantage of Sumu's hand not being completely withdrawn and grabbed it directly, holding Sumu's palm in both hands. Sumu? Thank you. Yin Nianqiu spoke softly and with a graceful demeanor. Sumu was a little confused now. He didn't know why Yin Nianqiu was thanking him, nor did he know why the other party suddenly did this. Could it be that? Is it also for Qinshu to see? Sumu suddenly realized. I can't help but feel that these heroines' tactics are so boring. They all want to keep men's hearts by being jealous. If he remembered correctly, it was the same when he first met Luoyi. After all, this was the only explanation that could explain the heroine's behavior. I guess Yin Nianqiu was also influenced by the plot and came into contact with Qinshu in advance. Sumu pondered for a moment, and suddenly felt that Qinshu was also very pitiful, because every female protagonist wanted to win his favor, but the way they expressed it was so subtle. Sumu felt sympathy. So the look in his eyes when he looked at Yin Nianqiu also became strange. It's okay. It's just a piece of cake. Just patting your head can also help you advance the plot. Only a villain like me with a strong sense of responsibility can do that. Sumu was almost moved by his own professional ethics. Yin Nianqiu's face turned even redder when he heard this. She didn't expect that the little brother Sumu she mentioned had grown up to this point without her noticing. How could it be possible? Is this a public declaration of sovereignty? Or is he teasing her on purpose? Yin Nianqiu didn't dare to think too much. She just felt a large amount of blood rushing into her brain, and her cheeks were so hot that she almost fainted. Bad guy. The girl stammered something, then turned and ran away with a red face. Everyone was stunned. Didn't I come here to listen to the sermon? Why do I feel like I'm full? Ha ha ha, damn it. This world is so boring. No. My fairy Nianqiu is going to be taken away by someone else. I have to say that there are quite a few people with beautiful mental states, and the crowd below is like a Cthulhu scene. Twisting, struggling, roaring. Sumu's mouth twitched as he watched. He looked for Qinshu in the crowd again, only to find that he was gone. Something is not right. Sumu muttered to himself. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Qinshu rush out to stop him? At least you have to shout something like Deng Tuzi. I have set the stage for you to be a hero saving the beauty, why don't you take the stage as the protagonist? Sumu became even more confused. Could it be that as a veteran actor, I have misunderstood? Isn't this the original path of cooperation between the male and female protagonists? Although Sumu himself had not thought about how to act, he just suddenly stretched out his hand under an inexplicable impulse. But judging from the surface effect alone, it should have achieved the expected results. Could it be that Qinshu left early? Is Nianqiu flirting with a blind man? After thinking for a long time, Sumu could only think of this possibility. I already knew that the cooperation between the male and female protagonists was very bad, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. Sumu was completely speechless. Okay. He was too lazy to care and just made do with it. After all, he had already completed the story mission he needed to do. As for the effect, that is something the male and female protagonists should consider. Sumu only needs to go through the plot once and go through the motions. Seeing that the sermon could not continue, Sumu stood up and prepared to leave, but saw Su Haining and Shinjawi still there. The boy looked puzzled. Why don't you leave? Humph. Bad guy. Shinjawi didn't know what had gone wrong. She stood up suddenly and spat when she walked to Sumu's side. It looks a bit puffy. Baffling. Sumu was confused, he was a bad guy. Su Haining said nothing as she passed by him, and her eyes became even colder. This look made Sumu very satisfied. Oh, not bad, not bad. This is your character. Just look at me harshly, my dear sister. Sumu nodded slightly and gave the other person an encouraging look. Su Haining's face immediately became even colder and she turned and left. Why? Why is it that Nianqiu can be so close to Sumu, but Sumu keeps such a strict distance from me? I must not have done enough. Su Haining was full of thoughts and decided not to hide her cooking skills anymore after returning and to give Sumu a surprise. The other side. Chen Shu felt his formation suddenly broken, his eyes widened and an unhealthy flush appeared on his face. Puff. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. Why do I feel like my body has been hollowed out? Chen Shu looked terrified. He did not notice that the fragment of destiny representing the blood of all races behind him was flashing fluorescently. It's like a light bulb with a broken fuse. Who are you? What were you doing? A voice suddenly sounded behind Chen Shu. Chen Shu felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His body stiffened and he slowly turned his head to look. Why do I sense a familiar aura from you? Chen Ruizong's face was full of confusion. He had already left Luoying City, but suddenly he felt a palpitation on the flying boat. It's the induction from deep in the blood. Are there any members of the Chun clan nearby? Wrong. It's not just that simple. There are very few tribesmen who can make me feel such a strong aura. This person is not only from the Chun family, but also closely related to me by blood. Chen Ruizong immediately drove the flying boat back to look for him. The moment he saw Chen Shu, the feeling in his heart became stronger, and he even vaguely sensed something more important. The aura of the fragment of destiny. His face suddenly turned ugly. As the heir of the Chun family, he certainly knew that his family had lost fragments of destiny. And now, he sensed this aura from Chen Shu. Chen Ruizong suddenly became murderous, and his cultivation of a half-step celestial being burst out, pinning Chen Shu to the ground. Tell me. Who are you? Chen Shu suddenly became furious. You bastard. Since we met, have you ever given me a chance to speak? I'm almost being crushed to death by you, and you still want to speak. When the situation was at a stalemate, it was Chen Meng behind Chen Ruizong who discovered that something was wrong. He hesitated to speak, but finally opened his mouth to remind her. Young master, he seems to be almost crushed to death by you, and can't speak. Chen Ruizong. He calmly withdrew his breath and pretended nothing had happened. Oh, tell me, who are you? I am your father. Chen Ruizong? Chapter 95, One and both are sick. He. I think you don't want to live anymore. Chen Ruizong was so angry that he laughed. No one had dared to talk to him like this for many years. Very good, I will destroy your cultivation now, break your limbs, and bring you back to Chen's for a slow interrogation. Naturally, you will know everything. Etc. Chen Shu quickly raised his hand and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood he just spoke got stuck in his throat and he was forced to stop talking midway. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I'm your brother's, biological son. Chen Ruizong's face turned dark. Why don't you just say he's my cousin? Why are you taking such a long detour? Isn't this a clearer explanation? It can also trace the source. Chen Ruizong. Call. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, and looked at Chen Shu with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. You'd better give me an explanation. I've never heard of my father having any brothers. Chen Ruizong's father is now the head of the Chen family and a cultivator at the immortal king level. This relationship is not so easy to recognize. Chen Shu was not panicked at all. Although the current situation is somewhat different from his original plan, as long as he operates properly, he may be able to save a lot of steps. Whether it's true or not, you will know if you bring me back to the Chen family, right? Can I still lie to you? Chen Ruizong knew very well that this was true. In fact, he also had a vague judgment in his heart. After all, such a strong blood induction could not be wrong. But he suddenly sneered. Chen Meng, I think this man is a spy from another faction. Subdue him and take him back now. Ah! Chen Meng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and excitement appeared on his face. Bao's brother, watch me do it. Chen Meng immediately waved his hand, and his cultivation level was revealed at this moment. He is actually in the middle stage of Earth Immortal. Even though Chen Meng seems to be a playboy, that is only relative to the size of a family like the Chen family. Among the group of casual cultivators, Chen Meng is also a real genius. Although he is a fan and obsessed with Yin Nianxiu to the point of fanaticism, this does not hinder his strong strength. Chen Shu's eyes widened. What the hell? To take revenge for personal gain, and you don't even act it out. Didn't I just say I'm your father? I already said it was a misunderstanding. Chen Shu wanted to open his mouth to stop him, but Chen Meng was quick-witted and punched him in the mouth. Broken teeth flew everywhere and blood splattered. Chen Shu fell backwards, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Drag it back. Chen Ruizong turned around and boarded the flying boat, not even bothering to look at Chen Shu again. It's rare for Su Mu to come back home. Dad went into seclusion again and his whereabouts are unknown. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The last time his father sent him a message, he said that he would publicly announce in half a month that Su Mu would officially become the heir of the Su family. As a result, Su Mu is now afraid to see his father. He just wants to be a second-generation rich kid who does nothing but live a lazy life, a supporting villain with little presence. Dad, please don't mess with me. Moreover, in the original novel, the identity of this heir was never finalized, and in the end it fell on Su Haining. If I take this position, what will happen to Su Haining's character? Su Mu lowered his head and pondered, feeling that he should find a way to do something magical. At this moment, Su Mu actually saw an unexpected figure in the courtyard. Meng Xiaoxiao? When did you come back? Brother Mu. The girl was immediately surprised. She put the cake in her hand aside and quickly moved to Su Mu's side. Brother Mu. I forgot to report to you during my retreat. I'm sorry. Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. Did he go into seclusion? That's a reasonable explanation. Su Mu waved nonchalantly. It's all right. I'm just in seclusion, you can stay as long as you want. If you want to work under me, of course you have to be as strong as possible. At this moment, Su Mu also felt the change in the girl's aura, which became much more condensed than before, and vaguely touched the threshold of the earthly immortal realm. There was also a very strange aura about him, which, if you had to describe it, seemed to be there and not there, as if it were unreal and illusory. It's like a dream. Thank you, Brother Mu. Meng Xiaoxiao's voice was excited, as if she was happy that Su Mu did not blame her. In fact, she was also relieved. Ever since she experienced the Long Yuan secret realm last time, her hatred for Chen Shu had become even stronger. Meng Xiaoxiao was not sure whether the dragon Yuanshu had any effect at that time. The only thing she was sure of was that the power of the dragon Yuanshu had no effect on Chen Shu. this is undoubtedly good news. Then, after the girl came out of the secret realm, she rushed back to her family without stopping. Through some planning and guidance, the family discovered part of the power of Tianhe Palace and took some targeted measures. Although it sounds fast, you must be careful when operating it and not expose yourself. That's why it disappeared during this period of time. Now, people in Tianhe Palace don't have to think about having a good time in the near future, and they will probably be very busy. Meng Xiaoxiao was finally able to return to Sumu. Sumu looked at the girl's performance and for a moment he couldn't tell whether she was acting or not. Are you really in seclusion? Forget it, as long as it doesn't affect the plot, whatever. Sumu's mentality now is very Buddhist, just like a social animal. When I first entered society, I was full of passion, but after experiencing a lot, I naturally realized that these things were meaningless. It's better to lie down and let it go. Especially Sumu feels that the current environment is not good, and destiny is still against him. Bang bang. Sumu had just sat down when someone else came to visit. Why does it feel like it's so busy here lately? While wondering, he invited the other person in. Su Hanying still had a cold face. After entering the room, she put an exquisite food box on the table without saying a word. He didn't say anything, just looked at Sumu. Sumu understood. This is to let him try the poison. I just touched your best friend today, why are you more anxious than her? Sumu complained inwardly. But he still picked up a piece of cake and put it into his mouth. He knew that if he didn't eat it, Su Hanying would probably not leave. What the hell, this is so delicious. Sumu suddenly looked at Su Hanying with an extremely surprised look. Su Hanying raised her head slightly, and her whole body looked like a proud swan, and her eyes seemed to be saying, "Now you know how powerful I am." Sumu's expression changed drastically and he asked quietly, "Where did you buy the pastries this time? They taste pretty good. I want to get some next time." Su Hanying. So cold. She suddenly felt that it was a mistake to reveal all her cooking skills. Sumu didn't believe it at all. As a result, the original plan was disrupted. You only know how to eat. Humph. Su Hanying snorted coldly and turned away. Sumu was confused. Isn't this what you sent me to eat? Chapter 96 Chen Fuxing. Stingy. Sumu added another label like this to Su Hanying in his heart. I clearly brought it to him to eat, but he still had to scold me after he finished eating it. It's like I have some serious illness. Looking at Su Hanying's departing back, Sumu did not hide his words. Although he couldn't curse in front of the other person because he might get beaten. However, it is still good to curse someone behind their back, as it can maintain your image. When Meng Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes flashed and she felt even more proud. Now, she is the only one who can openly use the intimate name Brother Mu, which is her unique privilege. In the Holy Land. Combining Yin Luan's recent mood, there are only 4 words to describe it. What a mess. First, a young palace master suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I thought he was a genius, but it turned out that he didn't seem to be mentally normal. Try and fail over and over again, but keep trying. He almost spent all the wealth he had accumulated over the years. It even exposed the power of the entire Tianhe Palace, and is currently being investigated frantically by the Holy Land. In addition, Yin Luan also felt that many mysterious forces were targeting him. Now, what he already knew included the Yaofeng Holy Land, the Su family, the Hidden family, the Dream family, the Nangong family, the Luo family. Even Yin Luan didn't know how many people were staring at him. It's all that idiot's fault. Although Yin Luan did not say the name, Chen Shu's face automatically appeared in his mind. Buzz. At this moment, Yin Luan actually received a message from his subordinates. Mei, this is the whereabouts of Su Mu that we collected recently, you can take a look. Yin Luan frowned. Mei, Lan, Zhu and Zhu were the top killers under his command, and they had never been so hesitant in speaking. What big thing happened again? Yin Luan placed the jade token close to his forehead, and soon his eyes widened with a hint of anger on his face. Oh no! My cabbage. I'm going to be pushed. Yin Nianqiu is Yin Luan's biological daughter, but the father and daughter have never met formally. It's just that Yin Luan has been protecting her secretly. This is to avoid being implicated by the Tianhe Palace. Unexpectedly, the people in Tianhe Palace were able to defend themselves, but not anything else. Sumu, this kid, doesn't he have any ideas about Nianqiu? Seamless connection. Yin Luan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had also recently collected some gossip in the Holy Land, saying that Sumu's attitude towards Qing Jingru was very different from before. There is a high possibility that the two had a falling out. As a result, Sumu turned around and found Yin Nianqiu. No! I must find a chance to talk to this kid. Yin Luan forced himself to calm down. As a spy who had been lurking in the Holy Land for so many years, he still had some basic psychological qualities. But since it involved my daughter, I felt a little flustered. Yin Luan's eyes flickered, and the recent news about Sumu kept appearing in his mind. The heir of the Su family, who is at the level of a terrestrial immortal, has many loyal supporters around him, which is enough to show that he is not a bad person. Moreover, he had recently performed brilliantly in the disciple test and won the title of Holy Son. He also saved the lives of thousands of his fellow disciples and had an excellent reputation. That is. Yin Luan suddenly felt a toothache. Because based on the information he had access to, it seemed that Sumu had ambiguous relationships with many women. It can't be said that Sumu is actively maintaining the relationship. It seems that there are too many people who like Sumu. Qing Jingru, Yi Yan, the two sisters of the Nangong family, not to mention that Sumu has never lacked female confidants. Could it be that my daughter will become one of them? The corners of Yin Luan's mouth twitched. But in fact, if you think about it from another perspective, the fact that Sumu is liked by so many people shows that he is not a bad person. And there is a huge family force like the Su family behind it. My relationship with Chen Shu has reached a freezing point. Do you want to find some external help? Yin Luan was still hesitating, but suddenly saw another note in the jade token. Mate, we found traces of the use of the Tianhe blood-killing 9 deaths formation a few kilometers outside Luoying City, and there was also the smell of blood at the scene, which we have passed on to you. Yin Luan's pupils suddenly shrank, and murderous intent boiled in his heart. As a high-ranking official of Tianhe Palace, although he himself did not have the authority to use this formation, he also knew about it. Someone in Tianhe Palace attacked me and the target was Nianqiu. How did they find out who was it? He then felt the scent of blood. Familiar, too familiar. Chen Shu, no. There is another more powerful aura in this blood. It is the technique of my Tianhe Palace. Is he really the young palace master, and is he favored by the top brass so much? Yin Luan suddenly fell silent, his eyes dim and unclear. I can't wait any longer. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dogs are cooked. When the birds are all gone, the good bows are put away. Of course Yin Luan understood this principle, and now he had to start planning a way out for himself. Wait until Sumu returns to the Holy Land and try to contact him. Although it was a bit unpleasant that the other party had feelings for his daughter, there was no other way out at the moment. Chen Shu, do you have to be so decisive? You forced me to do this. Yin Luan calmed down instead, his eyes became dark and unusually deep. Chen family land. As one of the 10 great immortal clans, the Chen family certainly has some foundation. The Taoist rhyme is flowing in the clan's land, the immortal music is lingering, and there is an atmosphere of prosperity and strength. But only the real core members know to what extent the Chen family has become corrupt under such a powerful situation. The fragments of destiny are the foundation of an immortal clan. The Chen family once owned 4 of them, putting them on par with the Su family, but it all started with an accident decades ago. Chen Zhua, the heir of the Chen family, suddenly disappeared after receiving the fragments of destiny and has never been heard from again. The fragments of destiny in his body also disappeared for decades. And now, these fragments of destiny have returned. Your name is Chen Shu. Yes. Chen Shu's face was bruised and swollen, and he was tied up and thrown to the ground. He no longer had the composure he had before, but instead felt a huge life and death threat. The other party had just interrogated him, and the methods were not gentle. You mean that the fragment of destiny in you comes from your father? Your father is Chen Zhua. You lived with him in the lightless Forbidden Land since you were a child. You only entered the Divine Abyss continent after he disappeared. Is that so? Yes. Chen Shu responded in a deep voice. The other party had asked him this question many times and his attitude was extremely cautious. If that's the case, then you are really a member of my Chen family. The middle-aged man's voice gradually rose, and his figure emerged from the darkness. He was a rather sturdy man with a jade crown, a long beard and a cold look in his eyes. This person is the head of the Chen family, Chen Fuxing. A great monk of the 9th level of the Immortal King realm, one of the few people at the forefront of the world. In that case, I should be your uncle, nephew Chen Shu. Chapter 97, I didn't expect it, it was a straight ball. Woo-woo, uncle. Chen Shu almost cried. He just came to recognize his relatives, so why did he torture and interrogate him without saying anything? Is this the Chen family's style of doing things? Chen Fuxing's face did not show the surprise as one might imagine, but instead was filled with solemnity. Chen Fuxing and Chen Zhua are brothers. Chen Zhua is actually the eldest and was once the first heir. In other words, Chen Fuxing has only taken over the position of patriarch for a few decades. Considering the size of the immortal clan, it can only be considered as just the beginning. This means that his position is actually not stable. As a result, at this time, the descendants of the original heir returned. Even in name, Chen Shu's inheritance rights exceed those of his uncle. Because the other party has a complete fragment of destiny. This is not good. Chen Fuxing frowned slightly and clenched his fist secretly. He didn't have much thought about this position before. Until his son Chen Ruizong became the rightful first heir. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Chen Fuxing wanted to hand Chen over to his son. However, he did not show it on his face, instead he forced an eager smile. Nephew Chen Shu, you have suffered a lot outside these years. I will prepare a welcoming banquet for you right now. And engrave your name back into the family tree. But there are still some necessary procedures before that. We need to send people to investigate the lightless Forbidden Land. Chen Fuxing's smile was calm and peaceful, and no one could detect anything unusual. But Chen Shu instinctively felt a chill on his back and forced an awkward smile on his face. It should be. So for the rest of the time, Chen Shu, under the guidance of 2 elders of the Chen family, returned to his former home, the Forbidden Land of No Light. In fact, Chen Shu had already begun to regret that he had completely handed himself over to the hands of others without realizing it. If we enter the forbidden area later and these 2 elders suddenly take action. Just thinking of this, Chen Shu felt a chill on his back. Master Chen Shu, what's wrong? Why don't you hurry up? One of the tall and thin old men asked with concern with a smile on his face. It's okay. Ha ha. I'll lead the way. There are some places in this place that you don't know. Chen Shu was extremely cautious because he knew that the 2 old men were most likely Chen Fuxing's men. It means that he himself is now a lamb to be slaughtered. There is absolutely no ability to resist. Oh, it's all over, it's all Sumu's fault. Chen Shu roared inwardly. If Sumu had not appeared in Luoyin City and disrupted his original plans, how could he have been so passive? If I can survive this crisis, I will use the power of the Chen family to take revenge on Sumu. 3 figures were speeding through the air, rapidly approaching the lightless forbidden area. Sumu stayed at home for a while, but as the half-month deadline given by his father was approaching, he decided to return to the Holy Land. I've already felt the attitudes of the other heroines, now the only one left is the Nangong sisters. I don't know what they are thinking. While Sumu was thinking, he once again boarded his flying boat, with Uncle Mo still at the helm. He has already asked Meng Xiaoxiao as to why he suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again, and also wanted to deliver the token to Sumu. These were the original words given by the girl. As Brother Mu's follower, of course I have to give you the treasures I have collected. I got that thing after I cleared the secret realm. So it's a token? What's its use? I didn't think too much about it. I just wanted to give it to you. So, Meng Xiaoxiao actually doesn't know the meaning and function of the token. Sumu was puzzled. Weren't you supposed to be an undercover agent? Why are you becoming more loyal now? He was actually a little confused. In the original novel, Meng Xiaoxiao is Chen Shu's childhood sweetheart, and was forced to work undercover beside Sumu. The purpose is to collect information to make it easier for Chen Shu to deal with Sumu. Is this really working? Did you overdo it again? And the most important thing is whether the mission in the Longyuan secret realm has been completed. It seemed that Sumu had never seen Chen Shu from beginning to end. When he asked Meng Xiaoxiao about this matter, a barely perceptible panic flashed in the girl's eyes. This made Sumu certain that Chen Shu must have appeared and something happened. The system didn't say anything, so it should be fine. As Sumu was thinking this, the flying boat gradually approached the Yaofeng Holy Land. What a coincidence. Sumu thought he had to find ways to find the Nangong sisters. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came back, I saw Nangong Lu on patrol. So he went straight up and patted the other person on the shoulder. Nangong Lu turned around and looked at Sumu, feeling a little dazed for a moment. She was wearing the uniform of a deacon from the law enforcement hall, a cyan fabric with silver thread patterns. Her black hair is tied up high, with loose hair hanging on her fair cheeks, and her eyes are beautiful and clear. The girl gripped the rapier at her waist awkwardly, her eyes a little vague. Of course she knew why Sumu came, and she was prepared in her heart, and she had made her own choice. Miss Nangong, how are you? Why don't we get together? After all, it was in public, so Sumu decided to be tactful and invite the other party to a place suitable for private conversation. Nangong Lu shook his head slightly. No, I'll just patrol on my own now, we can talk while we walk. Okay. The boy and girl walked side by side, and the atmosphere was a little weird. Nangong Lu subconsciously grabbed Sumu's hand again, just like the first time she captured him. Sumu? He didn't react last time, but this time he already felt something was wrong. Ms. Nangong, are you? Yes, I like you. So, huh? Sumu suddenly froze, his face full of disbelief, and he slowly turned his head to look over. What did you say? I said, I like you. Nangong Lu tried his best to suppress all his emotions and expressed his inner thoughts with an expressionless face. She had thought about it carefully and realized that there was not much conflict between her and Sumu. I don't even know Chen Shu in this life, and our interactions are extremely limited. That it seems nothing wrong that I fell in love with Sumu and wanted to pursue him. Especially recently, Sumu and Xing Jingru seem to have broken up. Isn't this a godsend? Nangong Lu decided to grab it hard and attack in a straight line. Sumu was stunned. What the hell? Do you want to listen to what you just said? Aren't you a heroine? Why would you say something like that? Although Sumu had known for a long time that the plot had shifted, he finally got 100% certain evidence at this moment. That's really gross. Sumu was extremely helpless. All he felt was the pain of the plot's collapse, and he completely lost all sense of the joy of being liked by others. As for why? When someone confesses his love with a blank expression, he feels as uncomfortable as if he had eaten star. Chapter 98 Sisters' Feelings. Are you serious? You really like me? Yes. Nangong Lu's words were powerful, but his face remained expressionless, as if he were a robot. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. I see. I understand. I don't believe you. This acting is so bad. Sumu wanted to complain a lot in his heart, but he didn't have the heart to interrupt the other party. He wanted to know what Nangong Lu was doing. Could this be part of their play? Sumu expressed deep doubt. And then, what do you want me to do? Then. Nangong Lu was stunned for a moment. Sumu's response, which neither accepted nor refuted, made her feel at a loss for a moment. Yes, even if you express your feelings, then what? The girl was silent. So the two of them walked and stopped, attracting the attention of many disciples from the Holy Land along the way.
Isn't that Brother Su? And Deacon Nangong, what are they doing?
Holding hands in public, this scene seems familiar.
Someone murmured.
By the way, has Senior Brother Su been with Fairy Qinghan recently?
This is old news. Oh, yes, I know.
Someone suddenly slapped his head. It must be Deacon Nangong who took advantage of the situation and plotted something bad against Senior Brother Su.
Some people subconsciously want to refute because they always feel that something is not right. But I couldn't say it for a moment. It doesn't seem unreasonable.
Deacon Nangong liked Su Xingzi, and the news spread quickly. Sumu and Nangong Lu were both preoccupied with their own thoughts, and for a moment they even forgot that they were still holding hands. It was Nangong Lu who reacted first. The girl blushed but did not take her hand away. Instead, he stood where he was, raised his head slightly and looked into Sumu's eyes.
Sumu was much taller than ordinary people, so Nangong Lu could only look up.
The boy's handsome face shone brightly in the sun and was deeply engraved in the girl's heart.
Sumu, I understand what you mean. I will be more careful next time.
After saying this, Nangong Lu seemed to have made some kind of decision. He walked quickly forward, hugged Sumu gently, then turned and left.
Sumu. What do I mean? I didn't say anything just now? Could it be that she was keenly aware of my suspicion? As expected of a heroine.
Her intelligence attribute is also maxed out.
Sumu nodded repeatedly.
It's good that the other party has retreated since they realized the difficulty. Sumu only wanted to complete the plot, and now he was doing this just to find out the attitudes of the various heroines.
Love line?
At present, it is just optional for Sumu. Even if this world is not what he imagined, even if this world is real, Sumu still remains skeptical about it.
Nangong Lu's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The girl lowered her head and said nothing. She already understood what Sumu was hinting at. If you like someone, you can't just say it, you need to express it with actions. Sumu. I'll let you see how much I like you. Nangong Lu's eyes were firm.
After her rebirth, there has never been a moment like now when she felt that she was closer to Sumu's heart than ever before. Perhaps, Sumu did not accept me in Longyuan's secret realm because of this consideration. Nangong Lu suddenly felt a little distressed for a moment.
Sumu, does he have to remain so vigilant even when facing someone else's love?
Sumu was obviously such a gentle person, but she was forced to become like this.
I will try harder.
Nangong Lu muttered to himself, but suddenly found someone blocking his way. Looking up, the girl looked surprised, with a hint of panic flashing across her features.
Sister, why are you here? Younger sister.
Nangong she wanted to say something several times but stopped herself. She knew at the moment Sumu returned to the Holy Land. She also knew what her sister had said to Sumu.
Sister, why do you like Sumu? Nangong she asked softly.
Elder sister.
Nangong Lu immediately frowned and stiffened his neck. There's nothing wrong with Sumu. He's a very gentle person. Why can't I like him?
All that was just the world's prejudice against him.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Sumu. I just like him, and I will prove it to him. Nangong Lu outputted rapidly. Nangong she was stunned for a moment.
She understood that her sister had misunderstood her meaning, but she did not explain for the time being.
Because through what his sister just said, Nangong she already understood her firm determination. I haven't even expressed these feelings yet.
Nangong she felt a little envious and sad for a moment. To be honest, she and Sumu had not experienced much so far. This is also a threshold for her to express her feelings.
Nangong she is more reserved and more tactful.
She won't reveal her cards until she is sure of winning, which is also the difference between the two sisters.
I know, sister. A look of helplessness emerged on Nangong she's face.
Her own situation was very special, although she was actually older than Nangong Lu.
However, because he has been sleeping for many years, his time awake is actually much less than Nangon Lu.
In other words, her experience is actually not as good as Nangon Lu's. The other person is her biological sister, but also her de facto elder sister.
If you really like Sumu, then love him well, work hard to prove yourself, and treat him well. Nangong she smiled slightly and spoke gently. Sister, you. Nangon Lu obviously did not expect this change.
She thought her sister came to dissuade her like everyone else. After all, even though Sumu's reputation has changed a bit now, the things he did in the past have not been forgotten. Some people still looked at Sumu with strange eyes.
Thank you.
The girl finally uttered only these 3 words.
She couldn't keep calm when it came to issues related to Sumu. Even if the other person is her biological sister, Nangon Lu will subconsciously want to protect Sumu.
Sister, I still have a mission in the law enforcement hall, so I'll leave first.
Nangon Lu seemed to find it difficult to face it and turned around and ran away.
Nangon she still stayed where she was, her eyes deep. The breeze lifted the girl's skirt and ruffled her hair. But she still stayed where she was.
Sumu.
How can I tell my sister that he and I are in love with the same person?
I don't want to give up on you either.
The girl clenched her fists, and the fighting spirit gradually ignited in her heart.
I won't give up. No matter who it is, I won't give you up. Outside the forbidden area without light,
Chen Shu fled in a panic with the other 2 old men.
Ahem. I haven't been back for a long time.
Some places are unfamiliar to me. Chen Shu smiled awkwardly and made up an excuse to cover up the fact that he had deliberately triggered the trap. Because the old man's face turned dark.
Do you really think we can't tell that you did it on purpose? Master Chen Shu, why don't we go back to the family first?
The 2 approached slowly.
Chapter 99 Painful Price. Chen Family. Clan Ancestral Hall.
Chen Shu knelt respectfully below with a serious look on his face. Above are Chen Fuxing and 4 old men.
Presided over by 4 elders, Chen Fuxing personally took charge of the carving.
When the last stroke was made, a brand new jade plaque appeared in his hand. Okay, nephew, from now on, you will officially return to my Chen family.
Nephew greets uncle and all the elders. Chen Shuna bowed his head and his etiquette was impeccable.
His heart was filled with excitement.
Finally succeeded.
In the beginning, he led people deep into the forbidden land of darkness in order to verify his own life experience.
Although some things went wrong in the process, the facts cannot be denied.
Chen Shu, he is already a member of the immortal clan Chen. He is back to where he should be.
Not only that, because Chen Shu carries the fragment of destiny, and his bloodline itself is the main lineage. So he now also has the status of heir.
But the Chen family already has an heir and has been training him for decades. Therefore, after high-level discussions, a dual heir system was temporarily decided upon. The 2 heirs competed with each other until the true head of the family was finally decided. Chen Shu has returned to the family and can now call upon the resources of the entire immortal clan.
Sumu, I am finally standing on the same starting line with you now.
Chen Shu laughed wildly in his heart, as if he had already seen the day when he would get his revenge.
And he wants to step on Sumu hard under his feet. And all the women around Sumu, every one of them should be his. Every one. How can we allow it to be taken away?
Chen Shu forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, and his eyes gradually calmed down. Now that he has returned to the family, the power he can borrow has certainly become even greater, but all this comes at a price. The most obvious price was that Chen Shu was forced to hand over the fragment of destiny in his body. Of course, he kept a trick up his sleeve. According to Chen's records, his father Chen Jua took away 2 fragments of destiny, but he did not specify which 2 they were.
Then,
Chen Shu was a little clever and selectively handed over heavenly secret deduction and blood of all races. Relying on the experience of Master Tianpa in his mind, he consciously concealed the last and most important favored by heaven. Even though this fragment of destiny was somewhat damaged and was now becoming ineffective, it was still his most important trump card. The passive effect alone is enough to bring him countless benefits.
In addition, once he becomes the heir of the immortal clan, the pressure Chen Shu will face will be far greater than before. The most intuitive. Chen Shu suddenly paused and looked in a certain direction among the crowd. Chen Ruitzong was staring at him intently, his eyes filled with indescribable meaning. The two are now irreconcilable rivals, and they must fight with all their might to fight for the right of inheritance. Chen Ruitzong actually already felt regretful. He should never have brought Chen Shu back to the clan. I thought he was just an ordinary descendant of the clan, but I didn't expect there to be this kind of relationship. Now he has created his own biggest competitor. If I had known earlier, I should have killed him outside. Even if I was punished by the clan, it would be better than what I am doing now. Chen Ruitzong was filled with hatred, but he remained calm on the surface and just stared at Chen Shu. Chen Shu suddenly laughed. A smile that he thought was warm appeared on the corner of his mouth. This smile seemed full of endless provocation to Chen Ruitzong, and seems a bit naive. Chen Ruitzong smiled coldly in his heart. He disdained people who would show their emotions on their faces. The same goes for Chen Shu and Chen Meng. So far, according to the information he has received, there are no more than 5 peers among the 10 great immortal clans who can attract his attention. By the way, now we have to add Su Mu. Su Mu's face suddenly appeared in Chen Ruitzong's mind. The other party acted with moderation, had thunder in his heart but a calm face. This was the opponent that was truly worthy of his attention. It's just a little Chen Shu, I will tell you, my position as the heir is not secured for no reason. Chen Ruitzong nodded slightly and responded with a smile. Everything is implied. 2 major events have happened recently in Shenyuan Continent. First, the immortal Chen clan suddenly and loudly announced an important successor, Chen Shu, who was the direct descendant of the previous clan leader and had finally returned. This is just the news that ordinary people can get. In the eyes of the real top leaders, they learned through various channels that Chen had regained the 2 fragments of destiny. Fengyu Tower. Pity. An old man in the darkness slowly shook his head. The Chen family's destiny fragments have been lost for decades, and the family's strength has been rapidly declining. They were about to fall out of the ranks of the immortals, but they were actually found back. Maybe it's not Chen's destiny to die. Another voice responded. Once this news comes out, many forces that have been preparing to make a move recently may go crazy. They have been desperately searching for these fragments of destiny for decades, but in the end, they found nothing. The fragments of destiny are not so easy to obtain. He. The Chen family is probably going to be in trouble. The 2 people in the darkness understood each other tacitly, and suddenly felt that the price of assassins in Fengyu Tower might need to be raised recently. They see the current situation very clearly. The Chen family is currently the weakest among the immortal clans, but they happen to have regained possession of the 4 fragments, making them on par with old families like the Su family. This is like holding a hot potato. I don't know how many people will be tempted to make a move. Moreover, this newly announced heir might be the bait thrown by Chen, and it depends on who has the courage to take the bite. Come to think of it, your daughter seems to be getting close to the boy from the Su family recently. The old man in the darkness let out a hoarse laugh. Humph. None of your business. Joey and the boy from the Su family are childhood sweethearts. I advise you not to meddle in their affairs. How could that be? Ha, I am Joey's master after all. The old man continued to laugh. I just want to help you see how good your future son-in-law is. Snort. With a cold snort, the darkness fell silent again. Chen family. Chen Ruitzong and his father looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Father, this. Fine. Chen Fuxing raised his hand to stop his son. He also knew what the other party wanted to say. My son, don't blame yourself. This kind of thing is hard to predict. If the other party had not been sensed by the Grand Elder as soon as he entered the clan territory, I would definitely have taken action before you. Grand Elder. Chen Ruitzong's pupils shrank. Why would the Grand Elder pay attention to a mere Tianyuan cultivator like him? Is there some inside story? I don't know. Chen Fuxing sighed softly. The Chen family's supreme elder is an immortal cultivator.
As long as the other party is paying attention, Chen Fuxing can only handle it impartially.
Don't worry, my position will still be yours. I have already made arrangements. Father. Chen Ruizong was deeply moved. Chapter 100 Engagement. As for the second thing,
the Su family announced loudly that they would hold a banquet to publicly invite their heirs in the near future. Many people who already knew the inside story were not that surprised by this incident. After all, the head of the Su family, Su Ningye, has only one son, Su Mu.
Moreover, Su Ningye's doting on Su Mu is almost known to everyone.
It is unknown how much he spent to help his son pursue Qing Jingru.
Well,
when Su Mu heard the news, his face was filled with worry, and his expression was full of happiness.
Damn, the result is finally here. Forget it, just announce it, it doesn't matter.
Su Mu had already prepared himself mentally for this matter, which was why he had been busy testing the attitudes of the various heroines during this period. Once his identity as heir is finalized, the subsequent plot changes will be significant.
Any NPC with a little intelligence would be very cautious when talking to him after considering his identity as Su Mu's heir. There are less than 10 days left. As long as it hasn't been officially announced, I can still do something.
Su Mu thought very clearly. His impression of the Shenyuan Continent has also changed from a pure background board at the beginning to a real world now. There are so many problems in the second round of the plot that it is not surprising that such an evolution can occur.
It can even be said that it is this kind of evolution that seems reasonable.
Of the 6 heroines who had problems last time, only Nangongxi is left.
How come I haven't met you recently?
Su Mu didn't know where the other person lived, so it would seem strange if he asked rashly. No, I don't care if he's weird or not.
Su Mu finally fell into inertial thinking.
He was a villain now, and the weirder the things he did, the less his character would be ruined.
Then,
Su Mu began to inquire about Nangongxi's whereabouts in the Holy Land in a high-profile manner, and many disciples who did not know the truth were a little confused.
The last time at the Sect Square, the scene in the Tianji realm was seen by many people. Nangongxi's attitude towards Su Mu is different from that of ordinary people, and anyone with a discerning eye can see it. So what happened now? It wasn't long after that and it was Su Mu who was looking for Nangongxi everywhere? Could it be that the couple had a quarrel? Don't tell me, it really looks like that.
Senior brother Su is the holy son of this session, and senior sister Nangong is the holy daughter of this session.
What do you think? Good knock, good knock.
There was a female disciple who was secretly having an affair, so she expanded on Su Mu's current behavior and made up many short stories. If Su Mu were here, he would find this story booklet very familiar. It was the kind that he had once bought on the roadside for a few yuanshi. After searching for several days in vain, Su Mu's mansion received an unexpected visitor. It was the fat senior brother who had come to inform him that he had become the son of God.
Junior brother Su, you. The fat senior brother looked a little bit amused.
Su Mu thought the other party was talking about how he had made such a big fuss to look for Nangongxi, and was about to speak. But the other party stretched out his hand.
Junior brother, you must return this holy son's identity jade token to me.
Oh.
Su Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you going to revoke my status as the holy son?
Is there such a good thing? Su Mu quickly took out the jade token and handed it to the other party with an eager smile on his face.
Take it away, brother.
The fat senior brother obviously didn't expect this development. He paused for a moment, thought about it, and decided to explain it to Su Mu.
Junior brother, you are too anxious.
I think you have only been in the Holy Land for a short time, so you may not be familiar with some of the rules.
So I'd better inform you.
The status of Holy Son is limited to the new batch of disciples, and generally only lasts until the Tianyuan realm. Once a disciple becomes an earth immortal, his status will automatically be assigned to a deacon.
In other words,
the fat senior brother paused for a moment, put the Holy Son's identity jade token into his arms, and then took out another dark emerald jade token inlaid with silver patterns. He had a gratified and envious smile on his face and looked very kind. In other words, junior brother is now part of the management of the Holy Land. He will no longer be a disciple, but a deacon.
Ah! Sumu was shocked.
The other party suddenly came to his door and wanted to take away his status as the Son of God.
He thought it was a good thing, but the result was like this? Sumu's face suddenly turned dark. Can I not have this? This. The fat senior brother was a little confused. Normally, shouldn't he be very happy to be promoted to deacon?
This junior brother Su is just as the rumors say, he never takes the ordinary path. Brother, I really can't make the decision.
This is the rule of the Holy Land.
There has never been such a precedent in tens of thousands of years.
The fat senior brother spoke hesitantly.
Then he suddenly remembered that the person in front of him had an unusual identity, and finally muttered something in a low voice.
Why don't you ask your master, maybe there is a way? Sumu understood.
Although the other party did not say it explicitly, what he meant was that if you don't want to be a deacon, you should either ask your master or use your connections behind the scenes.
The relationship behind Sumu is the Su family. Have to.
This means that the fat senior brother in front of him has also heard the rumors outside and knows that Sumu will become the heir to the immortal clan.
Thank you, brother.
Sumu thanked the other party casually, then watched the other party's figure gradually leave, and looked down at the dark green jade plate with silver patterns in his hand. What is this? Everything that has happened recently has deviated from the original plotline. So if I want to use the formula to complete the story missions in the future, do I have to write and direct most of it myself?
So am I the villain or the author?
Sumu became more certain of an idea that he had had in his mind for a long time. Please don't let me return to the real world, or I will definitely open the box of this damn author.
But there is one more thing.
Sumu also learned that Chen Shu had recently returned to the Chen family and had obtained the status of heir. This part does exist in the original book, although it is a little earlier, but the general direction is correct.
Sumu suddenly reacted. Then, Chen Shu will definitely find Nangongshi before me. After all, what, I have a marriage contract? Chen Shu was shocked.
Uncle, may I ask who is the object of this marriage contract? Chen Fuxing had a warm smile on his face and slowly began to explain. This marriage contract was made by your father when he was still in the family.
You were not even born at that time.
As for the person you are going to marry, it's a girl from the Nangong family named Nangongshi. I'll bring you to meet her when I have the chance. Chen Shu was so confused that he didn't hear the subsequent words clearly.
Nangongshi. Very good.
Chen Shu was ecstatic.
Chapter 101 Chen Shu's Grand Ceremony. Chen Shu was overjoyed.
He never expected that his status as an heir would have such benefits.
I brought my own baby marriage.
And the person he is engaged to is exactly the one he has been thinking about.
God is really helping me. Chen Shu's eyes were fiery. Nangongshi gave him a different feeling from other women.
Temperament, appearance, personality, every aspect is very much in line with Chen Shu's preferences. Chen Shu had fallen in love with Nangongshi at first sight, and now that he knew there was such a fate between them, he was of course extremely happy. Chen Fuxing watched as Chen Shu froze in shock, and his contempt for his nephew grew even stronger. She's just a woman, but she can lose control to this extent.
She's really unsophisticated. This marriage contract is not so easy to get, ha.
Chen Shu finally came back to his senses from his ecstasy at this moment. He could not hide the excitement on his face at all.
He immediately bowed and almost knelt down. Thank you, uncle. I will never forget your kindness today.
Ha, my good nephew, it's rare for you to return to the family. These are what you should have.
Don't worry about it.
Chen Fuxing laughed and twirled his long beard.
Besides, you are my nephew.
As your uncle, shouldn't I compensate you properly?
Uncle.
Chen Shu looked moved.
This is family love, this is the family love he has always longed for. By the way, uncle, about my mother. Chen Fuxing suddenly became quiet, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Uncle, I have considered this matter myself. When the time is right, I will choose to let you and your son meet. Big. Chen Shu was about to say something else. But Chen Fuxing stood up suddenly, saying something about family affairs that needed to be dealt with, and then disappeared in an instant. Only Chen Shu was left in the room, with a dazed look on his face. What's going on? Chen Shu was confused. At the same time, there is another room not far away. Chen Fuxing suddenly appeared here and looked at his son Chen Ruizong with an extremely ugly expression. Ruizong, you must remember that the conflict between you and Chen Shu is not just about the right of inheritance, but you must also not forget to avenge your mother. The child remembers it. Chen Ruizong was also serious at this moment and responded in a deep voice. The conflict between him and Chen Shu had already begun when they were just born. In order to completely eliminate the other party, Chen Ruizong can give up everything, including the marriage contract that originally belonged to him. Father, Sumu of the Su family will soon become the official heir. I think he is quite cunning and not a simple person after all. And it just so happens that Sumu and Nangongshi have an ambiguous relationship. Why don't we make use of this engagement that has long been almost ignored by both parties? Further intensify the conflict between Sumu and Chen Shu. Chen Shu is a man who looks strong but is weak on the inside. He will definitely suffer greatly at the hands of Sumu. These were Chen Ruizong's original words. Even his father Chen Fuxing was moved by his son's momentum and agreed to the plan. And after their investigation, they found that Chen Shu and Sumu had a long-standing grudge and had had many frictions between them in the Holy Land. Not only that, I will also lend a helping hand to Sumu at the critical moment. Chen Ruizong's eyes were calm. In his opinion, only someone with depth like Sumu is worthy of being his teammate and opponent. As for Chen Shu, Chen Ruizong only regarded the other party as an ordinary passerby and didn't mind crushing him first. Sumu waited calmly for several days. Although time was tight, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, the plot is already so bad, how much worse can it get? It would be better to just let nature take its course, let the male and female protagonists play freely, and then he can go with the flow. In this way, the plot is completed and the hatred is aroused. Perfect. As expected, Chen Shu finally returned to the Holy Land. The moment the other party came back, Sumu got the news from Qian Kuan. After Qian Kuan received Sumu's order, he squatted at the gate of the Holy Land for several days just to keep an eye on Chen Shu. Boss! Chen Shu is back. Qian Kuan looked strange. That kid is now dressed like a nouveau riche, with a group of servants around him, all dressed in red, heading towards a certain direction in the Holy Land. Okay. I understand. Sumu stood up immediately. Even if he couldn't find Nangongshi, Chen Shu would definitely be able to find her. First, because the other party is the male protagonist. Second, in the original plot, Chen Shu and Nangongshi were engaged. Although this engagement was snatched away, it did not prevent the Chen family from contacting each other. Then, Sumu regained his composure after a long time. Finally, it was his time to shine. It has been a long time since the male and female protagonists were on stage together, and Sumu was actually a little excited for a moment. A completely new plot? A pure test of acting skills and improvisation. Joke. Sumu was full of vigor. He had read quite a few novels in his previous life. What should you do when you encounter the key scene where the hero and heroine are engaged? There is only one answer. That's kidnapping the bride. This is almost the standard answer from the villain. Don't think that I can't act because the plot is so twisted. No matter how messy the plot structure is, its core remains unchanged, which is to create a stage for the male protagonist to show off and get slapped in the face. The villain is to attract hatred. Sumu was in high spirits, with an extremely arrogant smile on his face. He raised his hand and greeted Qian Kuan. Let's go. Follow your boss and grab the bride. Woohoo! As expected of you, the boss.
Shenyuan was so excited that his hands were shaking. He initially followed Su Mu just to learn the technique of picking up girls, and now it seems that he is about to learn the essence. For a woman, you have to be domineering to take her down, especially when facing competition from other people. You have to show your courage. Worthy of being the boss. This kind of momentum alone is enough for him to study for a lifetime. Brothers, follow the boss, charge. Of course, villains need to have a large number of people, so Sumu also brought a large group of younger brothers with him. This is a bamboo forest. The tall bamboos are as white as jade, reaching up into the sky. There is still haze in the woods, and the breeze blows, and the bamboo leaves rustle. At first glance, it is a good place to cultivate one's character. This is also the place where Nangongshi retreats. Deep in the bamboo forest, there is a small courtyard. Nangongshi slowly opened his eyes were full of fatigue and his face was pale. Are the side effects of forced awakening coming again? But I don't want to leave yet. I want to see you a few more times, Sumu. Nangongshi was born with insufficient congenital energy, forcing her to sleep for long periods of time. This is also why, even though she is the elder sister, her cultivation cannot catch up with her younger sister Nangong Lu. Because she needs sleep and rest. But suddenly, an extremely noisy sound broke the tranquility of the bamboo forest. Toot toot da da. The gongs and drums were beating loudly. Shen Shu, dressed in red, shook his long hair in a self-conscious manner. Sheer, your husband is here to pick you up. Chapter 102, of course it's about kidnapping the bride. Shen Shu's loud voice echoed among the bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves rustled and large swaths of green shadows fluttered. In the small courtyard, Nangongshi's face suddenly turned pale and he couldn't help but frown. He looked extremely fragile and pitiful. Shen Shu? Why did you come at this time? The girl just felt depressed and dizzy. She felt like she could hardly stand. But she still held on, took out a few pills from her arms and swallowed them, and her face immediately became much rosier. Then he walked to the front of the house and looked at the people coming from a distance. Chen Shu followed the Chen family all the way. The thought that I would be able to see Nangongshi soon and make her my own. He felt an indescribable excitement and pleasure in his heart. As my eyes moved, I soon saw a small courtyard deep in the bamboo forest. The entire courtyard is made of green bamboo, which is clear and green. It looks like an elegant place at first glance. Chen Shu was suddenly excited because he saw the person he had been thinking about in front of the gate of the courtyard. Nangongshi. The girl was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe with fluttering sleeves, long black hair like a waterfall, and a slightly pale face. At the moment, she looked stubborn, which made her look even more charming. On her back was the familiar guzheng, which complemented the girl's ethereal temperament, making her seem like someone other than an ordinary person. Sheer. Chen Shu couldn't help but call out to the other party. Nangongshi frowned immediately, clenched his fists, and murderous intent boiled in his heart. She did the same thing in the Dragon Yuan secret realm last time, but Chen Shu still didn't give up. Is he really a normal human being? Shut your mouth. You calling me that only makes me feel offended and disgusted. Nangongshi resisted the urge to take action immediately. But the other party refused to give in and instead quickly approached with a nonchalant smile on his face. Sheer, I wanted to communicate with you in an ordinary identity, but all I got in return was alienation. Now, I won't pretend anymore. Chen Shu lowered his head slightly, then shook it violently, and his bangs on his forehead suddenly rose up. I'm going to be frank. I'm actually the heir of the Chen family. You and I have been engaged since childhood, and now I'm here to fulfill it. What the hell are you talking about? Nangongshi felt annoyed, as if he had a large piece of cold lard in his mouth, disgusting and greasy. I told you, if you call me like that again, I will be rude. Moreover, this marriage was originally arranged by the elders of the family who knows how many years ago. Both families have tacitly cancelled it. Didn't anyone tell you? The relationships among the major cultivation families in Shenyuan Continent are complicated, so marriage is naturally not so easy and hasty. Nangongshi knew that she had been engaged. But that was just a verbal agreement between the parents of both sides. When the time came for the actual marriage, the two families had to consider more things. As long as there is no contract certificate left, it will be cancelled by default after a certain number of years.
Chen Shu doesn't even know the rules, yet he claims to be the heir of the immortal clan? You are not welcome here, leave now. Nangong, she took off the zither from her back. Her vitality was surging, and she seemed ready to fight if she disagreed with him. Chen Shu frowned slightly. He really didn't know what the other party said, but so what? Whether it was true or not was still up for debate. He has come here today with great fanfare and has confirmed the engagement, and that is enough.
In his opinion, this might just be an excuse from the other party, trying to shirk their debt.
Snort. Chen Shu sneered. Whether it is true or false, I have my own judgment. How can I believe your one-sided words? Since I'm here, why don't you come back with me to the Chen family and have a good confrontation, then everything will become clear.
Nangong, she even suspected that he had heard it wrong.
Are you mentally ill? How could I possibly go back with Chen Shu?
The other party was making such a big fuss, as if they were preparing to marry her. If she went with Chen Shu, would she still have a good reputation in the future?
Most importantly, what would Sumu think when he found out? Besides, have the elders of both parties agreed to this matter?
What on earth was wrong with Chen Shu that he could do such a horrific thing?
I'll say this one last time, get lost.
The girl gritted her teeth and said this. She felt that the effect of the pill was about to fade away, and she felt weak inside her body.
He.
Chen Shuhan didn't care and stepped forward directly, even wanting to reach out and grab the girl's arm.
I don't know what's good for me. Nangong's expression changed drastically.
Although her place of retreat was remote, it was still within the Holy Land. How could the other party want to force her in public? So she no longer hesitated, and snapped her 5 fingers, and a strong wave swept across. Chen Shu's pupils shrank, as if he didn't expect the other party to actually attack him, and he immediately took measures to resist.
Boom!
The air exploded, large tracts of green bamboo were shattered into pieces, and a whole piece of the bamboo forest was left empty. Chen Shu rolled in the air several times before he could steady himself. He looked extremely embarrassed and murderous.
Okay. Very good. You actually want to take action directly. Then I won't be polite either.
Chen Shu immediately started practicing his martial arts, and a strong sense of oppression suddenly came over him, and then he raised his hand and slapped him. Nangong, she secretly thought that something was wrong, because she felt that the other party's cultivation seemed to have improved again. She was no match for Chen Shu in the first place, not to mention that Chen Shu had recently merged with the soul of Master Tianpa, making him even more powerful.
Nangong, she is bound to lose.
The girl closed her eyes in despair, and when she opened them again, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She had just secretly sent a message to the Nangong family, but she was not sure when they would arrive. If Chen Shu really wanted to insult her in public, she wouldn't mind dying together with him. In this way, perhaps a major disaster can be eliminated for Sumu. Nangong, she has many tricks up her sleeve, enough to save her life, but since Chen Shu is forcing her, don't blame her.
Chen Shu died.
Just as this thought came to the girl's mind, a sound suddenly came from outside the field again.
Ha 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 ha. Hey! Chen Shu, how did you end up like this? You've even resorted to hitting a woman.
A slender figure suddenly appeared on the scene, and then casually threw a palm forward.
Boom! The violent explosion was even more severe than before. Half of the bamboo forest was directly cleared out. Chen Shu widened his eyes, thinking that something was wrong.
He forced himself to practice his skills several times before he was able to resist the opponent's attack. When he steadied himself, he immediately looked at the other person, with strong hatred in his eyes.
Sumu. That's right. It's me. Sumu smiled contemptuously, with an extremely arrogant attitude, and took a step forward. Sumu, this is a matter between my Chen family and the Nangong family. What do you want to do? Chen Shu warned sternly. What do you want to do?
Sumu's mouth curled up, as if he had heard a huge joke, and then he spread his hands. "Isn't it obvious what I'm going to do, young master? Of course it's to rob the bride." Chen Shu's expression changed drastically. "What?" Chapter 103, I bullied you, so what? Sumu curled his lips. It's bad enough that Chen Shu is slow at work, but his hearing is also not very good. There is no way, it seems that the hatred is not enough. I said, I'm here to grab the bride. As he spoke, Sumu actually pulled Nangong's soft hand over and held the girl in his arms. Then he bowed slightly and looked into the girl's eyes affectionately. Sheer, please come with me. As if he felt that this was not angry enough, Sumu raised his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Shu, who was looking astonished not far away. He raised one eyebrow slightly, revealing an extremely arrogant and provocative expression. The meaning is obvious. Young man, if you can't control it, I have to do it. Chen Shu got hard. The fist is hard. This is really too much. Chen Shu chuckled coldly, the volume of his voice getting higher and higher, his voice switching back and forth between youthful and hoarse. His whole state seemed very strange. Okay, that's great. In that case, you will die here today. Chen Shu took action without saying a word. He moved his palms back, gathered thick energy in his palms, and then pushed forward suddenly. Hai Tao Shocking Heaven Palm. This is a new top-notch palm technique he acquired after returning to the Chen family. Although it consumes a lot of energy, its power is the highest in the same level. Chen Shu thought that he was at the same Tianyuan realm as Sumu. He had gone through untold hardships since childhood, and the training he had gained from battles was incomparable to Sumu's. How can you beat me? Sumu. Do you know what I have sacrificed in my life? Die. There was a blue palm print in the air, pressing down. Sumu has mastered the art of attracting hatred to the extreme. He just raised his eyebrows slightly, and even lowered his head to tease the heroine. Sheer, watch me catch him with my backhand. Sumu immediately met the attack with a palm, without using any martial arts techniques at all. After entering the realm of earthly immortal, you can use the vital energy between heaven and earth at will. This move is called realm suppression. Boom! The bamboo forest, which was already mostly destroyed, was reduced to ashes in an instant, and the sound of the two men's fight spread far away. Fortunately, the area was quiet, otherwise many people would have been injured by mistake. Chen Shu was entrusted with a destiny and had gone through many hardships since childhood. His combat capability far exceeded that of people of the same level, and he was basically invincible in his realm from childhood to adulthood. As for Sumu, his skills are all top-notch in the continent, and behind him is an immortal clan with a heritage that has lasted for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. His strong background is fully revealed. Chen Shu has only been practicing for a few decades, how could he be defeated? Then, the results are obvious. With just one collision, Chen Shu was knocked flying backwards. Accompanied by the shock wave of air, the whole person was deeply embedded in the ground. Master! A servant of the Chen family cried out in surprise and quickly dug Chen Shu out of the deep pit. There was blood at the corner of Chen Shu's mouth, his chest heaving, and the resentment in his eyes had reached its peak. But the anger that was about to overwhelm him had completely dissipated, and he was sobered up by a slap from Sumu. Chen Shu now clearly realized that he was no match for Sumu. When did you advance to the earthly immortal realm? Oh, I couldn't hold it back the past 2 days, and I got promoted accidentally. Sumu acted as if he didn't care. Sure enough, Chen Shu gritted his teeth secretly, and his anger increased even more. His face was full of expressions like, "Are you pretending to be a jerk?" Sumu. Chen Shu spoke slowly, his voice low. Sumu also turned serious, his eyes slightly dim. Is it coming? Is it the big one coming? He is now also looking forward to the other party's performance. We'll see. Humph. Chen Shu snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and was about to leave with his men. What the hell? Are you leaving now? Sumu's face suddenly turned dark, and he changed his position and appeared in front of Chen Shu and his group, blocking their retreat. Chen Shu, you want to leave now?
Damn it, I spent so much effort to leave you space to show off, and you want to leave just when I started playing? Didn't we just fight once? What about your indomitable spirit as the leading man? Besides, you guys came up with this plot, I was just here to cooperate with you, but now you want to give up?
Sumu felt that he was betrayed and his face turned even darker.
Chen Shu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, Sumu is not going to let me go. He wants to kill them all today. Chen Shu was extremely panicked.
From the moment they started fighting, he concluded that he was no match for Sumu. Although there is only a threshold between the Tianyuan realm and the Dixian realm, many people cannot cross this threshold in their entire life.
One side is mortal, the other side is immortal. How can the difference be expressed in words? How the hell do I fight this? It's impossible to play at all.
Chen Shu looked at the servants around him. These were temporarily borrowed from his uncle, whose cultivation level was not as high as his own, so they were of no use to him. These people might even spread the news that he got humiliated and beaten here today. When he thought of this, Chen Shu's face darkened.
Sumu, don't go too far. Leave a way out for the future. Pooh. Sumu suddenly spat, his attitude becoming even more arrogant than before. Fuck that, I just went too far today, what can you do to me?
After all this fuss, the pressure is still not severe enough.
Sumu understood.
In the past, every time he targeted Chen Shu, he would oppress him to the extreme, and then the opponent would suddenly rebound. Although this plot scene is relatively unfamiliar, the principle behind it is the same.
Sumu felt that he was still too gentle. Not pushing hard enough.
So he stepped forward, grabbed Chen Shu by the collar, and lifted him up.
I'm asking you, I'm going too far now, what are you going to do? Chen Shu was confused. Nangong Shi, who was not far away, was also dumbfounded.
From the very beginning, when Sumu suddenly held her in his arms, the girl fell into an indescribable state. Shyness, shock, surprise, and countless complex emotions intertwined. Immediately afterwards, a conflict broke out between Sumu and Chen Shu, and the strong fluctuation of vital energy brought Nangong Shi's mind back to reality.
Sumu just called me Sheer. Is he willing to accept my feelings?
The girl's red lips slightly parted, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself several times. Until he saw Sumu had lifted Chen Shu up, his attitude was more wild and arrogant than ever before.
Sumu is angry.
Nangong Shi's beautiful eyes were slightly startled.
Is it because Chen Shu wanted to bully me just now? Sumu, you.
Unconsciously, a hint of tears appeared in the girl's eyes, but she quickly wiped it away quietly. In her memory, Sumu had always been a very gentle boy, and had never been as aggressive as he was today.
So Sumu must be angry.
At this moment, Nangong Shi's heart suddenly moved. She felt the presence of her family elders nearby.
He immediately panicked and quickly sent a message to the other party. Don't come over yet. What is going on?
There seemed to be a familiar middle-aged voice in the girl's ears, and she knew who the person was in an instant.
Uncle. Chapter 104, Live Up to the Youthful Ambition. Uncle, please don't show up yet. Nangong Shanha? My little niece, what's going on? To be honest, Nangong Shanha was a little confused. When he first received the message from his niece, he was extremely angry.
He set off at the fastest speed, forcefully broke through the blockade of the Holy Land, and descended here. I didn't expect to see such a scene again.
Uncle, don't worry about it. Don't show up yet.
As if she was afraid that the other party would suddenly appear and interrupt the current situation, Nangong Shi's face turned slightly red with anxiety.
Nangong Shanha's gaze swept across the scene until he saw the handsome young man in the center of the crowd. This person is a kid from the Su family. I think his name is Sumu. My little niece is so anxious, could it be that? Not good. Nangong Shanha's face changed drastically. My niece is going to be kidnapped.
In the center of the crowd, Sumu ignored the complicated looks from others and kept staring at the book in his hand, his tone becoming more and more aggressive.
I'm asking you, I've gone too far, what are you going to do? It's about to explode. Explode quickly. Hurry up and show your aura as the protagonist to change your destiny. Sumu's eyes were full of expectation, and he was waiting for the other party to give the reaction he wanted. Chen Shu's face was gloomy, and he was held in Sumu's hand like a chicken. He took a deep breath, veins popped up on his forehead, and he clenched his fists. The purple lines of the destiny fragment also shone faintly. The whole person is on the verge of exploding. He. Suddenly, an old voice came from his mind. What? Do you want to die in his hands? I don't want to die like him. Master Tianpa's consciousness actually reawakened at this time. Chen Shu's soul has been suppressing the other party since it merged with the other party. I didn't expect it to happen at such a critical moment. Roll. Chen Shu roared in his heart. The old voice didn't seem to care at all, but instead sounded somewhat relaxed. Ha, you can only yell at me. Go yell at Sumu in front of you. He is your enemy, and now he is right in front of you. Why don't you dare? How dare I? Ha, if you dared, how could you be caught by the other party? I am not as strong as him for now, but I will definitely. I'm sure you'll be stepped on again, right? Master Tianpa's words were cold and merciless, and his voice was full of temptation. You are just a casual cultivator who has practiced in the mountains for a few decades. The other party is a young master with a family background of 10,000 years. How can you compare with him? You can't beat him, at least for now. Just bow your head. At least you can save your life now. Chen Shu felt very unwilling. He always felt that the scene before him was weird, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. How can a person not experience failure in his life? You still have tens of thousands of years of good time in the future, so take your time. Just this once, there's no shame in admitting defeat. Yes, giving up is always easy. Many times, it seems meaningless to persist in certain things, but giving up can produce immediate results. Thinking of this, Chen Shu's clenched fist suddenly loosened. Ever since he merged with Master Tianpa, he is no longer the fearless young man he once was. Chen Shu made a decision in his heart, and he felt as if all the muscles in his body were suddenly pulled out. Sumu watched Chen Shu slowly raise his head. There was no emotion on the other person's face, but instead it was filled with calmness. Calm? Something seems wrong. Before Sumu had time to think about it, he heard the other party mumbling in a low voice. You win, Sumu. What? Sumu's face changed drastically, and he quickly raised his hand and shook the other person. What did you say? I'm asking you, what did you just say? I said you beat Sumu. A relieved smile suddenly appeared on Chen Shu's lips. Yes, there are so many things to compete in life, why bother about this failure? Why not let Sumu win once? Anyway, next time. He will definitely win it back next time. It must be like this. Chen Shu's face suddenly showed some life and spirit, and he suddenly roared loudly. Sumu, you win this time. But you may not win next time. I will definitely get my revenge. Although he was suddenly yelled at, Sumu did not show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he looked relieved. Damn, that's scary. He just thought that there was something wrong with the male protagonist's brain, as he actually admitted defeat to a villain like him. If this really happens, I would rather commit suicide now and start over again for 3 weeks. It's so scary. Sumu was still in shock, and for a moment he couldn't take care of the situation at the scene. He quickly put the other person on the ground, and paced back and forth with his hands on his hips, a little at a loss, his eyes wandering. After a moment, he came to his senses and patted the other person on the shoulder. Not bad. Very ambitious. Sumu gave the other person an encouraging look. You have to keep it like this from now on, do you hear me? Here ha. Chen Shu subconsciously realized that something was wrong, and then anger suddenly appeared on his face. What does Sumu think of him? Humph. Sumu, the road ahead is long and the mountains are high. We will find out the outcome. Let's go.
Chen Shu suddenly flicked his sleeves, shaking off a large amount of dust. His figure didn't seem so embarrassed anymore, instead he looked more majestic. That's right. Sumu nodded slowly, and looked at Chen Shu with a little more appreciation. There are too many heroines who are not right now, and only a few are reliable. The male protagonist Chen Shu is the only one who is online from beginning to end. You must not let me down. If you do, you will have to start over. Sumu had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He didn't notice at all that the moment Chen Shu admitted defeat to him, the purple lines on the back of his neck became even brighter. He reached out and scratched the itchy back of his neck again. Sumu turned around and began to think about how to deal with the remaining mess. This plot point is definitely ruined, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the male protagonist is not a bad person. Congratulations on this great news. Boss. You're awesome, boss. Shenyuan and others gathered from all directions, looking at Sumu with eyes full of admiration. He originally just wanted to learn how to pick up girls from Sumu, but now it seems that there is too much to learn. It turns out that cup filling is such a great art. Shenyuan's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly felt that he had found the goal he was pursuing in life. Picking up girls? But it's just a small matter. It turns out that cup filling is a sophisticated art that is truly worthy of being accepted in a formal occasion. And his boss, Sumu, is undoubtedly a famous figure with great achievements in this hall. Boss. I must follow you closely for the rest of my life. Even if I can only learn 1/10,000th of your skills, that would be great. Shenyuan was so excited that his body was shaking. Although the other brothers were not as exaggerated as him, they were only a few steps away from kneeling on the ground and kowtowed twice. What the hell? Sumu's mouth twitched. Chapter 105. There are always people who want to harm me. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. He originally brought Shenyuan and others here with the intention of building up momentum. Result. Everything happened so fast. In a flash. Chen Shu wilted. The two of them clearly only exchanged 2 moves, and it was Sumu who took the first move. It means that only one move was used. What is this? Sumu was helpless, but still forced to smile, making an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful your boss is, learn more from him in the future. Yes, boss. Shenyuan and the others' eyes almost glowed, and they felt that Sumu's image in front of them became more and more majestic. In the void. Nangong Shanha's expression changed frequently at this moment, and the look he gave Sumu was completely different from before. Good boy, you actually have such a broad mind. After defeating your opponent, you will encourage him to keep trying. What a strong mentality this is. Nangong Shanhai admitted that he had underestimated Sumu before. He had heard of some of Sumu's reputation before, most of which were not very good, such as the news that the Su family had a playboy heir. Now it seems. This is pure rumor. Maybe Sumu's behavior just now seemed nothing to other people, but to a cultivator like him who had experienced many years, this was the mentality of a strong man. Defeat the opponent and don't be afraid of the opponent's challenge again. Invincible posture. Nangong Shanha was very clear that in order to cultivate to a high level, one needed not only extraordinary talent but also massive resources. The most important thing is an invincible heart. Never be afraid, never be discouraged. This kid from the Su family is truly a Qilin child. Nangong Shanha's cultivation was close to the immortal king realm, and he could easily see through some of Sumu's secrets. He is no more than 100 years old, and has reached the level of an earthly immortal. Although it is not high, at least he is not left behind among the group of heirs. After Sumu defeated the enemy, he not only encouraged the enemy with a gentle voice, but he was also able to respond calmly to the compliments from others, which is really rare. And I don't know why. Why do I feel like this guy is getting more and more pleasing to the eye? Nangong Shanha looked puzzled, and suddenly he felt that giving his niece to the other party seemed to be nothing unacceptable. And there is also a feeling of earning something. The Su family is one of the most powerful families among the 10 great immortal clans, and so is my Nangong family.
Isn't this a perfect opportunity for a marriage? Nangong Shanha's expression brightened. What's more, this guy originally came here to snatch the bride, which means he must have some feelings for my little niece. It's a match made in heaven. The situation at the scene was not difficult to understand, and Nangong Shanha could easily deduce Sumu's purpose. What happened to kidnapping a bride? That's just great. I'll talk to my niece's father about this when I get back. Nangong Shanha made up his mind. He didn't notice at all that his attitude towards Sumu could change so smoothly. In the bamboo forest below, there are no bamboos anymore. At this moment, Sumu slowly walked in front of Nangongshi. Good news, we finally found each other. Bad news, the atmosphere is a bit awkward now. Sumu scratched the back of his neck and took a step forward. Haha, what? I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. There was a gleam of light in Nangongshi's beautiful eyes. This beautiful place of hers is unimaginably remote in the Holy Land. It would be impossible to get here if one is not looking for it deliberately. Chen Shu was guided by the Chen family servants. What about Sumu? It can't be that he followed Chen Shu. This means that Sumu has been looking for me. It just so happened that Chen Shu came to pick up the bride, so he started to rob the bride on the spot in a domineering manner. And now, the bride stealing is over. Doesn't that mean that I should belong to Sumu now? Nangongshi's face turned red, and the look she gave Sumu became increasingly gentle, almost squeezing water out of her. At this moment, she did not mention the previous marriage contract was invalid at all. There was only Sumu in his eyes. Yeah, what a coincidence. What just happened? What happened just now? Nangongshi still stared at Sumu's cheek. Sumu's mouth twitched. How come this heroine is like a computer? She answers every time I say something. Is this really a high EQ response? Sumu quickly looked around, trying to change the subject. I'm so sorry for destroying your bamboo forest. I'll compensate you later. No need. Ha ha ha. A figure suddenly appeared in the air, and a middle-aged man also wearing a Taoist robe flashed through the void. Then he appeared beside Sumu. What the hell? Sumu was shocked. He didn't expect that there were audiences. Sumu, right? Ha ha, not bad, not bad. He's a nice young man. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and looked at Sumu with admiration in his eyes. Uncle. Nangongshi was a little annoyed, thinking that her uncle was really unromantic as to why he chose to come out at this time. Didn't I tell him to hide it? She even felt that she could take her relationship with Sumu to the next level. Feeling the somewhat resentful look in his niece's eyes, Nangong Shanha's heart tightened and he quickly changed the subject. Sumu, I watched everything that happened just now. You did a good job. My Nangong family cannot go without a thank you gift. No, no. Sumu waved his hand casually, saying that he was only here for the plot mission. Let's put it this way. Just now, the people from the Chun family were so rude and wanted to take my niece away by force, but you bravely stepped in and succeeded in snatching her away. Nangong Shanha spoke slowly, even with a hint of tentativeness in his voice. In that case, I might as well help you achieve your goal and give you this marriage contract. What? What do you mean? Sumu's heart suddenly tightened, and he felt an unpleasant feeling. Didn't you try to rob the bride? Now that you've succeeded, I'll go back and report to the head of the family and get a formal marriage contract from your Su family. What the hell? It's a big deal. Sumu's face changed drastically. He was just focusing on the male lead, thinking that as long as he wasn't broken, he would be fine, but he didn't expect that there would be a sequel to the plot. Does this mean that this is the original storyline of the male and female protagonists? Sumu wanted to wave his hand to refuse immediately, but when he noticed Nangongshi's gentle eyes, he hesitated for a moment. He decided to be a little more tactful. Marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers. I still need to go back and ask my father for his opinion on this matter. In the adult world, anything that is not a direct yes means rejection. Sumu felt that the other party should understand. Even though he didn't understand, he decided to go back and warn his father not to agree to this matter. Well, that makes sense. Nangong Shanha touched his chin and nodded slowly. He suddenly noticed that the look in his niece's eyes when she looked at him had changed. From the initial resentment, it has turned into admiration now. All I can say is well done. Nangong Shanha's mouth twitched secretly, and he sighed in his heart. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. But he didn't show it on his face, instead he was very graceful. In that case, let's go back and wait for good news from the patriarch. That's right, let's all go back and wait for news. Ha ha ha. Sumu had a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. Still waiting for news? Waiting for nothing. I was kind enough to improve the plot for you, but you actually wanted to harm me? People's hearts have changed. Chapter 106 Great Strength. Sumu turned around and was about to say goodbye. But Nangong, she was not happy. She wanted to follow Sumu. As soon as he took a step forward, he was stopped by his uncle Nangong Shanha. Uncle, what are you doing? You kid. Nangong Shanha's mouth twitched. My uncle has already said that he will ask the Su family for a formal marriage certificate when he returns. Why are you in such a hurry now? Besides, don't you look at your current body? Do you still have the medicine? Nangong, she only reacted at this moment. He gradually calmed down, and the feeling of weakness in his body came over him like a tide, and his face turned pale. Oh, hurry up, take it. Nangong Shanha felt nervous when he saw this, and quickly took out an exquisite jade bottle from his arms and stuffed it into Nangongshi's hand. There was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. When your mother was pregnant with you, she was seriously injured, which caused you to be born with congenital deficiencies. It's really unfair to you. Nangong Shanha was silent for a while. Nangongshi patted the other person's arm gently and smiled. Uncle, let's not talk about the past. As long as we can find our former enemy one day, we can take revenge on him. Ha, of course. Nangong Shanha suddenly became alert. No matter what, he would never forget the aura of those people who had taken action against him. It was an indescribable feeling of coldness. Seeing that the other party did not catch up, Sumu actually felt relieved. That's good. Anyway, my part has already been completed, so don't cause me any trouble. Sumu felt helpless. If possible, he didn't want to participate in any plot missions because it was really troublesome. But who made him want to go home? Accompanying Shenyuan and others, Sumu continued on his way back to his cave, and suddenly found someone waiting for him. Shinjawi, why are you here? Sumu? Where were you just now? Why didn't I see you? This. Sumu suddenly froze, considering whether or not to tell the other party what had just happened. As a result, Shenyuan actually rushed out before him, with a look of utmost admiration on his face. You don't know what our boss just did. He slapped the Chen family in the face in public and snatched Miss Nangong's bride in a domineering manner. Fuck. Sumu's face changed drastically. You are such a talkative guy. But it was too late for him to stop the other party. Killing the bride. There was a sudden flash of danger in Shinjawi's eyes, and her eyes narrowed, like a fox exuding murderous intent. Who? Nangong Lu? Or Nangong Shi? Of course. Shenyuan was still thinking about promoting his boss's great achievements, so he shook his head, held his head high and was about to shout loudly. Sumu was one step faster and covered the other person's mouth with his hand. Ha, I said this was an accident, do you believe it? Shenyuan really knows how to find trouble for him. The heroines had already changed, and in Sumu's opinion, he wanted to conquer each heroine individually and try not to have any connection between them. This is the only way to ensure that the deviation from the original plot is minimal. Although Shinjawi is not the heroine, what if this matter spreads? Isn't Shenyuan just looking for trouble? As a result, he looked quite aggrieved, as if he was saying, Boss, why don't you let me publicize your great achievements? I want to publicize it. I am your most loyal brother. Su Mu. He. Just don't screw me. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding to the point of kidnapping the bride.
Shinjawi was still suspicious, and suddenly wondered why Sumu was like this. He had just broken up with Qin Jingru not long ago, but now he's trying to snatch Miss Nangong's hand in marriage.
Could it be that Sumu wants to be a good person?
When she thought of this possibility, Shinjawi's eyes gradually widened, her face full of disbelief. Although this news is shocking, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible. Sumu has pursued Qin Jingru for many years, and now he has come to his senses. His heart is like that of a prodigal son, who urgently needs to find the warmth of home.
So, now is actually the time when Sumu is the weakest? He needs company.
Shinjawi looked at Sumu with some sympathy in her eyes, but more of it was heartache, and of course joy.
Sumu, why do you have to go so far away? Can't I do the same?
Shinjawi found it a little difficult to understand, as she and Sumu were childhood sweethearts and knew each other very well.
When considering emotional catharsis, shouldn't the first person you choose be yourself? Who is this young lady from the Nangong family?
It must be because I have been staying in Flangyu Tower for too long recently, which has caused the relationship between Sumu and me to fade.
It must be like this. Hateful.
Shinjawi was filled with indignation, and her resentment towards her father deepened. And there is her crooked master who only wants to teach her how to kill people every day. It was pure coincidence. I was just looking for someone and happened to run into him. I'm forced to buy or sell.
Sumu wasn't sure if this description was appropriate.
Anyway, he felt that Shinshu's actions at that time would be inappropriate if it were done by anyone else, but the other person was the male protagonist. When I think about it this way, the plot seems quite normal.
Would it even be a bit romantic in the eyes of the male and female protagonists? Sumu wasn't sure. After all, the thinking of the male and female protagonists cannot be compared with that of normal people. Sumu.
Shinjawi's tone suddenly became gentle, and she stepped forward, held Sumu's hand, and then held him in her arms.
If you're unhappy, why don't you tell me?
Haven't we known each other since childhood? Sumu felt the softness on his arm and was a little surprised.
Oh my God.
It turns out that Shinjawi has become so powerful without anyone noticing.
When did it happen? But he didn't think there was anything wrong with the other party's behavior.
As long as she was not the heroine and as long as it was not related to the plot, Sumu was always very tolerant.
Unhappy? I guess a little, but it's not a big problem. Sumu meant what he said. The change of male and female protagonists did cause him some troubles, but so what?
He has now figured out the rules of this world. When Shinjawi heard this, the pain in her eyes grew even more intense.
The girl interlocked her hands with Sumu's and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Let me accompany you today. I don't have anything to do. Do you want to go out and relax together?
Xian Koan and others saw that the situation was not good and had already fled.
Joke. How can a younger brother not have this little bit of tact?
This is obviously the time for Boss Sumu and his confidant to communicate their feelings.
Are we just sitting here as a figurehead?
Sumu didn't take it to heart and just shrugged. He led Shinjawi directly into the house.
Okay, come in.
Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, so I might as well relax. The half-month deadline is getting closer, but Sumu has now completed his work. He had already figured out the 6 female protagonists who had changed in the last Long Yuan secret realm.
Oh, it's about attitude.
I can only say that there are some problems, but
no big problem. Chapter 107. What did she do? Sumu's cave was exceptionally quiet today. There were originally few people in his cave.
Usually there were only him, Meng Xiaoxiao, and Xiaolan. Because he returned to the Holy Land suddenly, Xiaolan is still in the Su family. Meng Xiaoxiao seemed to be in seclusion again. He was in a hurry before going there, so he must have gained something big.
I wish I had the cultivation talent these heroines have. Sumu sometimes feels envious.
Especially Qing Jingru, among all the heroines, her talent is undoubtedly the highest.
Has the other party been practicing for 20 years? But the realm has already broken through the earthly immortal realm.
Although the time span in the cultivation world is quite long, even Sumu himself, if viewed from the perspective of the mundane world, is an old man and is several dozen years old. But in the cultivation world, he is still called junior and little kid. Only Qing Jingru is really young, and her talent is also really high.
Damn. It's so unfair.
Whenever Sumu thought of this, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. In his previous life, he lived in a mortal world, but if he worked hard, there was still a glimmer of hope for him to break free from the class barrier. Although this hope becomes smaller and smaller as time goes by.
But there are still some. But this world of cultivation is so cruel. If you don't have talent, you don't have talent, and it's useless no matter who comes. If I had an invincible talent and could defeat everything, maybe this vast world of cultivation wouldn't be so bad. Sumu had thought so too.
It wasn't until later that he learned that his talent was just a bunch of shit. That's true, after all, his identity is a villain and a cannon fodder.
What if the talent is too high and the protagonist is accidentally stepped on? Etc.
Sumu's body suddenly stiffened.
Does his behavior today really count as a step on Chen Shu? It seems like everything is alright. Chen Shu was still full of fighting spirit before he left. I guess he will come back for revenge soon.
Thinking of this, Sumu felt much more at ease.
What's wrong, Sumu? Are you feeling comfortable?
A somewhat shy voice came from her ear, and Shinjoui blushed slightly. She didn't expect Sumu to like this. Sumu lay on the bed, letting Shinjoui step barefoot on his back, her soft feet stepping back and forth. The boy squinted his eyes comfortably.
Not bad, it's this kind of strength, it feels good. Sumu. Stop making weird noises. It's embarrassing.
Sumu screamed even louder. Shinjoi's face turned even redder, but she had no intention of stopping and continued to step on it with all her heart.
The girl's eyes suddenly became stern. Sumu? What's that on your back? What?
Sumu was still lying there, looking like a greedy salted fish.
Oh, do you mean the purple line on my neck? Sumu almost forgot this. This is a birthmark. I inherited it from my father. A birthmark? This big.
Shinjoui was a little confused. Although Sumu was talking about the back of the neck, in Shinjoi's eyes, this strange purple line had already extended to the shoulders.
And there is a tendency to spread downward.
Focusing your eyes on this strange pattern, you can vaguely feel an indescribable tremor.
It was as if I had seen something extremely precious and extraordinary. It has the power of heaven and earth. Is that so okay? The girl didn't take it to heart. Since it was Sumu who said it, she had no reason to doubt it.
Shinjoui is now just a girl who does her best to step on someone's back.
Sumu, how about I give you another massage?
Oh? You also know how to give massages.
Sumu seemed to have heard something extraordinary.
In the eyes of every pair of childhood sweethearts, the other person probably has a carefree image.
Shinjoui pouted slightly. Of course. I've learned it specially, it's okay. Lie down, I'll give you a massage.
The girl said nothing, but just kept increasing the strength of her hands.
Sumu's eyes widened. Oh my god. He actually can do that. It feels great. Ah.
Sumu enjoyed himself, carefully feeling the other person's soft little hands wandering on his back, and faintly smelling bursts of fragrance at the tip of his nose.
There were only two of them in the huge cave.
For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a little strange. For some reason, the more Shinjoui pressed, the redder her face became, and even her breathing became a little heavier. From her perspective, she can see the boy's handsome profile. The trembling eyelashes gradually calmed down, and the expression on his face became softer.
Sumu actually fell asleep. Realizing this, Shinjawi gradually stopped what she was doing and jumped down from the bed lightly. Squatting beside the bed, observing Sumu's peaceful sleeping face from a close distance. Sumu. Shinjawi blushed and unknowingly moved closer and closer. Why is there no one here? Outside the cave. Nangong Lu looked confused. She had been knocking on the restriction for a long time, but there was no movement at all. That's not right. I heard that Sumu was back. How come? Click. The ban was suddenly opened from the inside. Su. Nangong Lu was delighted, thinking that he was right when he discovered it. The person who opened the door was a beautiful girl. Shinjawi's face was slightly red and her hair was a little messy. She was standing inside the door at this moment. Although the cave is called a cave, its shape is actually more like a small courtyard, and the internal structure is quite charming. Nangong Lu and Shinjawi strolled in the small garden in front of the house, their faces full of suspicion. You mean, Sumu fell asleep? Yes. Then why didn't he sense it when I came? Maybe I'm too tired lately. What about you? What were you doing just now? Of course I didn't do anything. I just came to see him. What can I do? Shinjawi said this with a frank look on her face, and anyone who saw it would see that she had a clear conscience. Really? Nangong Lu still had some doubts. In her previous life, she had also met Shinjawi, and knew that she was Sumu's childhood sweetheart and that they had a special relationship. By the way, what are you doing here? Shinjawi changed her previous attitude and started asking questions to the other party. Nangong Lu paused, then spoke with his neck stiffened. I just want to see Sumu, as a friend, is that not okay? Just as friends. Shinjawi's face showed trying to fool people. Nangong Lu curled his lips and acted righteously. You fooled me first. The two girls looked at each other, and felt a similar aura between them. Similar. They are also opponents. The two beautiful girls looked at each other fiercely, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn and murderous. Indoor. Sumu woke up slowly. He remembered that he had not slept for a long time. As a monk, he did not need to sleep. I fell into depravity and even fell asleep. Sumu warned himself in his heart and was about to get up from the bed, but he suddenly stopped. Then he wiped his lips with his hand. What is this? Wet. He quickly looked at his other hand, which was also wet. Sumu looked strange. What's going on? Chapter 108, QQ Space. What was Shinjawi doing just now? Sumu looked at his hand with some confusion, then leaned in to smell it, but there was no strange smell. Instead, it has a faint fragrance. It's exactly the same smell as Shinjawi's. Could it be essential oils to open the back? It seems like there's something sweet in my mouth. Sumu frowned and could only put aside his doubts for the time being. He turned over, tidied his appearance, and then walked out of the house. He also felt two auras in the yard. And there is an aura about him, and he is a rather troublesome person. When Sumu came to the courtyard, he saw Nangong Lu and Shinjawi looking at each other, with the distance between them neither far nor close. The atmosphere seems a bit weird. What are you guys doing? Sumu looked confused. These two people didn't say anything, they just kept staring at each other. What could be going on? Sumu had a strange look in his eyes. He remembered that Shenyuan Continent was a serious male-oriented novel and it seemed that there was no such plot. The two girls also noticed Sumu's sudden appearance, so they had to suppress their suspicions about each other and came to Sumu one after another. One on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Sumu's arms at the same time and pressed them in their arms. Sumu was able to directly feel the strength of the two. Shinjawi seems to be slightly better. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. Wow, Shinjawi's conditions and appearance are no worse than those of the other heroines, and now she is even better than them in some aspects. This is not the heroine in the original novel. I don't know what the author was thinking. But he didn't say this out loud, instead he looked helpless. What are you doing? Nothing, just hold hands, okay?
Shinjawi was very confident that she and Sumu had been friends since childhood and had done more intimate things together.
What was wrong with holding hands? What about you? Sumu looked at Nangon Lu helplessly. I just held hands. It's not like I haven't done that before.
Nangon Lu said this with a red face, and Shinjawi's eyes widened immediately. Good fellow, I thought you were an honest man, but it turns out that you and Sumu have made such progress. Nangon Lu felt proud and snorted softly. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. He now felt that these two people seemed to have some serious illness. Especially Nangon Lu, who had confessed his love to him a while ago, and now rushed up to hold his hand.
Etc. Sumu suddenly frowned. By the way, Nangon Lu is taking advantage of me, right? Damn it! Villains don't have human rights.
Sumu felt ruthless in his heart. Anyway, his hand was held in Nangon Lu's arms and no one else could see anything.
Then,
Sumu turned his palm slightly and pinched it lightly.
Nangon Lu.
The girl's face turned red in an instant, even her earlobes were red as if bleeding. Her body trembled slightly, and she quickly looked up at Sumu. Sumu had a blank expression on his face, as if he had not done what just happened. Nangon Lu's heart was filled with turmoil, and he opened his red lips several times, wanting to say something.
Sumu seized the opportunity and pinched it again.
Nangon Lu couldn't hold it in after all, and let out a strange moan.
Shinjawi immediately looked suspicious. What the hell is this woman doing?
Nangon Lu had a lot of grievances that he couldn't express, but he looked at Sumu with a pleading look in his eyes, looking so pitiful.
Sumu was stunned for a moment.
As expected of one of the heroines, even pretending to be pitiful can be so lethal. But he didn't care.
You're allowed to take advantage of me, but I can't retaliate?
Anyway, it doesn't affect the progress of the plot, so Sumu can do whatever he wants.
As for whether it will cause the heroine to be bored? All I can say is that Sumu couldn't wait for it. The more the other party hates him, the happier Sumu will be. Anyway, his story mission doesn't require the heroine to like him.
It would be better to say that the other party's disgust would be more conducive to his completing the task.
It's just a little strange. Why doesn't Nangon Lu let go?
Sumu glanced at the other person secretly, and saw that Nangon Lu was trembling slightly, his face was flushed, and there was a hint of heat coming out of his head. But she still held his arms tightly.
So determined? Did I go too easy?
Sumu was a little confused, so he looked at Shinjawi and used the same method.
Pinch gently.
Shinjawi's body suddenly trembled, and she looked at Sumu with some disbelief in her eyes.
Did Sumu find out what I just did to him? In public, Shinjawi said nothing more.
The two girls stopped bickering, and the three of them just stood quietly in the garden, without anyone speaking first. Sumu became more and more confused. What the hell is this? Why is no one responding?
Then,
he increased his efforts. As a result, the two girls not only trembled more violently, but also held on without saying a word and refused to let go.
Okay. Sumu almost laughed out loud.
Although he had no idea what these two were doing, his competitive spirit was aroused, so he used more force with his hands. It lasted for a short while. Nangon Lu's body suddenly trembled violently, and his red face turned pale in an instant. The strength he had holding Sumu's arm suddenly weakened.
Sumu, you are obscene, I am leaving.
The girl's face was still red, and she seemed a little embarrassed and angry.
She turned and left.
He even panicked and flew on his sword, staggering away.
What is that? Sumu was confused. Then,
Shinjawi suddenly made a similar noise, but she held the books in her arms a little tighter and raised her head abruptly.
Sumu, why?
The other person's voice was trembling, and Su was startled.
Holy shit. It won't get broken, right?
So he quickly picked up the other person by the waist, then went back to the room in the cave and put him on the bed.
Shinjawi's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Such rapid progress, we have to be here today.
Sumu didn't know what the other person was thinking, he just looked serious. You rest here for a while, I'm going to go out first. Then he opened the door and left, leaving Shinjawi alone in the wind. Ha! Why did you leave? The girl was stunned for a moment, and then a look of annoyance appeared on her face. What an idiot! Big idiot! On the other side, Sumu was still frightened. That was a close call. I almost didn't realize that these two were fighting. I guess they don't have time to deal with me. He was about to raise his hand, but suddenly his body froze. Wait, something seems wrong. Sumu's face suddenly changed. He remembered the positions of the three people just now, and his hands were held in the arms of the other two. I thought his hand was on the other person's abdomen, but now it seems something is wrong. Sumu was taller than the other two girls, and his hands were also more slender. Feeling the strangeness in his hand, Sumu looked strange. No way. My dear hand, where were you just now? Koku's space. Chapter 109, Trapped in the Whirlpool. Chen Shu returned to the Chen family in a panic. He has not lived in the Holy Land recently, and his family has provided him with an exclusive courtyard and practice environment. The conditions are much better than those outside the Holy Land. Chen Shu pushed open the door in a daze, sat dejectedly on the bed, and said nothing. I failed. Total defeat. It's the first time I don't dare to face Sumu. These words lingered in Chen Shu's mind for a long time. He had failed at the hands of Sumu many times before, but he had never retreated on his own initiative. What's wrong with me? Chen Shu always felt that something was not right with him, but he couldn't put his finger on it for the moment. He seemed to have lost his former drive and fighting spirit, and became more sophisticated and smooth. Like an old man who has experienced wind and rain. It's the soul of Master Tianpa. Ha, you finally remembered me. The old voice suddenly sounded in my mind, and the voice was filled with pleasure. It's you, old man. You're hurting me. Chen Shu's expression was ferocious, and he almost went crazy. How can I be said to be harming you? Now our souls are one. In other words, you are me and I am you. I'm just another side of your personality. Master Tianpa laughed wildly. No. Now he can no longer be called Master Tianpa, he is just another Chen Shu, a more experienced and smoother Chen Shu. No. You are not me. Only I am myself. Chen Shu roared in his heart. We are one soul, so how can we tell each other apart? Think about it, I didn't actually harm you. In that situation, you are indeed no match for Sumu. As for Nangongshi, she's just a woman. You are the young master of the Chen family now. There are many women who want to climb into your bed. Why hang yourself on a tree? Chen Shu spoke in a slow tone, as if he was a close friend who was counseling his best friend. Even Chen Shu didn't notice that as the other party spoke more and more, even he couldn't help but feel it. What the other party said does make sense. Moreover, their voices are becoming more and more similar. That olden horse feeling is gradually fading away. Until they are completely similar. Chen Shu realized it and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I did it. I did it. I understand. I am the strongest. Sumu is nothing. I am just giving him a little sweetness for a while. That's it, ha 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 ha. I am still the young master of the Chen family. I am still that top genius. No one can stop me. I will definitely reach the pinnacle of this world, ha ha ha. Chen Shu suddenly rushed out of his room and flew towards the courtyard of Chen Fuxing, the head of the Chen family. On the road, he suddenly realized that someone was pointing fingers at him. They must be obsessed with my handsomeness. After all, I am the future head of the Chen family. I must be a top genius. Hey! There's a little girl looking at me too? I can't help it. I'll let you sleep with me first from now on. Chen Shu now felt that he had something important to do, so he decided to grant them grace later. Little did they know that it was below.
Did you see the person who just flew over? That was Chen Shu. What? That poor relative who suddenly showed up? And he's still a direct descendant. Bah! What the hell, your eyes are really obscene. One of the girls showed disgust on her face and a chill ran through her body. Not long ago, this guy went to pick up the bride in a grand manner, and his target was the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. What the hell? When did our two families get married? Why didn't I see any marriage announcement? Marriage certificate? There's no marriage certificate. Someone who knew the inside story sneered. This silly boy, with this verbal agreement, excitedly went to pick up the bride, but ended up getting beaten up when he arrived at the scene. This person described the scene at that time in great detail, and his language was so vivid that it would be a pity if he didn't continue to tell the story. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Is this person mentally ill? It's really embarrassing. Someone brushed his face with his hand. It would be fine if all those present were members of the Chen family, but the key point is that there are also members of the Su family and the Nangong family. And there are Su Mu's group of younger brothers, all of whom are from different families. After this incident, who knows what people will say about us Chens behind our backs? Damn! Can this guy become the young master? Are the people above crazy? I don't know, maybe there will be punishment. Everyone was guessing. My good nephew. You did a great job. I will reward you handsomely. Chen Fuxing laughed loudly, hiding the gleam of brilliance in his eyes, and twirled his beard. Faced with oppression from other family members, you were able to act with propriety. You are truly a young hero. How about this? I originally have a quota for a secret realm within the clan, which can allow people to break through to the earthly immortal realm steadily. The spot originally belonged to my son Ruate-san, but he has already made a breakthrough. Now I will give it to you. Really? Uncle! Thank you. Chen Shu was so excited that he trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly. Although he looked down on the other person in his heart, he was just an old monk. But when I thought about the fact that I was still living under someone else's roof, I could only force myself to endure it. And pretended to be very happy. Ha, you are my nephew after all, how can I treat you badly? You are the same as my own son. Really? Uncle? Then why don't I just acknowledge you as my father? Puff. The tea in Chen Fuxing's mouth sprayed out on the spot. What the hell? It seems that he still underestimated Chen Shu in front of him. He didn't expect that he just mentioned it. The other party was so shameless that he could actually climb up the pole. Ahem, there's no need to rush about this matter. I'm your uncle, so this relationship doesn't matter. Chen Shu is his nephew. It is common for families to adopt each other's children, but it depends on the situation. Chen Fuxing quickly made up an excuse and sent Chen Shu away. Chen Ruizong's figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Father, he did such a stupid thing, why did you reward him? Ha, not only will I reward him, I will also give him an extremely generous reward. And I will announce it to the entire clan. Chen Fuxing smiled calmly, as if everything was as expected. This. Chen Ruizong thought about it for a moment and quickly reacted. Do you want to cause him public outrage? That's right. Chen Fuxing nodded slowly. After all, he was the clan leader now. How could he target a junior for no reason? Unless the other party makes a big mistake and arouses public anger. For example, it brought shame to the family. In other words, he robbed the original heir of the family of his opportunity and treated his brothers harshly. The fire is there, but it's not burning intensely enough. Chen Fuxing is waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 110. What a ferocious robber! Ling Xiao Wangxie. Sumu came here again. There was some emotion in his eyes. There were only 4 days left before his father announced that he would be the official heir. Once these 4 days are up, everything will be completely different. It's not that he is afraid of the changes in the plot. To be honest, Sumu is used to it now. If one day the plot is exactly the same as the original, he might not be able to adapt to it. Mr. Su. You are here again. On the 6th floor. The waiter in charge of serving us had a smile on his face. The attitude was completely different from when Sumu first came. Sumu raised his eyes and glanced. Well, it's the same old rules. I'll have a pot of tea and a seat by the window. Are you still with Miss Luo? No, I'm alone today. Ah. The waiter looked a little surprised. Miss Kolo has arrived. Sumu? 6th floor. It's still that familiar window seat. Luo Yi held her cheek with one hand and looked at the boundless beauty outside the window with a gloomy expression. Sumu is such a jerk. I can't see him all day. Either in the Holy Land or in the family courtyard. I'm obviously at the Su family too, why can't I see you? The girl was complaining, but suddenly she felt someone coming to her side. She frowned slightly and was about to speak. But suddenly I found that this was a familiar figure. Sumu. Why are you here again? Sumu's mouth twitched. Why is this Luo Yi like a regularly refreshed NPC? I can meet her every time I come here. The girl hesitated to speak, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. It's because I can't see you anywhere and I'm feeling depressed, so I thought of coming to the place where we first met to relax. Luo Yi opened her red lips slightly, but was suddenly startled. I might have to go. Huh? Where are you going? You don't plan on staying at my house anymore. Sumu sat down and poured himself a cup of tea with ease. I can't see you even if I stay at your house. The girl muttered something, but then suddenly smiled sadly. Brother Sumu, I may have to go back to my family, and this time I go back, I may have to stay in seclusion for 100 years. Puff. The tea in Sumu's mouth suddenly spurted out. How many? Hundreds of years. As for the name Brother Sumu, he has never used it since he grew up. Luo Yi was also helpless. The last time she had sneaked out, and her progress in practicing the family's secret technique was interrupted, resulting in her being in a very bad condition. And now, although not much time has passed, Luo Yi can no longer bear it. If she doesn't return to the family's secret realm, she can't guarantee what will happen tomorrow. Sumu was thinking about something else. This plot does not exist in the original book. Although Luo Yi appeared later than now, there is no mention of him forcing himself to return to his family. So has the plot changed again? He. Sumu sneered. He just knew it. If Luo Yi returned to the family like this, it would certainly not have any impact on her, but Sumu would be upset. He still has an important plot that has not been completed, which is kidnapping Luo Yi. In the original novel, this is also an important scene that leads to his own downfall. Although the completion of plot missions is rather perfunctory now, there must still be a process. So should I kidnap her? Luo Yi looked at the boy who suddenly fell silent and sighed in his heart. Brother Sumu, in the last life, you took me far away, what about this life? Luo Yi still remembers every scene that happened. At that time, Sumu was framed in the secret realm of the Holy Land and was not released until a long time later. The young man was so angry, and he happened to meet his good brother's sister at Lingshaowangshe, so he kidnapped her directly. He tried to vent his anger on the younger generations of other major families. It just happened that the person I met was Luo Yi. Brother Sumu. The girl looked a little dazed. She remembered the scene of being kidnapped by Sumu in her previous life. The other party took her away from the cage where she originally lived and went to a deserted forbidden area where few people had ever been. Despite encountering many dangers along the way, Sumu never gave up on her as a hostage. Instead, they tried their best to help. It was also during this process that Luo Yi discovered that the boy didn't really want to kidnap her, but more like a kind of helplessness. Luo Yi didn't feel the fear of being kidnapped at all. Instead, there is the joy of a new environment and the warmth of being cared for in every possible way. Will it be like this again in this life? Will I still have a chance to be alone with Brother Sumu? Will Brother Sumu kidnap me again? Sumu made up his mind and suddenly stood up with a calm tone. I suddenly remembered something. I'll go first. Good. Luoi smiled slightly, his eyes revealing understanding and loneliness. Is it still not working? Is it because I came to see him early that all this happened? The girl suddenly felt a little regretful, but she looked at the boy's back as he gradually left, and ultimately remained silent. At the same time, somewhere upstairs, Luo Haicheng sighed softly. My sister, how can you capture Sumu's heart if you do this? It's not the same as before. The people of Luohai City are in the Holy Land, and they can clearly and intuitively feel the changes in Sumu's reputation in the Holy Land. Sumu is no longer the useless bootlicker that everyone laughed at. But he is the genius who is about to become the heir of the immortal clan. Da Day. A familiar sound of footsteps suddenly rang in Luo Yi's ears. Ahem, are you Miss Luo Yi from the Luo family? The visitor was wearing nightclothes, covering his face with a mask, and he deliberately made a hoarse voice. Sumu? What is he doing? The girl was confused, but nodded subconsciously. Very good. It seems I found the right person. He. Sumu laughed strangely, and his tone suddenly revealed ferocity. I'm here to kidnap you, just surrender. Loi? Luohai City? Bystanders? What are you doing in broad daylight? Someone was puzzled and asked in a low voice. Who knows, maybe it's a unique way for young lovers to play. Someone shrugged indifferently. Because he had just seen with his own eyes Sumu turn around and go downstairs, then put on a nightgown, put on a mask, and walked back upstairs. This disguise is too perfunctory. Are you trying to fool someone? You. The girl opened her red lips slightly, her body suddenly froze, and her eyes gradually turned red. Just when Sumu thought that the other party was scared by him, Luo Yi suddenly laughed again. Ah! What a fierce robber! You're going to kidnap me. I'm so scared, so I won't resist. The girl stretched out her hands in horror, with cowardice written all over her face. Sumu. Good job. It's fine that he just perfunctorily performs his plot tasks, but the heroine has also started to act openly? But who cares? That's it. Sumu approached slowly. Chapter 111, Are they here to snatch someone away? Sumu tied the girl's hands effortlessly. The rope was also randomly found in the storage ring, an ordinary magic rope. Although I don't understand why the heroine started to act with him, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Sumu just needs such a plot format. As for the specific effects, he doesn't care anyway. Now that Luo Yi is willing to cooperate, that is naturally the best, and it can also save a lot of effort. Then, in public, amidst the noisy crowd, such an absurd and funny scene occurred. A poorly disguised robber kidnapped the eldest daughter of the fairy clan in broad daylight. And no one blocked the way. Luo Haicheng, who was peeping from upstairs, almost popped his eyes out. Holy shit, this is even possible. Sister, are you going to give it to me for free? Luo Haicheng felt helpless, but he never thought of stopping the other party. His sister didn't resist, so why should he get involved? What's more, the other person is Sumu, and Luo Haicheng knows Sumu's character very well. The other party is unlikely to do anything excessive. You have to hurry up. Luo Haicheng encouraged himself in his heart. He knew his sister's current situation and that the family was pushing her hard. It is estimated that the two of them only have a month at most. If this doesn't work, then there's nothing I can do. Watching the two people walking away, Luo Haicheng thought about it for a moment and decided to tell his family about this matter. The person who did this was an unknown and ferocious robber. What does it have to do with Sumu, the eldest son of the Su family? Su family. Su Ningye was forced to wake up from his retreat and looked at the document in his hand with strange eyes. You mean, your Nangong family wants to form an alliance with my Su family? Yes. Nangong Shanha smiled slightly. After all, it was he who came up with the idea, so it made sense for him to do the legwork himself. You still said that you were attracted to my big son, Sumu. Yes. Moreover, the one who was going to marry my son Sumu is the eldest daughter of your Nangong family, Nangong Shi. Yes. What is? Su Ningye had a strange look on his face. As a father, how could he not know what kind of person his son is? Why did you kidnap the eldest daughter of the Nangong family? But. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Su Ningye laughed out loud. I agree to this marriage. No matter why, my son will not suffer any loss. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. In the future, when Su Ningye is gone, Sumu will need to support the family alone. The Nangong family will become Sumu's most advantageous foreign aid. Are there any risks involved? Of course there is. But Su Ningye can clear the way for the other party in advance. Very good. Nangong Shanha also laughed. He didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. Now it seems that the young man named Sumu was just being modest. In fact, he was still very satisfied with his niece. Then when will our two families announce this matter? It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Su Ningye made the decision on the spot. Tomorrow my Su family will hold a banquet to announce that my son will be the official heir. Why not announce it at the banquet? Very good, very good. Nangong Shanha did not expect that the other party would agree so quickly, and even be willing to make it public directly. As soon as this news gets out, the Su family and the Nangong family will become true allies. Because Nangong Shi is also the heir of the Nangong family. This means the two immortal forces are joining together. If this kind of thing is delayed for too long, it will arouse the fear of all parties and it will be common for them to obstruct it. So it is better to be fast rather than slow. Su Ningye and Nangong Shanha had the same thought, which was speed. With lightning speed, the matter of the two juniors was finalized. This can save you a lot of trouble in the middle. Then tomorrow I will. Su Ningye opened his mouth with a smile, but his expression suddenly froze. He then took out a jade token for communication, and his expression became strange. I wonder what happened. Nangong Shanha was also confused. Looking at Su Ningye's state, did something happen in the family? Should I retreat first? He was about to stand up and say goodbye, but the other party raised his hand and motioned for him to sit down and not to avoid suspicion. Well, how should I put it? Su Ningye didn't know how to start for a moment. This news was really weird. Actually, it's about my son Sumu. Sumu, is there something wrong with him? Nangong Shanha also became nervous for a moment. After all, the two of them had just finalized the engagement between Sumu and Nangong Shi. Strictly speaking, Sumu is now the son-in-law of the Nangong family. It's not that something happened, it's just that he kidnapped the young lady of the Luo family. Ha! Nangong Shanha was stunned for a moment and even wondered if he had heard it wrong. What did you say? You heard it right, he kidnapped Luo Yi from the Luo family, and the two of them are now heading towards the Forbidden Wasteland. Su Ningye was also helpless, not knowing what Sumu was up to again. What about the Luo family? What's their attitude? That's the weird thing. Su Ningye's mouth twitched. The Luo family didn't react at all. They just sent a small team of people symbolically, and that was it. What? Nangong Shanha was stunned. Is this world crazy or what? Why does everything seem wrong? Etc. Who spread this news? Nangong Shanha suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. It's the Luo family themselves. This. Nangong Shanha frowned. Is it possible that this is fake news they made up themselves? I don't think Sumu is someone who would do such a thing. Su Ningye said nothing, but had a strange look on his face. He knew his own son very well, so it was not impossible that Sumu really did such a thing. Although the purpose is still unclear and it may just be a prank, it looks like Sumu's own work. But he didn't expose it. He just coughed lightly and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. I think so too. Really? Nangong Shanha suddenly frowned, sensing something was wrong. That's not right. Why would the Luo family do this? Sumu, Luoi, kidnapping. Not good. Their target is also Sumu. Could it be that the Luo family also wants to snatch the son-in-law from my Nangong family?
Nangong Shanha's face changed drastically, and he quickly reminded him, "You must find Sumu," and then quickly said goodbye.
He now has to go back and gather people, and must find Sumu and Luoi quickly. If we go too late, I'm afraid the Luo family will really succeed. The rice has been cooked.
Nangong Shanha absolutely could not accept this. He had worked so hard to coax his niece, and if she was taken away, he would be doomed.
So he quickly took out a jade token for communication. Quick! Get people to find Sumu, now. Chapter 112, All Parties Gathered. Sumu took Luoi with him, walking and stopping along the way. Even find a place to rest and enjoy the scenery from time to time. Luoi looked puzzled. By the way, Su, aren't you a robber? Why don't you run away? Run? Why should I run?
Sumu was lazily basking in the sun by the lake, looking relaxed and comfortable. He just wanted to complete the plot mission and go through the motions, and all he needed was the kidnapping. Why take it so seriously? Like the first time he went through the storyline, Sumu put in a lot of effort, planning ahead and preparing supplies. Now it seems that there is no need at all. Anyway, he is just a cannon fodder villain and this kidnapping is doomed to fail. In that case, he might as well save himself some energy. So in the past 2 days, Sumu took Luoi to travel around the mountains and rivers. If you come across a beautiful scenery, you have to rest there for a few hours. They don't look like kidnappers at all, but rather a couple on their honeymoon. As for the restraints on Luoi, Sumu had already untied them.
If the other party wanted to run, just let her run away. All those who need to be kidnapped have been kidnapped anyway. It's been 2 days, why hasn't anyone found me yet? Sumu was puzzled. He thought, he had let others win so much, why didn't others react? Especially the male lead Chen Shu. In the first plot, Chen Shu had already known Luoi and had saved her once. But this time, in Sumu's opinion, the contact between Chen Shu and Luoi was limited to the last time at Lingsha Wangxie. How familiar are the two of them? It seems not. Sumu originally thought that Luoi approached him on purpose just to make Chen Shu jealous, but now it seems that there are actually a lot of logical loopholes. The most important point. It depends on whether they knew each other at that time. Sumu thought about it and turned his head to look at Luoi. By the way, do you know Chen Shu? I don't know him. A faint light flashed in the girl's eyes, and then she shook her head to deny it. It seems that they know each other. Sumu nodded secretly in his heart. Now he felt relieved. The power of plot correction was really beyond imagination. This can all be worked around. 666. The two were now by a lake, with green mountains looming in the distance, and dark green peaks. The blue sky is like a mirror and the lake water is clear. There are weeping willows by the lake and green grass on the embankment, which is quiet and elegant. It's a good place for an outing. That's what Sumu thought anyway. And he did so. He even took out the barbecue grill directly from the storage ring and caught 2 fish from the lake. We had an open-air barbecue on the spot. Luoi opened her beautiful eyes slightly, thinking that Sumu was too leisurely, completely different from his previous life. Yes. Sumu's experience in this life is also different from that in the previous life. At this time in his previous life, he was wronged and naturally felt resentful. But not this time. So Sumu is doing this now to find an excuse to date me. The girl pursed her lips slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Until now, she has not directly exposed Sumu's identity. Even though the other party gave her a lot of hints. Brother Robber, can you give me some grilled fish? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Sumu. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? You are a monk, it's okay for you to not eat for a year. Besides, I didn't tie you up, and I wouldn't stop you if you wanted to run away. But who would have thought that you wouldn't run away? Why didn't I realize that she was so stupid before?
Sumu was helpless.
After deciding on this matter, I must go back and talk to Luohai City about it. Look at you, you've turned your sister into a fool. Eat, eat, eat. I'll give it all to you.
Sumu held his forehead helplessly and glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eye.
Why hasn't anyone caught up with me yet?
If we don't hurry up, I'll have to enter the Forbidden Wasteland again.
I don't want to go in.
The news that Sumu kidnapped Luo gradually spread.
Sent by the Luo family themselves. And it was 3 days after Sumu kidnapped Luo.
There was a shock among the ancestors of the entire Abyss continent.
I'm going to? What's going on? What does the Luo family mean?
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Luo family's attitude was extremely ambiguous, as if they were intentionally letting the other party go. This extraordinary pampering seems wrong no matter how you look at it.
Could it be that the Luo family wants to form an alliance with the Su family?
Hiss, don't tell me, it's really possible, otherwise my current behavior can't be explained. They are both the top 10 immortal clans. It's just that these two families are getting married. I'm afraid their strength is a little out of control. Some people are worried and secretly determined not to let the other party get what they want. So there was a lot of turmoil for a while.
All the major immortal clans sent out personnel and used various means to track Sumu's whereabouts.
Some people even used magic weapons like the Holy Land's heavenly secret mirror, but found nothing and could only see a blurry human figure.
What's going on? How can I not see clearly?
Does the other party have a magic weapon that can conceal the secrets? After all, he is the young master of the Su family, so this is reasonable.
Damn it! Where the hell are we going to chase them?
The Luo family is still messing around.
Follow the Nangong family.
They have contributed the most this time.
Some people are very confused. What's going on with the Nangong family? Do they have a grudge against the Luo family?
In the past tens of thousands of years, the 10 great immortal clans have never changed.
Pick any two of them and they will have grudges against each other. Maybe there are some interests involved.
Everyone looked gloomy, as they all thought of the key point here.
Sumu must have some very important secret, otherwise the people of the Nangong family would not have spared such great efforts. Follow the Nangong family, we will definitely find Sumu. Everyone reached a consensus at once.
He didn't notice at all that the girl leading the Nangong family's group looked worried.
Sumu, why are you doing this?
I'm clearly not suffering any injustice, so why am I still on the same path as my previous life? Nangongshu's heart trembled slightly, various possible reasons flashed through her mind, and she became more and more worried.
Sumu, wait for me, I will find you soon. Inside Sumu's cave.
Liang Jilan communicated with her sisters in her heart.
Sisters, this incident has finally happened. It's time for us to take action. May, of course. Ju, the last time we really met Sumu, it started from here. Shu, we must not miss it.
At least, we must bring him back safely.
Plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum have all made up their minds.
In the previous life, they planned to assassinate Sumu during this kidnapping.
Unexpectedly.
He was unexpectedly trapped in a forbidden area in the wilderness, and his life was in danger for a moment. At the critical moment, Sumu and Luo appeared in a hurry and saved the lives of the 4 sisters. And in the period of time that followed, he demonstrated survival abilities in the wild that far exceeded those of ordinary people. He didn't even behave like a young master of a family, but rather a true wilderness hunter, a true warrior.
Sumu, we are here.
Plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum all had firm looks in their eyes and quickly set off.
Chapter 113 still didn't escape. The news finally spread.
Sumu kidnapped Miss Luo from the Luo family. And this happened 3 days ago. What is very strange is that, except for the Luo family themselves, no one knew about it during these 3 days.
But even so, the Luo family still acted as if they didn't care much. Only a few people were even sent to search for the two. Yao named the place holy. In a small courtyard,
Xing Jingru, Yi Yan, Nangon Lu, and Yun Yanqing were all here, their eyes full of sorrow. When they first heard the news, they were also shocked, and even couldn't understand why Sumu did this. In the previous life, it was because Sumu had nowhere else to go, but not in this life. The four girls all had such doubts in their hearts, but no one said it out loud. On the surface, they were just worried about Sumu's safety. Coincidentally, the four of them did not initially think of acting together. After all, they were rivals. But they met by chance when they were leaving the Holy Land. The atmosphere between the few of them was weird, and it gradually evolved into what it is now. Sumu must have some unspeakable difficulties. Nangon Lu pursed his lips slightly, worry flashing in his beautiful eyes. There is no reason for Sumu to do this. We must find out what happened. Yi Yan said softly. I even suspect that the Luo family did this on purpose. It must be a conspiracy against Sumu. Yun Yanqing had a blank expression on his face. She knows a little more information than ordinary people. I also understand that all forces are now in a very strange state. Many people are taking action, but more people are forced to be unable to act. It seemed as if someone was deliberately obstructing them. Since we don't know the reason, why don't we go together and investigate? Xing Jingru suddenly spoke softly, attracting surprised looks from the other three. What are you talking about? Is our relationship so good? Xing Jingru seemed to have expected the current situation and was not in a hurry. Instead, she slowly began to explain. I know what you are thinking. We are all doing this for Sumu. But you also know that after the last time in the Dragon Yuan secret realm, Sumu's attitude towards us now is very strange, isn't it? And acting together doesn't mean anything. It's just to help each other. In the end, it's all for the sake of helping Sumu. Xing Jingru paused suddenly. I don't know if you have heard that there are more and more people around Sumu recently. Xing Jingru herself is at Poli Peak, and her cave is on the same mountain as Sumu, so she can know a lot of information. Including everyone who comes to Sumu to see him. Shinjiaoi, Su Hanying, and the beautiful maids beside them. In fact, there may be more than we think. Yun Yanqing's white fingers curled up slightly. She actually knew more than others, like Yin Yanqiu some time ago. I heard that the Nangong family recently entered into an engagement with the Su family. What? Nangon Lu was the first to stand up, his face full of surprise. How come she didn't know about this? If it was about her engagement, then she couldn't have been unaware of it, so the only possible target was elder sister. Nangon Lu suddenly felt like she was being backstabbed. She thought that she would be making rapid progress if she confessed her feelings to Sumu directly. I didn't expect Nangongshi to be even better and even arrange a marriage. Yi Yan was also completely stunned. She clearly remembered that not long after she and Sumu agreed to become Taoist partners, Sumu disappeared again. How come there's a sudden engagement? What should she do then? So, you mean to form an alliance? Yi Yan suddenly frowned. Start thinking seriously about the interests involved. Through their communication, the few of them pieced together the potential threats around Sumu. In addition to the four of them, there are Meng Xiaoxiao, Yin Yanqiu, Shinjiaoi, Luoi, Nangongshi, Su Hanying, suspected, and a beautiful maid named Xiaolan whose origins are inexplicable. Everyone present had memories of their past lives and felt vaguely that this scene was particularly familiar. Almost everyone here gathered around Qinshu last time, but why did they all turn to Sumu this time? Could it be that they were all reborn? The looks they gave each other became increasingly solemn, and for a moment they found it hard to trust each other. In the end, it was Yun Yanqing who broke the deadlock first. If nothing else, there are already enough people now. So our alliance is very necessary. At least, we can eliminate competitors other than ourselves first. This statement is already as clear as day. But no one refuted, instead the barriers in each other's hearts were eliminated. Yes. Putting aside the unnecessary things, if the four of them could unite at this time, there will be more power that can be borrowed, and the opportunities will at least be the greatest.
Although the four of them may still have a fight in the end, it also increases their chances of success, doesn't it?
Every woman present was very smart and quickly understood the interests involved.
Then, a loose alliance with complex relationships was suddenly born.
Since the four of them all knew Sumu in the Holy Land, their purpose was to suppress other competitors. So, they called themselves the Holy Land Sect. Now that everything has been finalized, let's act together, exert our respective strengths, and find Sumu as soon as possible.
Okay. Forbidden Wasteland. Sumu had already jumped off the flying boat at this moment, with an expression on his face that was hard to tell whether it was good or bad. Damn it! Why are you here anyway?
Sumu suddenly felt helpless. It took me 3 days to run this short distance. We walked and stopped along the way, and even had time to stop to eat and drink.
Why didn't anyone find me? Could it be that no one noticed that Luo-yi was missing? That's impossible. Isn't Luo-yi the most popular person in the family? Etc. Could it be that because I recently brought her home, other people haven't received the news yet? Sumu looked confused.
He had obviously made such a big fuss about it, so even if the Luo family was dumb, it would be impossible for them to take 3 days to react.
I always feel like there's something wrong. Luo-yi also stepped on the ground at this moment.
He looked up and saw a gray sky and a pitch-black earth.
This is a unique sight in the Forbidden Wasteland.
There was no distinction between day and night, only the eternal gray sky. Everything on Earth is pure black, including flowers, vegetation, mountains, rocks and rivers. It looked like pure deathly silence.
Desolate and eerie.
But Kilauea just felt refreshed, and even a relieved smile appeared on the girl's face.
Here it is. This was where I was in my previous life.
Sumu spent an unforgettable time with her.
Now it seems that this life will be the same. That's great.
The girl's voice was excited.
Chapter 114, All Calculations. What did you say?
Sumu suspected that he had heard it wrong. It's too bad that I was kidnapped to the Forbidden Wasteland. Luo-yi quickly changed his words and even stuck out his tongue playfully.
Sumu's mouth twitched.
He was now 100% sure that Luo-yi had definitely recognized him a long time ago. It's just that for some unknown reason, it has never been exposed. Sumu suddenly took a step forward, pulled the girl into his arms, and moved close to her.
Feeling the boy's body temperature, Luo-yi's face turned red instantly.
What is brother Sumu going to do?
There was no one around now, and it seemed as if there were only the two of them in the whole world, and the sky around them was very dim. Indistinctly, Luo-yi felt that the atmosphere at the moment was a little ambiguous. What are you going to do?
The girl's clear voice trembled a little.
Aren't you still scared? Why do you look happier than me?
Sumu rolled his eyes in his heart, then let go of the other person.
Nothing. I just feel a little unhappy because you were so happy. Don't kidnappers have any dignity? Roy. What you said makes a lot of sense. So where are we going now? Just follow me. Hostages should have their own sense of responsibility. Be careful or I'll kill you.
Sumu waved his fist casually, as if he was going to beat the other person if they disagreed with him.
Luo-yi smiled inwardly. Sumu was still the same, no different from his previous life.
He said fierce words, but what he actually did was something else entirely.
If you really find yourself annoying, why don't you just knock yourself out? Or just tie it up?
On the contrary, it is like this now, without any restraint or control on the body.
It looks like. Afraid she couldn't get away. Chen family.
Chen Shu stood up suddenly, looking extremely excited. You mean, Sumu kidnapped Miss Luo-yi from the Luo family, and now it is certain that she is in the forbidden area of the wilderness?
Yes, young master. The servant bowed respectfully, hiding the strange look in his eyes. That's really great. Ha ha ha.
Chen Shu laughed out loud. He was just worried that he couldn't find a chance to take revenge on Sumu, but the other party actually took the initiative to bring the handle to his door.
Isn't this a godsend? So he immediately rushed out and came to Chen Fuxing's yard. Uncle! Have you heard what Su Mu from the Su family has done recently? I know about this, what's wrong? Chen Fuxing raised his eyes slightly and glanced at him, then took a sip of the tea in his hand, looking unhurried. Uncle! This is a great opportunity. Chen Shu was so excited that his hands were shaking. To be honest, Su Mu and I have had a long-standing grudge against each other. Moreover, the relationship between our Chen family and the Su family is not very good. Isn't this a good opportunity to add insult to injury? Chen Fuxing's mouth twitched. They even said such words as adding insult to injury. They are a famous and upright sect, an immortal force, how could they have such dark thoughts? Ahem, nephew, due to certain reasons, our Chen family cannot participate in this matter. So even if you have a grudge against Su Mu, you can't take action at this time, otherwise it might make extra enemies for our Chen family. Why? Chen Shu was puzzled. Shouldn't Su Mu's current behavior be condemned by others? Why couldn't the Chen family add fuel to the fire? Or is it just because Chen Fuxing doesn't want to? Thinking of this, Chen Shu's face couldn't help but become a little ugly, but he didn't express his dissatisfaction directly. Instead, he turned and left. Chen Fuxing curled his lips. The Luo family, Nangong family, and Su family had all informed all parties not to get involved in this matter. Why would he bother himself? However, if Chen Shu insisted on going, then he, as his uncle, couldn't stop him. If he accidentally causes some losses to the family in the process, then as the eldest uncle, he will have no choice but to sacrifice his relatives for the sake of justice. Chen Fuxing was calm and composed. He took another sip of tea and gave instructions to the void behind him. If he needs some help, then give him a hand. Remember, don't choose the best ones. Yes. I understand. A hoarse voice was heard, and then gradually faded away. It's really a stormy time. It's getting more and more unsettled. Chen Fuxing looked up at the sky, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Outside the forbidden wasteland, Liang Jilan had a serious look on her face, and her three sisters were beside her. Their official identities are all Yin Nianxiu's maids, so they cannot disappear for too long and must end the battle quickly. But the most important thing is to get to Su Mu as soon as possible. Sisters, are you ready? Ready. The women responded in unison, with a flash of determination in their eyes, and then they rushed into the space vortex without looking back. After a dizzying spin, the four of them came to a completely unfamiliar gray-black space. How are we going to find him? Mei asked calmly. Don't worry, I have a solution. Liang Jilan took out an exquisite little compass from her arms. When she injected vital energy into it, the needle began to tremble wildly. Then point in a clear direction. This compass contains Su Mu's aura, which I have collected during this period of time. It can sustain the loss for 3 days. Then let's hurry up. Good. Su Mu and Luo now have a place to stay. It's in the gap between two huge black rocks. Su Mu took out various things from the storage ring, including but not limited to bedding, beds, formations, and even food and kitchen utensils. Luo Yi's eyes were stunned. How did you prepare so well? I'm a professional robber, so it makes sense for me to have more equipment. Su Mu's voice came faintly from under the mask, sounding a little muffled. Luo Yi was stunned. Is this reasonable? It doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. Which kidnapper would carry these? So you really brought me here for a date and outing? Luo Yi smiled sweetly in her heart and moved closer to Su Mu's position. Well, since I have nothing to do right now, why don't I help you cook? Can you cook? Su Mu was really shocked this time. In the first plot, he had a similar experience with the other party. Forget cooking, it would be good enough for Luo Yi to eat the food Su Mu gave her and not starve to death. The Forbidden Wasteland is a little different. From time to time, it would blow up dark winds that would cause great damage to human life. Therefore, it is necessary to replenish it all the time, otherwise few people can persist for too long. There is a reason why this kind of place is called a forbidden area. Hee, of course. Luo-yi raised her delicate chin proudly. She had been staying at Su Mu's house for a while, but she had learned a lot from Su Haniang. Cooking a meal is no problem for her. Watch me. The girl rolled up her sleeves, looking very imposing. Chapter 115, The Secret. Su Mu's mouth twitched. Looking at the dark mass in front of him, with steam coming out of it, he really couldn't understand it. How could someone prepare food like this? Could it be that those dark dishes that Su Haniang brought some time ago were actually made by you? Is this for human consumption? Su Mu looked up at Luo-yi suspiciously. The girl smiled sheepishly, looking a little embarrassed. We. He, you big-head ghost. Su Mu was speechless. He thought the heroine had changed her gender, but now it seems that nothing has changed. Just wait and see me show off my skills shit. Su Mu's eyes suddenly widened, and before Luo-yi could ask what happened, the boy suddenly turned around. They held down Luo-yi's head, then squatted down and curled up in the cracks between the stones. Call! Call! Suddenly, a strange sound was heard outside. It was like the breath of some peerless ferocious beast, bringing up large amounts of black sand and rocks, and darkness filled the sky and the earth. Countless tiny particles hit the rocks and then poured into the cracks, approaching Su Mu and Luo-yi. Critical moment. A layer of golden light film appeared on the two of them. Keep all the black sand out. The two collided with each other, the golden light kept flashing, and it looked shaky. What's this? Black sandstorm. Su Mu stared at the outside world intently and couldn't help feeling a headache. That's why he was reluctant to come to the Forbidden Wasteland. There are only a handful of forbidden areas on the Shenyuan Continent, but each one is notoriously dangerous. He just wanted to go through the motions and complete the story mission, and didn't want to risk his life for the time being. He wasn't sure if he died now, would it be considered completing the story mission or would he have to start over again for 3 rounds? The golden light film covering their bodies now comes from the magic weapon on Su Mu's body, which was also prepared by him in advance. It looks like a small jade pendant. Unlike his previous life, when he only had a few scattered items on him, Su Mu prepared a large amount in his storage ring this time. But even so, there is not much time that can be sustained. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise I would have sent it. I always feel like something is wrong this time. I've been letting people off the hook, but no one has come looking for me yet. What should I do if I'm trapped in this forbidden area for a long time? Su Mu had to start considering the worst outcome. The last time he was trapped in the forbidden area, it was not long, only a few days, but this time it is uncertain. Su Mu still hasn't figured out what the situation is in the outside world. The two of them hid in this small light film, and no one spoke for a while. Luo-yi always raised his head quietly and looked at the boy's profile. Despite wearing a mask, Roy could still tell from the corner of his mouth that Su Mu was a little unhappy. Why? Luo-yi thought about it for a moment. Since Su Mu took the initiative to bring her out, he must want to take their relationship to the next level. That's right. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. In just this short while, Su Mu had already had physical contact with her twice, each time to protect her. I see. Su Mu must be thinking of being a hero and saving the beauty. It's all my fault for not understanding romance and not understanding what he meant. Now it seems that I have to take the initiative to create opportunities for Su Mu. The girl made up her mind. His eyes began to wander unconsciously, and he felt that he finally understood Su Mu's true meaning. There's nothing we can do about it. Just create some opportunities for him. The light film on the sides of the two people seemed to be only a thin layer, and each time it only lasted for a short time, at most a few dozen breaths. Then Su Mu would quickly take out another jade token to replace it. And this time, just when Su Mu was changing the jade token, Luo-yi accidentally stretched out his arm. He immediately cried out. It hurts. Ah. Su Mu immediately turned around and looked, his expression slightly changed. It's not that simple. He knew that this situation would arise, and fortunately he even considered this situation. Sumu curled the corners of his mouth slightly, secretly admiring his own cleverness. After being tricked so many times by the male and female protagonists, he has even gradually developed a somewhat steady style of doing things. It never goes wrong to make more preparations. Sumu immediately took out the corresponding healing pill, which was specially made for the black sandstorm inside the Forbidden Wasteland. Luo Yi also felt that he understood. Sumu really thought so. He wanted to be a hero who saved the beauty. Otherwise, why would he suddenly smile and be so well prepared? Etc. The girl was suddenly stunned. Maybe it's not what I think. Sumu never thought of being a hero and saving the beauty. He was just worried that I'd get hurt. Luo Yi suddenly came to her senses and realized that she had misunderstood Sumu at the beginning. Although Sumu is a gentle person on weekdays, he is rarely so delicate, let alone preparing so many things for something. But now it's different. So Sumu had already considered all this. All the clues in the girl's mind seemed to be connected. I see. That must be it. Luo Yi stays at Su's house all day, which is equivalent to living with Sumu. How could the other party not know her situation? So brother Sumu knew that I would be forced to return to the family, so he planned all this in advance. It was to help me get rid of the shackles. Or, give me some different experiences in the last moments. Think of this. Luo Yi's heart trembled slightly, and she quickly looked up at the young man. Sumu was methodical. He gently pulled the girl's arm, applied the medicine himself, and even opened his palm to hand over a pill. Well, eat it. Got it, brother Sumu. Luo Yi suddenly smiled sweetly, and his face, which had just turned pale due to the injury, became rosy again. The girl suddenly leaned over, touched Sumu's palm with her cherry lips, and swallowed the pill. Sumu? No, aren't you so reluctant to take action? You can't even take it with your hands? You can just bite it with your mouth? Sumu could feel the warmth in his palm, where the girl's lips had lingered for a moment. He tried not to show any abnormality, but nodded slightly and suddenly took out another pill. I suddenly think this is okay, so I'll eat it too. Good. Luo Yi agreed quickly without even asking what the pill was. The girl's red lips touched Sumu's palm again, and then Sumu suddenly pinched the girl's cheek and squeezed it hard. Luo Yi's face turned red, but she didn't rush to break free. Instead, she frowned and looked at Sumu. Brother Sumu, what are you doing? Fine. Sumu would not admit that he was just in a playful mood at the moment. He was thinking of lightly letting the matter go, but suddenly he paused. What did you just call me? Chapter 116, Work Injury. Must pay compensation. Damn it, I let it slip. Luo Yi panicked, but still kept a straight face and pretended nothing had happened. What happened? I didn't say anything just now. I don't know. Sumu. Are you teasing an idiot here? Brother Sumu were written in such large letters, could I not hear them? Then. Sumu stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on Luo Yi's head. Under the girl's puzzled gaze, he started to rub it madly. Ah! Luo Yi went crazy. She found that her hair had become a mess and she felt a little resentful. Brother Sumu, why are you bullying me? Didn't you just say you didn't know? Sumu had no expression on his face. I'm not kidding you, ha? Luo Yi smiled playfully, trying to get away with it. Sumu raised his hand and knocked on the other person's head, looking helpless. Does that mean you recognized me a long time ago? Is that so? The girl poked her finger at her chest. Then why do you keep following me? Why shouldn't I follow you? Roy looked a little confused. Will brother Sumu harm me? Sumu was speechless for a moment. Damn. That makes sense, he really can't do anything to the heroine. Neither can the male lead. He was just a passerby who completed his mission. That's not right. But even so, why should you, the heroine, cooperate with me? Are you really going to cooperate with me like this?
Sumu expressed great doubt. After all, Luo was different from the female protagonists in the Holy Land, and no obvious changes had been found so far. He is still one of the more reliable candidates.
But Sumu still remained extremely vigilant.
He was really scared of being cheated by the heroines.
If nothing went wrong now, he would feel something was wrong. So what exactly is wrong with Luo? Sumu wanted to test the other party's bottom line. Then,
Sumu thought about it for a moment, then forced his usual smile onto his face.
Ha, now that you've recognized me, there's nothing I can do. I am now a kidnapper. Guess what I am going to do? He.
Sumu approached the other person with a wicked smile on his face, his hands stretched out in the air, his 5 fingers moving rhythmically.
Hey, brother Sumu, you. Luoyi's face was flushed and she looked extremely shy.
But his body did not move at all, he just covered his eyes with his hands. Sumu decided to be bolder and pulled the girl into his arms, looking into her eyes. The two bodies were pressed tightly together, and they could feel each other's warm breath.
Luo was confused. The girl exhaled like orchid and was stunned for a moment.
Then a blush quickly appeared on her face, but then she suddenly stood on tiptoe and raised her head.
She kissed Sumu.
Sumu widened his eyes. As a result, Luo had no intention of stopping and even wanted to stick out his tongue. Sumu quickly grabbed the other person's shoulders and pulled the girl out of his arms.
What the hell? Was he just molested by the heroine? That was actually Sumu's first kiss.
He's an actor, a villain in a supporting role. Should this be considered a work-related injury?
Is there any compensation? Damn. Sumu was confused. What are you doing? Brother Sumu.
The girl had a tender look on her face and gently raised her hand to touch Sumu's cheek.
In fact, I have always liked you, always.
In the end, she didn't say this out loud, but just looked at the boy affectionately for a long time without saying a word.
Brother Sumu, I'm fine.
After Luo said this, his whole body suddenly collapsed like a deflated ball, without saying a word.
Sumu actually wanted to say it. Of course you are fine, I am. What the hell?
He just came here for a story mission, how could something like this suddenly appear? He was 100% sure that there was absolutely no such thing in the original book.
There is no sign at all.
After all, the protagonist of Shenyuan Continent is Chen Shu, and it is impossible for the author to cuckold the protagonist.
So Luo actually has a problem too? And it's such a big problem. Sumu was a little frightened for a moment. Now it seems like everyone has a problem. Every one of them. Not just one or two. Can his story mission really be completed?
Sumu then tried to talk to Luo again, but the other party just squatted on the ground, not saying a word, and no one knew what was going on.
What the hell? Sumu was confused. Didn't you kiss me first? Why do you feel like you're the one who got hurt?
Luo buried his head in his arms, his face extremely red, and his heart filled with great regret.
Ah! Why couldn't I hold back? Why did you kiss me all of a sudden? What would Brother Sumu think of her? Would you think she is a very casual woman? Would you feel confused? Would you suddenly hate her?
When he thought of this, Luo didn't have the courage to raise his head, let alone talk to Sumu. The two of them were in a stalemate. The wound on the girl's hand had healed long ago, or rather, it was not serious in the first place.
The two of them were not thinking about the injury at the moment. One is confused, the other is shy. No one spoke first.
For a moment, the only sound in my ears was the whistling wind from outside.
We're finally here.
Chen Shu looked dignified, with his hands on his hips, looking towards the entrance to the forbidden wasteland not far away. The distorted fluctuations in space formed a vortex, which continuously radiated pressure in all directions.
The forbidden wasteland only has an approximate location, but no actual location on the Shenyuan Continent.
So if you want to enter it, you must pass through this space vortex. There are many such vortices, and they are unidirectional.
You can only go in but not out. The forbidden wasteland is easy to enter but difficult to exit. The direction after entering will be random, making it even more difficult to control the direction.
But Chen Shu didn't care at all. He glanced at the people behind him with high spirits. A large group of young people, all of whom he brought from the Chun family. Strictly speaking, these people were his followers. After all, Chen Shu is now one of the family heirs, and is nominally respected as the young master by everyone, so naturally there will be many people following him.
Listen to me carefully.
Chen Shu coughed lightly. After you go in, don't spread out too much, keep in touch at all times.
Whoever finds Su Mu or Miss Luo Yi first will be rewarded handsomely.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Go. A group of people had fiery eyes and rushed in, risking their lives. Chen Shu was very satisfied.
He finally understood what it felt like to have power in numbers.
No wonder Su Mu liked to bring his younger brothers with him so much. It turns out this feeling is so great. Chen Shu decided that he would always bring his younger brothers with him whenever he went out, so that he would appear to be impressive.
After all, he is now the young master of the Chun family and the heir to the immortal clan.
In name, he is on an equal footing with Su Mu, so of course he should receive the same treatment.
In the void not far away,
a pair of clear eyes suddenly flashed, followed by a slight frown.
Why are people from the Chun family involved too? Ha! Chen Shu again. Chapter 117. I hate Versailles the most. It's been half the day. Why haven't you come yet? Su Mu was a little bored.
He and Luo Yi had been trapped in this small gap for most of the day. In the end, no one found them. It was obvious that he hadn't moved since he came in.
Is this place so remote? Su Mu was a little skeptical. He turned to look at Luo Yi.
When the girl noticed his gaze, she quickly turned her head to the other side, not daring to look at him.
Su Mu didn't care. He had already done what he was supposed to do.
At this moment, he suddenly glanced at the limit of his vision and saw a small black dot approaching rapidly. I immediately felt refreshed.
Oh my God! Finally! Who is it? The Luo family? Or the protagonist Chen Shu?
Su Mu tried his best to sense it and found that it was an extremely familiar breath.
Nangong Lu. How come she came first? Su Mu was confused. This shouldn't be the case. No matter what, it shouldn't be Nangong Lu's turn to go first. What's going on?
Su Mu remained suspicious and kept his eyes on the other person until Nangong Lu slowly landed in front of him.
Su Mu! I finally found you.
Nangong Lu was very excited, her body trembling slightly. She and Xing Jingru formed a team of 3, thinking that whoever discovered Su Mu first would notify the other 3, but she didn't want to notify them now.
The girl looked up and down at the surroundings. Su Mu and Luo Yi both seemed to be in good condition, they even seemed to be able to handle the situation with ease.
Su Mu, did you really kidnap her?
Su Mu coughed lightly.
Of course, what else could it be? As an old actor, his qualities at critical moments still need to be online.
Even the part near the end. Su Mu actually didn't expect that the first person to come here would be Nangong Lu. So what does the happening here have to do with her?
The girl was silent for a moment, then suddenly took a step forward and approached Su Mu with an imposing manner.
Su Mu, stop it, everyone outside is looking for you now.
The girl had a righteous look on her face, with a hint of hidden pity in her eyes. Su Mu suddenly remembered that Nangong Lu had confessed his love to him some time ago, and then look at his current performance.
Good job. Are you serious? Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Su Mu stroked his forehead with one hand and laughed softly, with the aura of a villain all over him.
Stop. That's absolutely impossible. After doing this, I have no way out. No, Su Mu, there is another way. Nangong Lu gave earnest advice.
Just when Su Mu thought the other party was going to say something to persuade with reason and appeal to emotion, the other person suddenly put his hands together and pushed them forward.
Su Mu! Everyone outside is looking for you. It's not safe to have only one hostage. Tie me up too. What? Sumu's eyes widened and his waist was almost broken. Not buddy. How did you come up with this idea? No, why the hell do I have to tie you up? Sumu's face was full of black lines. What are you doing? I'm a serious kidnapper.
Sumu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have taken out the mask and put it on. After being recognized directly, it was somewhat awkward to deal with the matter. Nangon Lu suddenly realized. I see. Then, the girl put on an angry expression on her face, as if she would rather die than surrender.
You damned kidnapper, let Miss Loi go. If you have any problem, come to me.
The girl shouted and rushed forward with her hands and feet dancing, before Sumu had time to get into position. She fell into his arms without even turning her head, then her body went limp and she pretended to faint.
He was too strong. I couldn't defeat him and was captured. Before Nangon Lu fell into coma, he uttered these words. Sumu. He really didn't understand what Nangon Lu was doing. What was he trying to do? Nangon Lu actually thought very clearly.
No matter what Sumu wants to do, just get involved.
No matter what his plan is, I just need to cooperate with him. Isn't it just playing the role of a robber? Then you can also be a hostage. Why does it have to be Roy? She can also accompany Sumu. The atmosphere at the scene became even more weird.
Sumu's realm was only the early stage of earthly immortal, so it was understandable that he kidnapped Luo-yi who had not yet become an immortal.
But Nangon Lu's cultivation was almost at the peak of the earthly immortal realm. How could he kidnap her? Who would believe this if I told others? Sumu's mouth twitched.
He always felt that his mission had actually been accomplished. All they needed to do was kidnap Roy and then watch him being rescued peacefully. Of course, it would be best to be rescued by the male protagonist. He thought Nangon Lu came to help him, but now it seems that he is just here to cause trouble.
But this also allowed Sumu to capture the information. Since Nangon Lu has found me, will the others be there soon? It doesn't matter who finds me. Since they can't find me, why don't I just deliver it myself? Sumu's eyes lit up. Great! Let's do it!
After making up his mind, Sumu patted the girl who was clinging to him, feeling a little helpless.
All right. Hurry up and get up.
Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, Sumu now had a new plan and he wanted to take the initiative to deliver it. You two stay here quietly.
I'm going to go out and find a way. Don't cause me any trouble.
Sumu no longer has any hope for the heroines. Let alone advancing the plot, he would just be thankful if they don't cause trouble. Before leaving, Sumu left a few exquisite small jade plaques here. This thing can support a golden light film to protect their safety.
The boy walked a little further away. In a small crack in the stone.
The two girls looked at each other, and both saw strong hostility in each other's eyes. What is your intention in approaching Brother Sumu?
Brother Sumu.
Nangon Lu was slightly startled, but still forced himself to straighten his neck.
Humph, you guys are making such a fuss now, isn't it reasonable for me to come and look for it?
Oh?
Really?
Luoyi's eyes flashed, and then she suddenly raised her arm to lift the hair at her ear, her eyebrows slightly frowned.
Ouch, I accidentally pulled the wound, it hurts. Hey, it doesn't seem to hurt that much.
It turns out that Brother Sumu bandaged my wound himself.
I'm fine now. Nangon Lu? So angry. I can't stand this kind of Versailles attitude the most. It's just a small bandage. What's so great about it? Nangon Lu felt contempt and tried to turn his head away and ignore the other person.
But Luo-yi refused to give in and kept talking in her ear. Brother Sumu bandaged it himself. He looked so distressed at that time.
Someone is so miserable, he can't compare to me at all. Something like that. Nangon Lu's fists hardened, and she turned around and glared at him fiercely.
Then he noticed that Sumu's back had walked some distance away,
and an idea suddenly came to his mind. The girl looked around and soon found a plant not far away that obviously looked poisonous. She walked straight forward and pinched him hard. Chapter 118. The whole world is trying to trick me. The girl's arms immediately turned blue and black. Then he looked in pain and shouted into the distance. "Ah! I got poisoned accidentally. I feel so bad." Distance. Sumu vaguely heard the girl's cry for help, and his eyebrows raised immediately, and he quickly turned back. It was seen on the spot that Nangon Lu's entire right arm had turned blue and black. Obviously he was poisoned. What the hell? I just went out to explore the road. How could I make myself look like this? Aren't you the heroine? Why do you feel like your brain isn't working well? How did this happen? Sumu's eyes narrowed, and he obviously discovered something wrong. The place I chose is very safe. How could I suddenly get poisoned? Nangon Lu still wanted to argue, but facing Sumu's scrutinizing eyes, he felt a little guilty for a moment. The girl felt guilty and lowered her head. I also want you to help me bandage my wounds. Sumu. 666. It's just a small bandage, just say no and I'll bandage it for you. Why make yourself like this? As long as it does not affect the plot mission, Sumu is actually very tolerant in any aspect. Well. He sighed softly, his words sounding somewhat helpless. You don't have to degrade yourself like this. You could have just told me directly. The girl's body trembled slightly. If you do this now, I will be in more trouble. Sumu was helpless. The reason why he didn't like the Forbidden Wasteland and didn't want to come here at first was because it was full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will die. The heroine actually dared to joke about her own life. She is so brave. Sumu will not let them die, at least not before the entire plot is completed. He took out a complete set of silver needles from his storage ring. Several needles were injected into the girl's arm. Then black blood slowly flowed out. Sumu handed the other party another pill. Open your mouth and swallow it. Nangon Lu's face turned slightly red, but she nodded gently, then opened her teeth obediently and swallowed the pill into her stomach. A warm medicinal effect instantly dissipated. The girl squinted her eyes comfortably, and the dark blue and purple colors on her arms faded quickly. Sumu nodded slowly. Yes, fortunately he was well prepared and had mental plans for various situations. Although these were originally prepared for himself and Luo, and now there are some problems, they are at least useful. He then took out a small box of ointment, which could relieve the stiffness in the other person's arms after being poisoned. To a certain extent, it can even beautify the skin. Slowly apply the ointment to every part of the girl's arm, from top to bottom, covering it completely. Nangon Lu blushed and cooperated very well. Feeling the warmth of the boy's fingers moving across her skin, she quietly turned her head to glance at Luo with a smug look on her face. Luo looked unhappy. She didn't expect that this woman could use such a vicious trick. Despise. Must be severely despised. Nangon Lu felt indescribably happy when he saw the other party being humiliated. She looked at Sumu's cheek again. The boy had a serious look on his face, with no other thoughts or desires in his eyes. Nangon Lu suddenly thought of what happened in Sumu's courtyard 2 days ago. He subconsciously squeezed his legs together and his face turned even redder. Luo felt even more contemptuous. This woman is so mean. She was just being rubbed with medicine by Brother Sumu, but she still squeezed her legs. Are you thinking about something dirty in your mind? Time passes slowly. Sumu finally finished his work. Okay, it will take about an hour. You may feel a little sore, just bear with it. Thank you, Sumu. Nangon Lu blushed and felt unprecedented happiness in his heart. In fact, she also wanted to use a more intimate name for Sumu. Just like Meng Xiaoxiao's brother Mu and Luo Yi's brother Sumu. But when she saw the boy's face, she couldn't say anything. The last time I confessed my feelings to Sumu, he didn't respond. If I rashly call him like this, will he be annoyed? Thinking of this, the girl's expression became a little gloomy. Sumu thought that the other party was a little weak due to poisoning, so he patted him on the head. Okay, don't think about those things. I'll take you two out later. Follow me. Ah, are you leaving so soon? Roy wailed. Sumu's mouth twitched. Can you please show some courtesy to a hostage? I am a kidnapper after all. Why don't you give me any respect?
Of course we have to go, otherwise do you think we are here for tourism?
Isn't it? Luo Yi was stunned for a moment. Sumu was speechless. Just take it as it is. That's what I said.
The girl muttered softly. She was actually looking forward to traveling with Sumu this time, but it seemed that the time was too short.
Today is only the 4th day.
The first 3 days were all spent on the road, and most of the time they just chatted, but today there was some progress.
The girl glanced at Sumu secretly.
Maybe this is good, at least I can stay with brother Sumu for 4 days, but I still want to stay by his side.
Luo Yi pursed her lips slightly, but her eyes were always focused on Sumu.
She wanted to remember the other person's figure and engrave him firmly in her heart. Now that we're heading out, any suggestions?
Sumu thought about it for a moment, then looked at Nangon Lu and asked in a low voice. It's definitely impossible for the other party to come here alone.
Although I don't know what changes have taken place in the plot outside, at least, Nangon Lu must be followed by other people.
Or the male lead. Or maybe someone from the Holy Land. Anyway, no matter which one it is acceptable to Sumu. Ask me.
Nangon Lu was slightly stunned, then raised his hand and pointed in a direction.
Let's go over there. I think there should be someone there. In fact, it is fake, and that side will only go further. Okay.
Sumu thought that the other party was deliberately guiding him, so he cooperated without saying a word. The three of them continued on their way, and the places they passed through were basically plains with very few undulating terrain.
The atmosphere seemed a little silent. Until Nangon Lu suddenly spoke. Sumu, do you like my sister? What? Sumu almost spit out saliva. No, not at all.
Where did you hear that?
You don't like my sister. Nangon Lu was also shocked.
He opened his beautiful eyes slightly and spoke slowly. If you don't like her, why are you engaged to her?
What the hell engagement?
Sumu thought to himself that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something.
After the last bride-stealing plot, did he forget to tell his father and reject the Nangon family's marriage proposal?
The most important thing is, the Nangon family actually proposed such a marriage.
What the hell? Sumu's face changed drastically.
So many changes had happened outside without him noticing.
It's over.
It seems that we have to speed up the plot. If we don't get out, who knows what will happen?
Let's hurry up and get out first.
A sense of urgency arose in Sumu's heart.
Chapter 119 Good Strength.
The three of them quickened their pace. After walking for a while, Sumu's expression suddenly changed.
There really is someone. Nangon Lu really didn't lie to me.
Unexpectedly, the other party was actually so reliable. Sumu looked at him with some appreciation for a moment. Nangon Lu herself was actually very panicked. She didn't expect that there was really someone there. She was just pointing in a random direction at the time.
I don't know who is on the other side.
The two sides slowly approached.
Sumu learned his lesson this time. He took out the mask in advance and covered his face with it.
Then he slowly approached the figure.
The moment they saw each other, the three people present were stunned. This person is Liang Jimei?
The assassin from Fengyu Tower.
The two girls suddenly became alert and didn't even care about their injuries and secretly circulated their energy. Sumu suddenly remembered at this time. In this plot in the original book, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum will appear one after another to assassinate him.
There have been so many disrupted plots recently that I almost forgot about this.
She's here to kill me.
Sumu's face changed drastically, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the other person changed wildly. Shock, joy, relief, and finally appreciation.
It's really great. Finally, a character with no problems. Sumu was almost crying. Now she saw a normal heroine. How happy she was. Liang Jimei, the eldest of the four sisters Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, is the top killer of Fengyu Tower. The cultivation levels of the four were all celestial beings, but of course they hid it on the surface. Sumu didn't remember the plot of this part very clearly. I can only vaguely remember that I didn't die in the end, because I was going to die at the hands of Qinshu. Then we can only rely on improvisation. He was eager to try it out. It had been a long time since he had experienced this familiar feeling, the feeling of the plot. The two girls behind him became extremely alert, fearing that Liang Jimei in front of them might do something bad to Sumu. But their cultivation levels are not high, so they may not be able to stop each other. But even so, we have to give it a try. Even if it costs my life, I must protect Sumu. The two women suddenly shared the same hatred and stood on the same front again. As the other party slowly approached, Sumu strode directly forward, arms outstretched, middle door wide open, an eager smile on his face. "Miss, you." Bang. Liang Jimei said nothing and just fell to the ground with her head down. Before she lost consciousness, she gently grasped Sumu's ankle with her fingers and murmured softly, "Help!" Sumu was stunned. He didn't say a single word of the lines he had prepared. "What are you doing again?" He leaned over quickly to look. He actually found a deep wound on the other person's chest, and the flesh around the wound had even turned gray. Holy shit, another one injured, poison too. Why would I say again? But that doesn't matter. The important thing is, aren't you a killer? How could you make such a stupid mistake and get yourself seriously injured and dying? Could it be that this is your strategy to get close to me? If it was any other heroine, Sumu would not think so and would just think that there was something wrong with the other party. However, the four sisters, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, have been lurking until now without showing any abnormalities, so it seems relatively reliable at the moment. That also means, is this his professionalism? Sumu stood in awe. In order to get closer to the assassination target, he actually forced himself to the point of being seriously injured and dying. Just to exchange for a good assassination opportunity. Hakime, you bastard. Sumu was actually a little touched for a moment, and suddenly found the same temperament in the other person. That's the persistence of top actors. In this case, Sumu must cooperate with the other party. Sumu immediately showed panic on his face. He helped the other person up on the spot and then carefully examined the wound. The location of this wound is very clever. It's right in the middle of the chest, and it looks poisonous. We must find a way to detoxify it. Sumu thought about it for a while and decided to find a place to rest temporarily, at least to save Liang Jimei. They quickly found a sealed hillside, and Sumu laid Liang Jimei's delicate body flat on the ground. After a slight hesitation, he decided to tear off the other person's clothes. First of all, detoxification is necessary. Sumu took out a pair of silk gloves from his storage ring and put them on, preparing to squeeze them. How could I use my mouth? If you accidentally get yourself poisoned, it would be fun to hang here. He still knows how to prioritize. If the heroine died, the plot might collapse. If I die now, the plot will definitely collapse. You two want to watch it too? Sumu looked up at Luoi and Nandong Lu, with confusion in his eyes. The two girls looked at each other and nodded firmly. Look. You must see it. We are learning the detoxification technique, is there anything else? Sumu's mouth twitched. In fact, he didn't want to do this kind of thing in public, but there was nothing he could do. Okay. After a faint response, Sumu began to officially get involved. First, take off the person's clothes, then turn the person over, making sure the wound is facing downwards. Why don't you two lend a hand? Sumu took out ointment, gauze, and some pills from the storage ring. Wait and wait for the right moment. After giving these instructions again, he officially started to work, squeezing hard with both hands.
Black, red and gray blood began to flow out of the wound.
Sumu frowned slightly.
It's not because the wound is difficult to treat. It's just because there seems to be too much soft flesh, which affects his strength a little. Moreover, the location of the wound was so tricky that he had to squeeze from both sides to the middle, which created even greater obstacles. It seems that sometimes having too much flesh is not good. If the same injury happens again in the future, perhaps the only person who can handle it better is Meng Xiaoxiao. Sumu suddenly had such an idea in his mind. But his hands were not slow. Soon, the gray-black blood was almost drained out, and the next thing that flowed out was normal color blood.
Medicine. Sumu raised his hand and Nangon Lu quickly handed it over.
It feels a bit like that of an attending physician. Crush the pill and sprinkle it on Liang Jimei's chest. The powder quickly takes effect. Pink flesh began to grow visibly.
Ointment.
Give. Sumu took the ointment again, grabbed a handful and applied it on the wound. Finally, he poured another pill into the other person's mouth. The main function is to replenish qi and blood.
Okay, done.
Sumu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and covered the other person's clothes again. Then he turned around and looked at the two people outside. The two girls had strange expressions and subconsciously protected their chests with their hands.
Sumu's mouth twitched.
What's that expression on your face?
No, I'm fine.
The two girls smiled awkwardly, their little faces flushed, their eyes always unconsciously looking at Sumu's large palm, feeling a little nervous in their hearts.
Will Sumu do the same to us in the future? Good strength. Chapter 120. A harmonious atmosphere. Liang Jimei woke up.
The first reaction when I woke up was pain, so much pain. She put her hands on her chest, but found that her body was wrapped in thick gauze, and two large handprints were faintly visible on her skin.
My injury?
Healed.
Liang Jimei was surprised for a moment.
She actually underestimated the danger of the Forbidden Wasteland and was not well prepared, so she could only barely protect her three younger sisters.
She herself was accidentally injured. Actually, you can't blame her. Forbidden areas are places where few people go.
She had only been here in her previous life, and was under Sumu's strict protection, so she had no idea how dangerous this place was.
Now she knows.
However, when she was injured, she was actually a little happy, because now she had a legitimate reason to get close to Sumu. Liang Jimei raised her head and found three pairs of eyes staring at her. Seeing that the other party finally woke up, Sumu became excited for a moment, wondering how the other party would deal with him later.
Assassination? Poisoning?
Whatever. He just wanted to see how a normal heroine would perform now. Liang Jimei is the heroine who has never had any contact with him.
There won't be any problems now, right?
No matter how long Dad's hand is, it can't reach the Tianhe Palace, so Sumu is looking forward to the other party's performance. If there are any changes this time, Sumu can be 100% sure that all the plots have collapsed.
There is not a single slag left.
Neither does Jia Hui.
Luoyi and Nangon Lu looked unhappy.
They all knew that Liang Jimei was a killer, and her purpose was to assassinate Sumu.
It's too dangerous.
They will never let the other side succeed.
We must protect Sumu. I must protect Sumu.
Liang Jimei was determined in her heart. Before entering the forbidden area, the four sisters discussed countermeasures.
Send someone to Sumu's side.
Try to help him check for dangers around him and protect him until he escapes safely.
The two most dangerous people around Sumu may be Luoyi and Nangon Lu. Based on the experience of the previous life,
Sumu's own ability to survive is actually very strong. The key is that the people around him always cause him trouble.
If you want to enter the forbidden area, you must make preparations in advance, otherwise you will definitely die.
I must keep an eye on these two people and not let them cause any more trouble for Sumu.
Liang Jimei has a clear goal.
Sumu also keenly noticed the change in the atmosphere between the three women, and his expression suddenly changed slightly.
I'm glad you're okay.
By the way, who are you, young lady, and why are you here?
Mr. Su, I am
Liang Jimei had already disguised herself, so it was easy for her to change her appearance. She made up an excuse, saying that she was one of the people sent by a certain family to search for him, but was accidentally injured. Now, thanks to Sumu for saving my life, I decided to follow him and do what I can. This tastes just right. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. A perfect excuse, and the way it appeared was not abrupt. Is this how a serious heroine behaves? He was a little surprised for a moment. Then, Sumu waved his hands generously, laughed, and looked heartless. Ha, not bad, not bad. Just follow me from now on, and I will naturally ensure your safety. Thank you, Mr. Su. Liang Jimei bowed her head. The girl looked a little weak at this moment. Because of the injury she had just suffered, her pretty face was slightly pale, which made people feel pity for her. So he followed Sumu weakly, his eyes always on the boy, looking very concerned. Good performance. Sumu had no other thoughts in his mind except the surprise of meeting his opponent. Isn't it just acting on the same stage? He is so familiar with them. Then, the group of 4 continued forward under the leadership of Sumu. The direction is still the one Nangon Lu pointed to before. Along the way, Sumu showed concern and tenderness to the other party, and often exposed his back to the other party, completely defenseless. Afraid that the other party would not find an opportunity to attack him. Liang Jimei was actually a little nervous. She always felt that Sumu had too many flaws. Would it be too dangerous in such a place? Especially with 2 dangerous women following him. There's no other way. It seems I'm the only one who can protect him. Liang Jimei wanted to stand behind Sumu several times to protect him. Result. Luoi and Nangon Lu also came over again and again, as if they both wanted to occupy the position behind Sumu. As they walked, Liang Jimei became confused. She noticed 2 things that were wrong. First of all, the direction we are heading in seems to be heading deeper into the forbidden area. Aren't we going to get out? Secondly, why do these 2 women always squeeze her? The look he gave her was also full of hostility. Just as she was full of doubts, she suddenly received a voice transmission in her ears. Are you the killer from Tianhe Palace? This was said by Nangon Lu. Liang Jimei was just slightly stunned, then nodded calmly and responded in the same voice transmission. That's right. You are here to assassinate Sumu. That's not right. Liang Jimei smiled slightly. It was true that she was a killer from Tianhe Palace, but the assassination mission happened a long time ago. The above command has changed recently. I changed to slowly getting in touch with Sumu. It would be best to find out his preferences, especially the person he likes. Finally, see if there is any possibility of cooperation. Liang Jimei didn't know what changes had taken place that would lead to such an order. But it was undoubtedly good for her. Besides, even if they were ordered to assassinate Sumu, would the 4 sisters really listen? Definitely not. Otherwise, her sister Xiaolan has been lurking beside Sumu for so long. There are plenty of opportunities to take action, why not do it? Compared to me, you 2 are the biggest danger to Sumu. What? Luoi and Nangon Lu were confused by the other party's reversal of power. Am I wrong? How many times have you 2 encountered danger along the way? Wasn't it Sumu who saved you? The 2 girls were silent for a moment. There is really nothing wrong with what you said. I don't know what happened, I was walking the same route. Sumu, who was at the front, was not in danger, nor was Liang Jimei, who was walking behind. But when the 2 of them walked by, they were in danger. Especially Luoi, he was like an unlucky child. Walking on the ground collapsed. Step on a rock and it turns out to be a poisonous creature in disguise. I smelled a floral scent, and it turned out there was also a hallucinogenic substance in it. Sumu had worked very hard along the way and finally saved her life. If you ask me, you 2 might as well commit suicide right here. Maybe Sumu would feel more at ease there. Say it again. The 2 girls glared at each other. Liang Jimei's expression remained calm, but she continued to attack the other party with the sharpest words. I say, you two are just a burden.
Chapter 121 Devouring Tide.
I said you two are a burden, is that a problem?
You are a sinister woman.
The three women kept arguing. Sumu, who was walking in front, also noticed something unusual behind him. Although I don't know what the three are talking about, they are definitely plotting to escape or something that would be detrimental to me.
Right in front of me? Is this okay?
This is just great.
Sumu almost laughed out loud.
As soon as this normal heroine appeared, the style of the painting suddenly changed. Sumu didn't actually take the dangers he encountered along the way to heart. He had made all the necessary preparations long before entering here.
Now he was just looking forward to Liang Jimei's performance.
Rear.
Liang Jimei took a deep breath.
There was no point in simply attacking these two people, so she asked again.
Speaking of which, the direction we are heading in is wrong, isn't it? Why is Sumu heading in this direction? Do you have any idea?
Hearing this, Nangang Lu's body suddenly stiffened, like a hamster with its neck pinched. Luoyi had no idea about this place, let alone identifying the direction.
He was lucky to be alive. Is there something wrong with this direction?
She looked confused.
It's okay, go home. Liang Jimei had a blank expression on her face.
She didn't know what to say, so she turned to look at another person.
It seems you do know.
This.
Nangang Lu was a little hesitant for a moment.
How could she speak? She originally just wanted to take Sumu a little further inside. Make sure no outsiders disturb their solitude, and don't want Sumu to be found by others. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. If you must say it, the area where the three of them are now is actually considered the inner layer of the forbidden area, and the dangerous aura around them is increasing. Among the four, Liang Jimei, who is at the celestial fairy level, has the highest cultivation level. Even she feels under great pressure at this moment. It was indeed the direction I pointed randomly, but I didn't expect Sumu to be so well prepared and to really be able to reach this point.
Nangang Lu felt a little guilty. The corners of Liang Jimei's mouth twitched slightly.
She knew that the two most dangerous women around Sumu were these two women, and they were jealous of each other without considering the time. Since you said so, then quickly ask Sumu to correct the direction, otherwise he will really walk into the inner circle later. The reputation of the Forbidden Wasteland is no joke. The outer circle just lacks vitality, but almost no one knows what the inner circle is like. Some say that these are traces of a battle left by an ancient powerful being. There are even more outrageous theories, such as this place is the armpit of the continent, etc., because there is black grass everywhere. When Liang Jimei heard this statement for the first time, she felt that her three views had been overturned. It took her a long time to restrain herself from killing the person who spoke with her sword.
I see.
Nangang Lu spoke in a low voice, obviously realizing his mistake, and was about to speak. The outside world's wind suddenly changed.
Call.
Whoosh. For a long time, the Forbidden Wasteland has been filled with this whistling sound of the wind. From time to time, there will be stronger waves, stirring up gusts of sand and rocks and eroding the terrain. But suddenly, the sound of the wind became intermittent, like an old man struggling to survive. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Sumu, who was walking in front, looked drastically changed. Not good. He found that he had forgotten one thing, which was time. The Forbidden Wasteland is like a living creature, it has its own breathing rules. Most of the time, the wind blows from the central inner circle to the outer circle. But only in very rare cases will it start to suck extremely violently. This is also called tide eating. In the original story, Sumu came to this place almost half a year later. At that time, the Forbidden Wasteland had just experienced a tide of destruction. I started to exhale again, and the ground was filled with whistling wind. In addition, many resources were brought out from the inner circle, and the danger level was greatly reduced. Chen Shu also came here at that time and gained a lot of opportunities. But Sumu has arrived early now. This also meant that he would most likely face a tidal wave, and now, it really came. Run.
Sumu grabbed Luoi, who had the lowest cultivation level, and rushed madly in the opposite direction. Liang Jimei also reacted at this moment, picked up Nangon Lu, who was closest to her, and flew towards the outside. Halfway through the flight, he even held Sumu in his arms and accelerated rapidly. She was the only one present who had the highest cultivation level and the fastest speed. At this moment, she no longer cared about hiding. She released all her celestial cultivation and fled madly. At this moment, the suction force from the center of the forbidden wasteland suddenly increased countless times. Liang Jimei looked troubled. The figures of several people were frozen in the air for a moment, unable to move forward or backward. It's over. We won't die here, will we? Are we going to be wiped out? Sumu didn't feel very nervous, and even felt a little relieved. Damn it, at worst I can just play the third game, what else can I do? But when he thought about this disgusting plot and the fact that he had to go through it for the third time, which might be even more disappointing than the second time, he felt like crying but had no tears. No! I absolutely cannot accept this. The plot written by the original author is just like S. Everyone has to step on him to get to the top, and Sumu can't stand it. He is not a fan of the alphabet and does not have any masochistic tendencies. The first plot took several decades, and the second plot will take half a year soon. It's too torturous. Damn it! I absolutely cannot accept this. I can't die. With a strong belief, Sumu suddenly calmed down. He felt a vague calling and a boiling feeling in his blood. The former came from the center of the forbidden area, while the latter came from himself, or more precisely, from the center of the back of his neck. Sumu suddenly remembered that there was a fragment of purple pattern inherited from his father at the center of his neck. In this world, it is called fragments of destiny. He always thought that he had no special abilities and was just a gift package prepared for the male protagonist. Now it seems that it can be used. Depend on. Sumu couldn't care less about so many things at the moment. He just followed his inner feelings and tried his best to stimulate his potential. He suddenly felt his body lighten. Immediately afterwards, the resistance to flight was greatly reduced. Has the suction power of the devouring tide weakened? No, my power has become stronger. Sumu's expression changed slightly, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a stronger call, and the suction around him increased again. Liang Jimei's face turned pale. She had reached her limit. She was powerless and could only watch her group slowly retreat. Critical moment. Sumu suddenly pried her arms apart, freed himself, and faced the tremendous suction force. Sumu, what are you going to do? Liang Jimei's face was pale. Chapter 122, The Power of the Immortal King. Sumu, what are you going to do? Liang Jimei felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. She wanted to reach out and grab the boy again, but found that he was dodging her. Sumu smiled calmly. Suddenly, a handful of exquisite jade plates flew out from his hands, and layers of golden light shone on the three women. It actually happened to offset the suction on them, allowing them to leave slowly. Sumu. Liang Jimei stopped flying without hesitation and turned around to pick up Sumu. She never thought about living alone, and she didn't want Sumu to exchange his life for hers. She would rather die here with Sumu. Sumu's mouth twitched. My goodness, this is no longer just acting. There must be something wrong with Liang Jimei. But he doesn't have time to take care of this now. He sensed a pure calling deep in the forbidden wasteland, and had a strong desire in his heart. He had a feeling that something was waiting for him there. As for the danger? Sumu actually didn't care that much. No matter how dangerous you are, can you be more dangerous than the male and female protagonists? At worst, we can just start over. Anyway, he was sure that the plot had already been ruined, so he might as well have some fun. Is this the legendary opportunity? Do I feel the same as the male protagonist? Sumu laughed at himself inwardly, but still looked serious. Just go ahead, trust me, I'll be fine. No, I don't believe it. Liang Jimei was terrified to the extreme in an instant. The other two girls in her arms had already lost consciousness in such a struggle. Now only she and Sumu are left here. Hearing Sumu's behavior, which seemed like his last words, her face turned pale. Even when facing death, she had never been so scared. "Don't go, Sumu. Don't. Don't leave me again." Her voice began to sound tearful at the end, and she looked extremely pitiful. The wound on his chest burst open again, and large amounts of blood stained his collar red. Sumu was silent for a moment. The other party didn't look like he was pretending. If it was really an act, he would have to award the other party with a little golden man and become his disciple on the spot. The young man gently patted the other person's palm, and his body continued to retreat under the suction. "I won't lie to you. If you're worried, you can wait for me here. I'll leave my storage ring with you. The things in it are enough to hold you over until I come out. Wait for me." After saying this, the boy let go and let his body move backwards. Sumu. Liang Jimei wanted to chase again, but found that her body was fixed in place. It's Sumu's ring. As the only heir of the immortal clan, Sumu's storage ring, which he has never changed since he was a child, is naturally not an ordinary thing. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities and can withstand 3 attacks from the immortal king. Other functionalities are also not weak, such as the current one, confinement. There are many things that Sumu has never used before, but that doesn't mean he can't do them. After all, he was just going through the plot, not being Long Outyan himself. Sumu. Liang Jimei couldn't stop crying. She watched the boy smiling at her, and then watched him gradually walk away, but she was powerless to do anything. For a moment, she felt that the whole world was dark. No. How so? This is too sudden. She fell to the ground and cried silently. It was the same in his previous life. When he heard news about Sumu again, he only knew that the other party had fallen into the lightless forbidden land and died. That strong feeling of despair hit her heart again. She was desperate. No. There is still one last hope. Liang Jimei suddenly cheered up. Sumu would not lie to her, and she would wait here for him to come back. But this is not enough, he must spread the news quickly and find someone to rescue Sumu. A fairy like her is not suitable. Then it's the immortal king. If the immortal king isn't enough, then let's use the immortal lord. If being an immortal venerable is not enough, she also knows how to achieve an immortal emperor in this world in the future. She personally witnessed the birth of the immortal emperor. She can share her secrets and mobilize the whole world to create another immortal emperor. As long as Sumu can be rescued. Su family. Su Ningye suddenly frowned, then stood up suddenly, attracting strange looks from the people around him. Master Patriarch? What's wrong? Is there something serious happening again? Yes or no? Shut up. Su Ningye's face was extremely ugly, the powerful vitality in his body continued to surge, and faintly there was a golden avenue rune shining. He could no longer sense Sumu's presence. Just now. I could feel it all along. Even if Sumu entered the forbidden area of the wilderness, it would not be difficult for him to sense the other party's whereabouts. What on earth happened? Su Ningye felt a sudden panic in his heart for no apparent reason, and his heart, which had been calm for thousands of years, began to tremble violently. Don't scare your dad, little brat. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already outside the forbidden wasteland. Wow! The crowd below was in an uproar, their eyes widened. Immortal King! It's the Immortal King! It's the Su family's Night Demon Immortal King! Peak 9th level. What a strong pressure! Countless creatures trembled because they felt the Immortal King's tremendous rage. Even the sky was shaking, and the whole world was crumbling. Su Ningye's figure did not hesitate at all, he just flashed in the air and disappeared again. He rushed straight into the forbidden wasteland. In a corner below, Yun Yanqing's expression changed slightly. Just now, Su Ningye obviously noticed her disguise, but he didn't point it out, and didn't even look at her. Could something have happened?
Yun Yinqing felt inexplicably panicked.
Who could have made Su Ningye so anxious, and who had suddenly appeared here? Then there is only one possibility. Something happened to Su Mu.
At that moment, she no longer cared about her disguise and directly revealed her true identity as Imo Xuanxing, and rushed quickly into the forbidden area. Another immortal king cultivator.
What happened today?
It seemed to be the Frost Star immortal king from the Holy Land just now.
Did something big happen in the forbidden area? Hey, why is there someone here?
Suddenly someone found Chen Shu lying on the ground. The other party had already lost consciousness, with wounds all over his body, and no one knew what had just happened to him.
Is this person still wearing the Chen family's clothes? I just saw the Chen family's people all go in. Don't say that. It's been a long time.
Those people were really brave.
That's right.
They didn't have any protection on their bodies and rushed directly into the forbidden area.
I don't know how many of them can survive. This kid is really lucky. Oh no.
Suddenly, someone rushed out in a panic from the space vortex in the forbidden area.
There is a devouring tide.
The devouring tide has begun in the forbidden area.
What at this time? It's terrible. It will be hard for the people inside to get out now.
Come to think of it, those people from the Chun family just now, I guess none of them can get out now.
How tragic. Chapter 123 The World's Number 1. Su Ningye had a blank expression on her face. In a few flashes, they arrived at the forbidden wasteland.
His eyes focused and instantly locked onto a certain direction. When he appeared again and looked down, he saw 3 small figures appear in his field of vision.
Why are you here? Where is my son Su Mu? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Liang Jimei quickly turned around and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face.
The Night Demon Immortal King, the head of the Su family, and Su Mu's father Su Ningye.
Chief Su. Please save Su Mu. He was just sucked into the center of the forbidden wasteland in order to save us. Look at this.
She raised her hand and held up the delicate ornament.
This is Su Mu's storage ring. He put it in my hand to protect us. What? Su Ningye's face suddenly turned ugly.
He knew Su Mu, and if he was really facing a critical situation, the other party would really do something selfless.
But he didn't allow it. You are my only child, don't you think about me?
Su Ningye forced himself to keep a straight face, but he had already prepared for the worst in his heart. He raised his hand and Su Mu's storage ring appeared in his hand. With a slight movement of the mind, everything inside can be seen clearly.
This.
Su Ningye saw many exquisite small jade plates in the ring, all of which could open a disposable light film. All of them are used for protection. And this ring itself is also a powerful protective device.
Why did Su Mu hand the ring to these women? What about him? Did he discover something else?
Although Su Ningye had some guesses in his heart, he did not dare to gamble and put the ring back.
Since it's given to you by Su Mu, I'll keep it with you for now. Take good care of it and don't lose it. Liang Jimei's delicate body trembled. She could tell that the other party didn't say anything harsh for the sake of Su Mu. The pressure from the immortal king cultivator alone is terrifying enough.
If Su Mu didn't come back, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to survive.
But this is not what Liang Jimei is worried about.
The only thing she was worried about was Su Mu's safety.
Night Demon Immortal King, you.
Swoosh. Su Ningye's movements were faster than her words. Her figure disappeared in the blink of an eye and turned into a flying rainbow, rushing straight towards the depths of the forbidden area.
The strong wind that is dangerous to others is just a gentle breeze on his face.
Soon they arrived at the center of the forbidden area. There is a huge circular mountain range here, and in the center of the mountain range is a bottomless valley. The valley is deep and surrounded by purple-black stones that look ferocious like the fangs of the abyss.
Su Ningye frowned. This is the center, but he didn't see Su Mu along the way. There is only one possibility. Night Demon Immortal King.
Suddenly, a cold voice sounded beside Su Ningye, with a hint of anxiety in the tone.
Su Ningye didn't look back, but just nodded lightly. Frost Star Immortal King, you are here too, so quick.
Imo Xuanxing pursed his lips and said nothing. He knew that the other party was blaming him. As Su Mu's master, he failed to protect him well, which was indeed a huge dereliction of duty. Su Mu. My son may have been sucked into this abyss. I am going to enter it to find out. What? Imo Xuanxing was horrified and her body trembled violently. The abyss in the center of the Forbidden Wasteland is no secret among the top leaders, but everyone knows the danger involved. There was even an immortal lord who went out in person to investigate, but he can only descend a few thousand feet. But this is far from the end. The deeper you go, the less vital energy there is around you, and the more severely your Tao principles are suppressed. And the dangers are no less. There are strong winds everywhere, and if you go deep into it, you may even encounter strange things. The forbidden area has existed since time immemorial, and no one can tell what lies deep inside. I don't know what the predecessors who practiced cultivation countless years ago left behind in it. Imo Xuanxing instinctively wanted to dissuade the other party, but when she thought about the person who was deeply involved, it was Su Mu. She hesitated. Then he nodded firmly. I'll go with you. Su Ningye then turned his head slightly and glanced at the other person, with a little more appreciation in his eyes. There are also gaps between the immortal kings. Su Ningye himself is at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal king. Excluding the hermit old monsters from all the major forces, it is not an exaggeration to call him the number one person in the world. However, Imo Xuanxing is only at the 3rd level of immortal king, and the difference in strength between the two is huge. Su Ningye was confident that if he fought against Imo Xuanxing, the opponent would not be able to survive more than 3 moves in his hands. How dangerous is the abyss here? Even he himself couldn't guarantee that he could get out alive, but the other party was willing to go with him. There is some friendship between the two, but it is not to that extent, so it can only be because of Su Mu. Now Su Ningye felt less angry and his expression looked a little better. There is no time to lose, get started now. The two looked at each other and nodded, and at the same time activated their own vitality. At this point, the vital energy between heaven and earth has become very thin, and one can only rely on one's own reserves. The two of them, one in front and one behind, turned into a flying rainbow and fell into the abyss. The two of them take turns to move forward and relay the baton to ensure that they can advance the longest distance. The speed of descent is very fast. 500 feet. 1,000 feet. 1,500 feet. In an instant, they reached 3,000 feet. At this point, Imo Xuanxing's face had turned pale and he could barely continue. I'll do the rest of the way by myself. You go back first. Su Ningye spoke calmly. Imo Xuanxing was stunned for just a moment, then nodded. Good. If she continued to stay here, she would only be a hindrance, helping the other party save some energy, so her role was achieved. It's better to go back and wait for good news. Su Ningye began to exert his full strength, instantly creating a momentum countless times greater than before, and suddenly flew up. Imo Xuanxing's expression froze. So I'm really holding you back. The Night Demon Immortal King is indeed the best in the world, but I don't know where he can descend to. Deep. Su Ningye still had no expression on his face. He had now descended to 7,500 feet. He glanced back. Tens of thousands of years ago, the immortal ancestor of the Chen family personally explored this place, but descended to 6,700 feet and had to return empty-handed. He has now defeated his opponent by a lot, but still has some strength left. To be honest, if he had not passed that fragment onto Su Mu, he would have already reached the realm of Immortal Lord by now. Su Ningye shook his head gently, throwing away the distracting thoughts from his mind. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. Su Mu was born extraordinary. If his father had not taken some measures, Su Mu would probably not be alive today. Su Ningye continued to descend. 8,000 feet. 9,000 feet. 10,000 feet. Su Ningye stopped, this was already his limit. If he went any further in, he would never be able to get out, and he would probably just keep falling to an unknown depth.
Well. My son, where are you? Chapter 124. There is a beautiful female ghost. Su Ningye was just about to leave and return.
But suddenly, a hint of gold was discovered at the limit of vision. Instead of moving forward, he took a picture of it.
This is a golden halberd. There is Su Mu's breath on it. Sacred artifact. I remember I didn't give this to Su Mu. Su Ningye frowned slightly.
The rarity of the holy weapon was far beyond imagination. There were no more than 100 of them in the entire continent. The reason why it is so rare is because of the growth potential of the holy weapon. Even if he holds the immortal king in his hands, he can instantly exert his due power. Su Mu left this on purpose.
Su Ningye understood.
This holy weapon was deliberately inserted into a crevice in the rock, where it could get stuck and, with its own strength, withstand the strong winds there.
This also means
Su Mu actually still has some energy left.
You little brat.
Su Ningye suddenly laughed, and the gloom in his heart was swept away.
You went involuntarily after making such a fuss. I'll beat you to death when you come out.
It was only at this moment that Su Ningye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Mu had a lot of things on him to save his life, but this place was too dangerous, so Su Ningye was not sure.
Until now.
Although he didn't know how Su Mu managed to remain safe and sound, it was clear that the other party still had some strength left, so he didn't need to worry about it. Su Ningye thought about it for a moment and realized that there were probably quite a few people waiting for him outside.
What to do? Below the abyss.
Su Mu didn't know how long he had been falling. He only knew that he was sucked into the abyss by the strong wind, and his speed was getting faster and faster. At first he could still think of some ways to slow down his speed, but now he has completely given up struggling.
How far have I descended now? 2,000 feet, right? Su Mu himself was not sure.
Anyway, he could only feel the pressure getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't mobilize any of his energy at all.
After Su Mu was promoted to Earth Immortal,
he did not pay much attention to the understanding of the laws, and was unable to put the principles of Tao into practice.
What else can we do? Just start playing.
At worst, I'll just die in front of him.
Su Mu doesn't have any psychological pressure. Following this unprecedented suction force, I kept moving forward, not knowing how much time had passed.
He finally felt the speed slowing down.
To the bottom. Su Mu was puzzled.
But he was soon proved wrong. The speed of his fall suddenly slowed down until he felt that he had passed through a transparent barrier and everything around him was different. It was just pure coldness and darkness.
But now,
there were actually tiny specks of starlight in the darkness, and as we moved forward, the starlight became denser and denser. Su Mu suddenly felt out of place. It seemed like I was not falling, but rising. The scattered light sources became more and more dense, and Su Mu could see things clearly again.
There is actually an ancient stone platform here. The stone platform is extremely wide, surrounded by dozens of towering stone pillars. Su Mu finally found the source that was calling him. There is a 9-story altar in the center of the stone platform. On the altar is a ball of light with golden runes shining around it.
Wow, what is this place? Su Mu was 100% sure that the original book did not mention any information at all.
He originally thought that this world was just an ordinary novel world.
Now it seems that this world also has its own secrets.
What is this?
Su Mu was not afraid at all. He walked directly onto the altar and looked carefully at the center of the light ball.
He felt it vaguely.
This thing is connected to the purple lines on his back.
Moreover, he now only needs to think about it to attract the other party. Why do I feel like I'm kidnapping someone else's cabbage?
Su Mu muttered to himself.
The choice before him now is whether to run away or not. Kidnapping? Bao's younger brother. Su Mu smiled slightly. He didn't have to pay any price anyway.
It's like when you're playing a game, if a completely unfamiliar scene suddenly appears, and there's something in it that clearly looks like a hidden reward.
Is there any need to hesitate? No need.
Sumu's mind moved, and purple light slowly overflowed from the center of the light ball and gradually gathered on the back of his neck. He finally felt the complete message.
Suddenly I understood. So that's how it is.
I thought this thing my dad passed down to me was just a decoration, but it turns out it actually has a function. As the purple lines were completed, Sumu knew what ability his father had passed down to him.
It is also a complete fragment of destiny.
It is called Limit of Nine Skies. The function is also very simple, which is to break the limit.
Everything has no external limits at this moment. The only thing that can restrain it is one's own heart.
Sumu was suddenly stunned.
Pushing the limits? Does that mean that my body is no longer restricted by my cultivation talent? Can I practice seriously from now on? Sumu subconsciously clenched his fists. As a man, how could anyone not desire to cultivate immortality?
It wasn't that he didn't want to before, but he was defeated by reality.
Fate restricted him and prevented him from exercising his subjective initiative.
His own body also limits him, and his cultivation talent determines the upper limit of his cultivation. Even though he has a father who is the #1 man in the world and has the most powerful family in the world to support him, he is also destined to be only in the second tier, and that is on the premise of trying his best.
But now, those limitations are gone.
Sumu suddenly felt a strong heat in his heart. If I am no longer restricted, who the hell cares about you being the male or female lead? When Sumu first traveled to this world, he had the idea of turning the tables and becoming the master of his own destiny.
However, the outcome at that time taught me a severe lesson. This idea is now rekindled.
Calm down, don't rush, you can try slowly.
Sumu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
Now the most important thing is, how am I going to get out? Sumu looked around for a long time. No matter how he looked at it, this place looked like it was man-made and it couldn't be formed naturally.
Doesn't that mean the formation here was set up by someone else?
Sumu suddenly felt a chill on his back. This is a fantasy world, especially a corner like this that looks very secretive at first glance. Who knows, behind it might be an old monster that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years.
Did I take someone else's things? Sumu felt a little panicked.
But after waiting for a long time and seeing nothing unusual, he felt a little bored. Even started to look around carefully.
Sumu suddenly discovered something. There are 49 pillars here. Why are some lit and some not?
Of course it's because I've got some of the things, and some are still waiting for others to deliver them to me.
An ethereal female voice suddenly sounded. Sumu was startled and quickly turned around to look. Chapter 125, Oh no, my plot.
In the darkness of the void,
an ice-blue figure slowly appeared. This is a gorgeous woman.
She has white hair and white eyes, wears an ice-blue gauze skirt, and has a slender and graceful figure. Especially those eyes, which were without any emotion, only deathly silence, as if they had seen through countless years. She parted her red lips.
Like now, aren't you delivering it to me? Sumu was stunned for a moment. What a nice view.
The other person is really beautiful. This is the most beautiful woman Sumu has ever seen, not even one better. Except for a few facial features, every other part of the other person's body seems to be natural.
It is the most perfect thing in this world.
It's like it was carefully carved by heaven and earth. But he suddenly realized what the other person said.
Delivered to your door? Good guy.
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. It seemed that he was indeed an old monster, and his attitude was not very friendly.
I am sorry for offending you by mistake. May I ask who you are, senior? Sumu bowed and saluted, showing his full attitude. You didn't come here by mistake. I can sense the aura of destiny in you.
The white-haired woman spoke calmly, but then frowned slightly.
This silly boy's destiny is so strange, why does it feel so incomplete? It looks like this, is it being completed? But it doesn't matter. Since the other party is destined to come here sooner or later. Anyway, all she had to do was wait here for the other person, wait for a person with a destiny, no matter who that person was. As for who I am? The white-haired woman couldn't remember either. She had been here for too long, as if she had been here since she was born. Sumu was a little confused when he heard this. He did come in on his own initiative, but destiny. He has a lot of this stuff. Is the other party talking about the half of marriage is like a dream, or is he talking about the complete limitless 9 heavens in him? What? Want to kill people and steal treasure? Sumu curled his lips and didn't care. He was not the male protagonist anyway. It was normal for him to be killed after accidentally entering someone else's dojo. But he doesn't regret it. Anyway, the plot outside has almost collapsed, so it doesn't make any difference whether it is restarted or not. Before you die, you can still discover some of the world's little secrets. It's like having a game map that you've played thousands of times, and suddenly discovering that there are hidden levels in it. It's worth it. Senior, are you going to kill me? Come on. Sumu simply tilted his head back and spread his arms, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. The white-haired woman was stunned for a moment, then spoke softly. I won't kill you. I'm just waiting for you here. Wait for me. Sumu was puzzled. Do you know me? No. Then why are you waiting for me? To tell you your mission and your responsibility to the world. Sumu was confused when he heard this. Ha? What is that? The white-haired woman also frowned. Since you were a child, have you never had any grand ambitions or insights into the world? Or did you feel like you wanted to do something? The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. His only ambition all along was to return home. But I can't say this out loud. The white-haired woman was also confused. Why did she feel that this person was a little different from the one she was waiting for? Or did she need to guide him? Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately saw through Sumu's entire background. At a few dozen years old, with the cultivation level of earthly immortal, he is a little too old. Talent, a bunch of. There are only a few traces of cultivation. As for background, well, it's pretty good. Has the environment outside degenerated to this point? Are there no immortals left? The white-haired woman cleared her throat. I am here to tell you about the crisis in the world and guide you to save the world. Sumu was silent. Hiss if that's the case. He might understand. I must have accidentally entered some copy prepared for the protagonist Chenshu, and it seems that I have gone too far. So he smiled awkwardly. Ha, I think you got the wrong person. I'm actually here for tourism. To be honest, I was kidnapping someone not long ago, so I might not be in line with the person you're looking for. Sumu has already identified the woman in front of him as an NPC. I just don't know if she is the heroine, but she looks so serious, which is really different from the outside. She's so beautiful, but she's not the heroine? What a pity. Sumu shook his head slightly and explained everything that had happened before. The white-haired woman frowned again, and deduced according to Sumu's words, feeling relieved in her heart. That's right. The Sumu in front of him was the person he was looking for. It's just that the other party has not yet realized his own uniqueness, and does not know the uniqueness of destiny. Destiny is never something fixed. Behind it lies the will of the world. Even if a person has destiny, if his actions do not meet the requirements of the world, destiny will leave him. This can also explain Sumu's incomplete destiny. This shows that Sumu's every move now is more in line with the world's expectations. So destiny is gradually converging on him. He does not directly possess the complete destiny, but is in the process of possessing it, so what he has is still incomplete. The white-haired woman thought about it for a moment. Although the young man in front of him doesn't look serious, his actions show that he comes from a good family. He is gentle and modest, and is very graceful in his dealings with others. It's just that his talent is too bad,
and he doesn't really care about cultivation, which is not good. The white-haired woman shook her head slightly.
I won't find the wrong person. The fact that you're here means that the world allows it. I can see what's happened to you. What the hell? Sumu was shocked. Could it be that this person could tell that I was a time traveler? I know you've suffered a lot, and I also know that you are a little sentimental. The white-haired woman paused and chose a slightly more euphemistic wording. Although he didn't know what the grudge was between Sumu and the man named Chen Shu. But the opponent actually confronted Sumu and was defeated repeatedly. That was probably the world's arrangement, a tool to promote Sumu's growth. Should that be it? The white-haired woman wasn't sure either. She existed for the longest time, but each time she woke up was very short and the time was very urgent. This senior. Sumu wanted to cry but had no tears. He was still sentimental? He was almost tricked to death by the heroines. Besides, what's the matter with the other party's attitude of relying on him? The boy wanted to explain. But the other party didn't want to listen anymore. From now on, I will stay by your side and teach you how to practice until you grow up. Your cultivation and talent are really too poor. The white-haired woman shook her head. But thinking that Sumu still has limit of 9 skies on him, he should be able to correct it. How can you spend so much time on women? Cultivation is the right way. Then her whole figure flashed, leaving a white mark on Sumu's forehead, and she urged him in a low voice. I might as well tell you that the flow of time here is thousands of times faster than in the outside world. Just a moment would be like several months outside. What the hell? Sumu was shocked. What the hell, what about my story missions? They're all ruined. Chapter 126 The Immortals and Gods Are Hurt. Yao named the place holy. At the top of the mountain, there is a cold figure looking up, facing the sky. Many disciples passing by here bowed slightly in greeting. Senior Sister Ching. The woman did not respond, and they did not feel angry. Instead, they were used to it. He sighed softly and left, shaking his head. What happened to Senior Sister Ching in the past 2 months? Why is she standing there all the time? Yeah, it looks like it's looking at something, or waiting for something. Didn't Senior Brother Sumu disappear 2 months ago? Could it be? Someone suddenly came up with this conjecture. I don't think so. Why did I hear that the relationship between Senior Brother Su and Senior Sister Ching is a little bit bad? That's the kind, you know. The person who was speaking made faces and did not say anything clearly. But everyone else knew what he meant. The story between Senior Brother Sumu and Senior Sister Ching Jingru has gradually spread recently. Especially in the past 2 months, after Sumu disappeared. In the past, Senior Brother Su pursued Senior Sister Ching, but for some unknown reason, the two of them later broke up. Now it seems to be the other way around. After Sumu disappeared, Senior Sister Ching could often be seen on the top of the mountain, looking towards the Forbidden Wasteland. Do you think Senior Brother Su can come back? Alas, it's hanging. Some people shook their heads and sighed. After all, it is a forbidden area, not a tourist attraction. Even many great monks with profound cultivation have fallen into it. What about Sumu? Besides, didn't many immortal kings go in to investigate afterwards? But they all came up with no results. I'm afraid Senior Brother Su is. Several disciples sighed, feeling it was a pity. They knew Sumu, and were even from the same class of disciples as Sumu, and their lives had been saved by Sumu. They all saw Sumu's character, so they felt it was such a pity. At the top of the mountain, Ching Jingru continued to look for a long time, but still did not see the familiar figure, and her face darkened. Sumu, where did you go? Are you really gone? I have tried hard to change this life, so why can't I change the ending? Is this destiny? I am unwilling. A faint gleam of crystal flashed across the corner of the girl's eye, but the howling mountain quickly wiped it out, as if it had never existed. Sumu, I will wait for you to come back. If I can't wait, I will come to find you. In a small attic. There was the sound of rushing water not far away,
and pink petals fluttering nearby. It should have been a beautiful scene, but everyone passing by here shrank their necks and dared not make any loud noise, afraid of angering the patrolling elder. The other party's mood has been extremely bad recently. Although he has already reached the level of earthly immortal, he still looks much more haggard. One can imagine what kind of mental demons he is suffering from. Many people don't understand the reason and just feel scared when they pass by here, looking at the people around him trying to avoid him. Nangong, she sighed softly and slowly knocked on the door. Bang bang. I won't see anyone. No 1 inch. If you have any problems, go to the law enforcement hall. Get out of here. It's me, Ian. A trace of heartache appeared on Nangong's face. There was a moment's hesitation inside the house, but the door still opened a crack with a click. Nangongshi flashed in and saw Yi Yan, who had changed a lot. Ian, you. The girl was extremely surprised. Although Yi Yan was originally slim, she was very healthy. But now, how did you get yourself into this state? Yi Yan did not answer, but just kept playing with the jade rui in her hand, her eyes constantly blank. She looked much more haggard, thinner, with messy hair and clothes in disarray. Aren't you sad? Yi Yan spoke softly, asking her best friend. Of course I'm sad too. After all, Sumu has been missing for 2 months. Nangongshi's expression darkened. Yi Yan just raised her eyes slightly, glanced at the other person, and said no more. She actually envied Nangongshi very much. The other party had unknowingly stepped ahead of everyone else. At least in terms of righteousness and status, he was now Sumu's fiancé. It sounds much better than having this temporary Taoist partner of mine. Also because of this incident, the two have basically not had any contact in the past 2 months until now. I hate you. Yi Yan suddenly said this, and then a tear rolled down her eye. I was here first, I love him. Nangongshi's heart trembled when she heard this, and she also knew that she had taken advantage of a loophole. I didn't consider Sumu's thoughts. In fact, she could vaguely guess that Sumu might have just wanted to help her out at that time, so he did the bride-stealing thing. He just climbed up the pole by himself. The teenager was not given the opportunity to regret or refuse. But even so, she didn't want to give up. Ian, I love him too. I feel that my love for him is no less than anyone else's. I am willing to give him everything I have. At this point, the two of them have almost revealed their cards. Except for the matter of rebirth, everything else has been basically explained. It is precisely because I love him and you love him that I hope you understand. Of course, I'm not asking you to give up. We are good sisters, aren't we? Why not together? Yi Yan was suddenly stunned, her face turned slightly red, but then the light in her eyes faded away. What's the point of saying this now? We don't even know whether Sumu is dead or alive. If she were still alive, as long as I could stay by his side, I wouldn't mind being his mistress. Nangongshi blinked when she heard that. A playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Actually, I came here today just to tell you some good news. What good news? Yi Yan suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. I recently learned from the Night Demon Immortal King that Sumu is very likely not dead, but is trapped at the bottom of the abyss. Not dead. Yi Yan stood up at once, her face suddenly lit up with life, and her eyes sparkled with hope. You mean Sumu is fine, right? So when will he be back? Or is he unable to come back for the time being? Do we need to organize some people to rescue him? I can help. If all else fails, I'll wake up my master. No. Nangongshi was so shocked that he waved his hands repeatedly. Yi Yan's master was the lord of the Holy Land, and he had not shown up for many years. The last time it appeared, it was said that the entire continent was facing a crisis from the outside world. It's not that it's unnecessary, but based on the information she learned, Sumu's current situation is better than she imagined. It is even possible that what he encountered was not a bad thing, but an opportunity. Yi Yan was about to speak again, but suddenly froze, as if she realized something. Were you just trying to trick me? Chapter 127 The Hostess's Consciousness.
Were you trying to trick me just now? I didn't.
Nangongxi's face turned slightly red, and then she smiled playfully. She has been staying in the Su family during this period of time, and the Night Demon King, Su Ningye, who is also Su Mu's father, treats her very well. His eyes were full of concern that an elder has for a younger generation. That look looked like he was looking at his daughter-in-law. Nangongxi even has the privilege of entering and leaving the Su family without having to report. This is the hostess's prerogative. She has gradually come to like this feeling. I have the illusion that I have already married Su Mu. You're clearly using this trick on me. Yi Yan finally reacted, and a look of annoyance appeared on her pretty face. You just deliberately led me to say something like, be the younger one. Do you want to keep Su Mu all to yourself? How abominable. Even if you are good sisters, you can't give in at this time. Seeing Yi Yan's angry look, Nangongxi smiled embarrassedly. Actually, she wasn't that bad. I did want to tell you this good news at first. Aren't you happy to hear that Su Mu is okay? Nangongxi blinked. Yi Yan was stunned, and she seemed to be suddenly relieved and sat back in her chair. Of course I am happy. I am very happy, I am very happy. The girl's voice gradually trailed off, and she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. Nangongxi gently embraced the other person in her arms, with a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Is the situation good now? A little better. At least it was confirmed that Su Mu was not in danger of life at the moment. But what does this mean? Safe for a while, but what about the future? It's still unknown how long it will take for Su Mu to come out. As his fiancé, I should do something for him at this time. Nangongxi has made up his mind and is already taking action. Su family. Su Mu's courtyard. Although the owner is not here, there are still many people here. Su Haining, Luoi, Meng Xiaoxiao, the four sisters of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, and Yin Yanxiu. 8 gorgeous girls. The 8 people have different temperaments and beautiful looks in their own unique ways. The only thing in common is the sadness between their eyebrows and eyes. The whole courtyard seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. They hadn't made any appointment at all, they just came here subconsciously and met each other by chance. No one spoke first, they just sat there quietly feeling it. Feel the lingering breath of Su Mu. Among the few people, Luoyi's expression was the ugliest. The girl sat there blankly, her arms wrapped around her feet, her eyes blank. If it weren't for me, brother Su Mu wouldn't have entered the forbidden wasteland. There will be no danger. If it wasn't for saving me, brother Su Mu wouldn't have taken off his life-saving ring and caused himself to be sucked away. It's all because of me. The color in the girl's eyes faded even more, and her whole body was filled with death. If only I were strong enough, I wouldn't be a burden to brother Su Mu. I want power. She is still just a mortal now, and her cultivation is only at the Nahai realm. If she is an immortal king, an immortal venerable, or even the legendary immortal emperor, then nothing will happen. Su Mu will not be in danger either. Luoi finally made up his mind, slowly stood up from his seat, and turned to look at the other people in the field. In the end, he turned and left without saying a word. Outside the Su family, Luo Haicheng had been waiting there early. When he saw his sister coming out, he immediately went to greet her. Younger sister. Brother. I've made up my mind. I want to go back to seclusion. I want to enter the family's forbidden area. Don't you want to die? The time has not come yet. Luo Haicheng's face changed drastically. For him, the most important people in his life are his sister and good brother Su Mu. Su Mu's life or death is uncertain now. Should he watch his sister die? I don't agree. Elder brother. Luo Yi's eyes instantly turned red. Brother. You don't know how I feel. You don't know that Su Mu did this for me. The girl hesitated and tried hard to stop herself from crying. Brother. I want strength. I don't know when I can come out of this retreat.
When my retreat is over, if Sumu hasn't come back yet, I will enter the forbidden wasteland by myself. If Sumu has returned, then. Roy paused for a moment. After experiencing the baptism of life and death, she no longer wanted to hide her feelings. What was the point of being euphemistic? Now that people are gone, everything is just a passing cloud. If he had come back, I would have married him. The girl pursed her lips. Luo Haicheng's heart trembled. He knew his sister's personality and knew that once she made a decision, it could not be changed. It's useless no matter who comes. I see. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded. His sister wanted to enter the family's forbidden area, but he, as the heir, actually had the power to veto her. But he didn't do that, instead he smiled slightly. Go ahead. I know you've been stubborn since you were a child. And this is for Sumu, so go ahead. You must come back alive. Seeing this reassuring smile, Luoi seemed to have found support all of a sudden. She could no longer hold back her tears and finally burst out. Brother, I miss him so much, I miss Sumu so much. Silly sister. Luo Haicheng wiped away his sister's tears with a handkerchief. I promise you that I will bring him to you intact when the time comes, so that you two can get married. Many scenes always flashed before Su Haining's eyes. There is always a small figure in every clip. He is arrogant, naughty, and always unrestrained. But he was also gentle, kind, and full of charm. Su Haining also learned from his father that Sumu was not in danger of death for the time being. Su Ningye and Mo Xuanxing teamed up to explore, and when they came out of the center, they returned to Shenyuan Continent. 2 months have passed. A lot has happened in these 2 months. Su Haining had already given up hope. She felt that there was nothing to be nostalgic about in this world and was just thinking about the last few people who would take the blame. Originally, Chen Shu's location had been found, but suddenly, things looked brighter. Sumu was not dead yet. When will he come back? This news was not made public and only a few people knew about it. Sumu brother little guy. The light in Su Haining's eyes gathered and dispersed, turning into a sky full of stars, and then gradually solidified. I don't know what he is thinking. The small courtyard was still silent and the environment was very quiet, but Su Haining did not plan to stay. There are too many people here. She stood up and looked around. She didn't know when Luo Yi had left, and the rest of the people were silent. It turns out that without realizing it, Sumu already has so many people around him. But I am his one and only sister. None of you can take him away. Su Haining turned and left, her desolate back gradually straightening up, as she prepared to take over the Su family's affairs again. At least, help Sumu protect this home. Chapter 128. Chen Shu's situation is very good. Chen family. These 2 months can be said to be the most bitter time for Chen Shu. Ever since he heard the news that Su Mu was most likely dead, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. My mental state has been getting better and better recently. I can laugh just thinking about it. I even woke up laughing in the middle of the night. First he became one of the heirs of the Chen family, and then his enemy died just like that. This is so cool. In this case, don't all those women belong to him? Xing Jingru, Nangongxi, Yin Yanxiu. Everybody belongs to him. Thinking of this, Chen Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter, and felt that the sense of separation in his soul was much less. I am so happy. I was so happy that I couldn't help myself. Result. He accidentally laughed at the funeral. All the Chen family members he sent into the forbidden area were wiped out, and not a single one survived. The family held a grand funeral for them. As a result, at the most important moment, everyone was in silence. Chen Shu suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. This feels so good. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shu laughed wildly, unable to suppress the impulse in his heart. Someone on the spot turned pale and stepped forward to grab him by the collar. What the hell are you laughing at? I asked you, what the hell are you laughing at? My brother is dead. He died because of your orders, and you still dare to laugh. Beat you to death, you bastard. This man didn't care what he said. He was so angry that he punched and kicked Chen Shu in public. Chen Shu didn't know what was wrong with him. The harder he was beaten, the happier he laughed. Even though his teeth were knocked out, he was still grinning and his laughter could be heard from far away. As a result, even more people were angered. Countless family members rushed up and beat him with fists and kicks, almost beating him to death. Until Chen Shu was dying. The family elder who was in charge of maintaining order at the scene accidentally discovered the situation here. What's going on? Why are your hands and feet freezing at this time? What about the rules? The family elder had a gloomy face, and when he walked over, he accidentally stepped on Chen Shu's finger. Chen Shu had long been numbed by the beating, and the broken finger bones did not cause much reaction. This family elder who was at the celestial realm has unimaginable super perception. But he acted as if nothing had happened, stomped on Chen Shu's palm back and forth, and began to scold the people who had just taken action. Tell me about you guys, you can't control your emotions in public. How can you lay hands on the young master? Do you have any respect for the young master? I am the young master. You guys can't compare to me. Even if they die, they have made contributions to the family and to the reputation of the young master. The old man emphasized the identity of young master Chen Shu in his words. This caused veins to bulge on the foreheads of many people below. Young master, young master. Because of this identity, my brothers died, and their husbands and sons died. Someone's sister who was waiting to be married also died. Besides, there was already unspeakable anger in everyone's hearts, but the family's interests and the hierarchy engraved in their bones still made them dare not resist. It's all because of the young master's identity. If Chen Shu didn't have this identity. Someone suddenly thought of something, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's not that they can't sacrifice for the family, but they shouldn't die under the orders of such a jerk. During this period of time, Chen Shu has done too many stupid things. It is truly hard to describe in words. He flirted with women in his family, even physically assaulting them, totally disregarding blood ties. Relying on the fact that he was the main line of the family, he bullied the original young master Chen Ruizong after returning. I heard that Chen Ruizong has moved out now. I was bullied by Chen Shu. Now he is leading so many of his tribesmen to die, and the reason is actually to avenge himself? The relationship between him and Su Mu, the young master of the Su family, had long been made public. The feud between the two has a long history. The story can be traced back to the apprenticeship ceremony in the Holy Land. Chen Shu took the initiative to provoke the other party, but was severely slapped in the face by the other party, and became famous at that time. At this turbulent moment, suddenly someone dug up Chen Shu's family background. Chen Shu's father was the former main lineage, Chen Zhua. As soon as this news came out, it quickly caused an uproar. What, that bastard who raped his sister? Bah! No wonder this guy looks so shifty. Turns out he has a legacy. How can such a person become the young master? Are we going to hand over the Chen family to such a person in the future? So what if he was the direct descendant of the main line? That was also a thing of the past. The current clan leader is Chen Fushengsheng, not his father Chen Zhua. Countless people are suppressing their anger, all they need is a trigger. Chen Fusheng saw all of this clearly and was very satisfied. The fire of public opinion and media sentiment is already strong enough, but it is not enough. Chen Shu's greatest reliance has never been himself, let alone his bloodline identity. But it's the immortal ancestor of the Chen family. For some unknown reason, the immortal venerable paid special attention to Chen Shu. Even Chen Shu's status as the young master was chosen by the ancestor. If Chen Fusheng can't handle this, he will never be able to do anything to Chen Shu. In this world, strength is ultimately respected. As long as you have the strength, what does it matter even if the whole world is scolding you? Still turning the whole world upside down. You still need to be patient, my son. Chen Fusheng muttered to himself. It was also his idea to suggest that Chen Ruizong move out to live.
Sometimes, taking a step back as a means of advancing can produce more obvious results. His son Chen Ruizong has been the young master for decades and has accumulated some reputation. As a newcomer, Chen Shu actually bullied the senior to such an extent. It would never sound good if this were made public.
Forbidden Wasteland. The bottom of the abyss.
The stars in the sky are still twinkling. Sumu lay on the ground board, looking up at the sky. Speaking of which, sister, can doing this really improve your cultivation? The voice of the white-haired woman sounded in his mind.
Don't see with your eyes, see with your heart. I never said it could improve your cultivation. It just improves your talent.
The white-haired woman's voice seemed a little helpless. She has been here for who knows how many years, and Sumu's talent is definitely the worst among all the people he has ever seen.
Normally speaking, with Sumu's talent, he would only be a Tianyuan in his lifetime.
As a result, no one knew who spent a lot of money to improve his body and raised his upper limit to the celestial being. In front of a truly powerful monk, it is not difficult to see the upper limit of a body.
Is my talent really that bad?
The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched.
It's not bad actually.
The woman's voice was still ethereal. Chapter 129. Sumu has the potential to be an emperor.
It's not bad actually.
The woman paused for a moment. This is already beyond redemption. To be honest, you should thank your father for being able to live until now. Sumu was stunned when he heard this.
What do you mean by that?
The white-haired woman explained patiently. When a person is born, he or she has an innate breath.
But your breath is incomplete. Let alone cultivation, you should have died young. Your father must have paid a certain price to keep you alive until now.
In addition to that, it also opened up your path of cultivation, although you didn't take it too seriously. Sumu pondered for a while, and then suddenly realized.
Is the other party saying that he was born with deficiencies and later had deformities?
He wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start.
Hey, Dad, you. Sumu was hesitant to speak.
The other party really did a lot for him and never told him.
Is this the kind of care that only the top second generation can enjoy? Or is every father like this? Don't be distracted. Focus your mind on these stars. I will find a way to improve your talent.
The white-haired woman made hand gestures.
Sumu's talent is really too bad. If she wants him to take on certain responsibilities, she must make Sumu stronger first.
At the very least, one must break through to the immortal emperor realm. What she has to do now is to create a body for the other party that is strong enough to reach the realm of immortal emperor.
Should we arrange for a special physique?
But what should we use?
The white-haired woman hesitated.
This space is very special, collecting all valuable things from ancient times to the present in Shenyuan Continent.
All kinds of physiques that have ever been born are included in it.
However, these physiques also have different strengths and weaknesses.
There are 10 divine bodies that are at the top and have never been surpassed.
At this point, rankings are no longer meaningful. It is more about looking at the achievements of people who once had this physique. It just so happens that he has marriages like a dream, so why not use that? The white-haired woman finally made up her mind. The stars in the sky began to move, and Sumu saw countless streams of light flying towards him, and he looked dazed for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly widened.
Shit!
That hurts.
No, sister, this isn't right, is it?
Sumu gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak, but the white-haired woman ignored him and moved her hands even faster.
The pain instantly multiplied countless times. Sumu didn't even have time to scream.
His eyes rolled back and he was about to faint.
The white mark between his eyebrows suddenly gave off a chill. Force him to stay awake.
And it also amplified his perception to the limit.
What the hell, what kind of torture is this? Sumu's face was grim.
This kind of pain could not be described in words, and it came from all directions. He felt unspeakable pain in every corner of his body, from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Sumu suddenly recalled that Chen Shu was once kicked in a sensitive part by Mang Xiaoxiao and almost fainted on the spot.
He felt that the pain he was feeling now was much more intense than it was then. Ah!
Sumu screamed miserably, and the sound continued to spread in the space, as if something was vibrating.
The purple lines behind the boy began to glow. Destiny longs for completion.
Sumu already had half of marriages like a dream in him, and the impulse he felt at this moment was the strongest.
Outside world. Yao named the place Holy. The top of Poli Peak.
Xin Jingru suddenly raised her eyes, and the strong expectation in her eyes suddenly became bright.
Is it Sumu's aura? Sumu is not dead. That's great.
Xin Jingru suddenly felt a sour sensation at the tip of her nose and she subconsciously clenched her fists.
I feel you, Sumu, where are you? Su family. Sumu's courtyard.
Meng Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head and felt a vague connection in her heart. She knew where the connection came from.
Is Brother Mu calling me?
The girl suddenly became excited and her body was shaking.
Brother Mu Wu Wu, where are you? There were 6 people who felt this connection at the same time.
Sheng Jingru, Meng Xiaoxiao, Yi Yan, Nangangxi, Nangangliu, and Mo Xuanxing. All 6 of them have fragments of marriages like a dream remaining on them.
But gradually, this feeling began to fade away from them. No. Why? Why are you leaving Sumu? Don't go, please.
No matter how they begged or how they tried to retain him, this connection was gradually fading.
And it's getting faster and faster.
The incomplete marriages like a dream left them, longing to return to their real masters.
At the same time, Chen family. Chen Shu was still in a coma. The injuries he suffered last time were too severe.
Even with the family's elixirs, he would not be able to get out of bed for several days.
But he suddenly woke up.
There was a strong sense of panic in his eyes.
What is that?
He suddenly discovered that the favor of heaven on his body was further broken.
Even some tiny fragments began to disappear from his body and float away into the unknown distance. What's going on? Could it be that someone is attacking me again? Who is it? Could it be Sumu? No. Impossible. He's dead.
Chen Shuqian propped himself up and stood up, not caring about the wounds on his body that were bursting and bleeding.
He raised his hand, wanting to grab something. No. These are all mine. Mine.
But in the end, nothing can be saved.
Young master.
The maid beside him looked puzzled, wondering why Chen Shu suddenly went crazy.
Hateful.
Chen Shu suddenly hit the bedboard, making a dull sound. He found that his favor of heaven was broken into more pieces, and about 1/7 of the fragments had left him.
Missing.
Just when Chen Shu was feeling angry, he suddenly realized that the maid beside him looked pitiful because of her fear.
She actually looked quite pretty.
Chen Shu's eyes flashed with a faint light, and regardless of the other party's resistance, he actually pulled the other party onto the bed.
Young master. Don't. Don't.
The girl cried and shouted, but her heart was calm. It was exactly as the clan leader said, this Chen Shu was a pure lustful man, and he was also ambitious. She is the Chen family's assassin. Of course it should play a role at times like this, for example, to add a little more trouble to a young master whose reputation is already bad.
The bottom of the abyss.
Sumu suddenly felt comfortable.
Huh? What does this feel like? It's pretty cool.
The white-haired woman gently stroked her forehead.
This is the missing part of you being completed. Don't move. Oh.
Sumu obeyed and closed his eyes, but his sense of his surroundings became clearer.
He couldn't tell why. Call.
Although there were some unexpected changes, it finally worked out. The white-haired woman sighed softly. The immortal body is destined to be established. From now on, you finally have the potential to become an immortal and emperor.
Chapter 130, finally started practicing seriously.
The immortal body is destined to be established. I also have a special physique now. Sumu was slightly stunned. In this world of cultivating immortals, special physiques are often equated with the word genius. Except for a few special circumstances and special physiques, that means awesome. What's the use of my physique, dear sister? Sumu forced a warm smile, his attitude completely different from before. He was almost ready to rush up and give the guy a leg massage. The white-haired woman shook her head helplessly and opened her red lips slightly. The most important ability of the fate-fixed immortal body, one of the 10 divine bodies, is the ability to intuitively control and feel cause and effect. Cause and effect. Sumu paused for a moment. This ability sounds awesome, but it doesn't seem very handsome. My dear sister, don't you have the physique to be particularly cool and awesome in battle? What I like most is to fight people head-on. Look at my weapons. They are all majestic halberds. I think I lost my weapon. I'll show you the halberd next time. White-haired woman. She always felt that Sumu seemed to have said something very offensive just now, but she couldn't find any evidence for the time being. As for changing physique, I can't change it. Good sister, can't we discuss this? There is nothing to discuss. The white-haired woman felt helpless. She had given him an immortal body in order to improve his qualifications, but in the end, the other party still despised it. Humph. Since you're not satisfied, then go figure it out on your own. After saying this, the white-haired woman stopped talking and disappeared directly on the spot. The white mark between Sumu's eyebrows flashed. Good sister, I was just joking, please don't leave. Sumu raised his hand to try to keep him, but the other party seemed to have completely disappeared and there was no movement at all. In the extremely huge space, Sumu was the only one left. Okay. Sumu curled the corner of his mouth. I shouldn't have said so much. Now I still don't know how to use this immortal body. But at least I know one thing. That means that your cultivation talent has improved. Sumu found a place to sit cross-legged and began to look inside his body. It has been many years since he traveled through time, and he can no longer remember when was the last time he practiced seriously. The sight passed through the layers of barriers in the body and came to a strange space. This is a pure white world, like a universe. There is nothing in this world, and one can only feel the subtle laws of the Tao. Is this my fairyland? This was the first time that Sumu faced himself squarely, especially after becoming an immortal. After breaking through to the earthly immortal realm, everyone will have a fairyland, and the size, shape, and ability of the fairyland vary from person to person. Sumu's fairyland looks like an egg, or a universe. It's just blank inside, there's nothing. Ha ha. Sumu smiled awkwardly. This is of course because he has never practiced cultivation, and the entire fairyland is like a blank sheet of paper. According to his previous practice habits, when the time comes, his father will naturally help him with everything related to practice. Whether it is the accumulation process, or the various martial arts manuals, magical weapons. Sumu never had to worry about anything. Having a father who is number one in the world is so arrogant. The advantage of doing this is obvious, which is saving effort. Sumu can use his time to do anything he wants. The disadvantage is more obvious, that is, the upper limit is there. Even if Su Ningye helped him for his entire life, there were some things she couldn't help with. For example, overcoming tribulations, or comprehending the principles of Tao. Every immortal needs to build his own system of understanding of this world, and this system will be reflected in their immortal realm. And provide this monk with powerful abilities. Sumu currently has no special abilities and can only explore and discover things on his own. The white-haired sister has already said that in the remaining period of time, she will make up for all the training that Sumu had lacked before, and then she will leave. How much time it will take depends on Sumu himself. The faster you cultivate, the faster you will leave. If he doesn't practice seriously, by the time he gets out, hundreds of years may have passed outside. This threat is really terrifying. When Sumu thought about the fact that after you went out, all the story missions that were originally his would be completed, and then he would be forced to start the third round. Although I gave up a long time ago, I still feel excited when I think about starting over again. I felt nauseous again, as if I had eaten shit. He couldn't accept it. So I could only listen to the white-haired sister's request and think about it seriously. It's different after changing the body.